because you're not coming out as loud as I am through the little speaker. Right. I know you're working out. Yeah, you're on. Yeah.
Just have to hold it a bit closer. Yeah, so huge amounts of people here, which is brilliant, and you're in time to see the first top race. And John's just giving you the grid, and looking forward to this. It should be good.
Yep, as you say, let's get ready to rumble because the pace truck is already out on the circuit. The race truck parked out in Paddock 2 will come through the gate onto the circuit, follow the pace truck round onto the grid, where they will form up for a couple of minutes before we get racing underway. Well, I don't know your money would be on today because it should really be on Ryan Smith. He's pretty quick round Pembrey normally, but obviously been suffering some problems. And I suppose just get up and have a little look out the window and down towards Paddock 2 to see that Ryan is Ollie is there for sure. Yeah, Ryan Smith's truck in the crew as the trucks pull out into the assembly area. So whatever the gremlins are, hopefully Ryan has got rid of those. Perhaps Tony, if you get a chance to talk to Ryan, one of the gentle giants of the truck paddock. Very genuine guy, I'm sure he'll tell us exactly what's been going on with the truck. So just a few minutes before they come onto the circuit, and we saw a couple of sessions yesterday, no problems in the practice sessions. Ryan Smith, he's been in the game by Freightliner, comes out of Mansfield. However, told us that he's going to be number 7. Stuart Oliver from Hexham up there in Northumberland. Currently 60 years of age. Probably won't thank me for saying that, but that's life, unfortunately. And multiple Division 1 titles. The last of those being in 2010.
Borada, Crazio e Pembrey Canis Ratio truck. Yes, hello everybody. If you don't speak Welsh, good morning and welcome to Pembrey. We're in South Wales and guess what? Yes, the British Truck Racing Championship have rolled into town. We're going to bring you 5 races over the course of the weekend, but that's not all. The minis are here as well. Track action are here. Junior saloons are here. Pickups are here as well. So much on track action throughout the course of the weekend. Do not go anywhere. Live for you across the BARC. Race 1 though, about to get underway. It is the British Truck Racing Championships. Let's introduce you to your commentator, Ewan, to take you through the action.
A big good morning and welcome to South West Wales as BARC TV visits Pembrey in Carmarthenshire, the home of Welsh motorsport, for 19 races across 2 days of non-stop and eclectic, to say the least, racing action, headlined by the 5-ton, 1,000 brake horsepower British Truck Racing Championship. My name is Ewan Dunlop. I'm standing in for Dave Goddard. Joining me this weekend on the ground are Ian Waterhouse and, of course, Pointy. It wouldn't be trucks without Pointy, would it? Now, it's not just action on the asphalt to look forward to this weekend is also the much anticipated Convoy Cymru 2024. So amidst the picturesque backdrop of the Welsh Hills, the motorsport in Wales will be rocking to the sounds of hundreds of the biggest and best trucks in the country, not just on the track but off it as well. Now on the schedule today, 6 races. We kick off with the British Truck Racing Championship, race number 1 for them this weekend. Then we have the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy class, pickup truck racing, Junior Saloon Car Championships. We go back to the trucks for race 2 and they end the day with track action racing. Wait for that one if you've not watched this before. It's a little bit of everything. Now talking about a bit of everything, let's jump down to trackside right now before our first race of the day. It is Ian and Pointy.
And you'll see a pub on the left, the Portobello Inn, and that is run by Steve and his team.
Right, hello everybody. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. You're not going to believe this, actually. We thought we were live about 5 minutes ago. We've just been chatting away, haven't we, Pointy? As if we were live. Right. So basically we've covered everything already. No, here we are, race 1 about to get underway for the British Truck Racing Championship. As you can see, they're lining up behind us. Pointy, we were just talking, thinking we were live, weren't we? Yes. Talking about the stories. We've just mentioned, of course, Archie Handy's making his debut today.
Yeah, very young lad. Division 2, obviously Team Cole as well with Simon, same livery, truck, same team.
The pink one, by the way, if you don't know them.
One of the 2 pink ones, yes. And yeah, I mean, you've got to hand it to him. It's a lot of pressure. He's come up from the Saxos, I believe. He was racing them last year, and he's cut his teeth, and here we are today. But again, as I said to you the first time when we weren't recording, Division 2 looking quite bare this year. But actually, that brings opportunity because, as I said myself at Brands, we've got more space for people to come along, get into Division 2, have a try, there's an abundance of trucks out there that are sat in people's yards waiting for someone to have a go, and this, I think, could be the year that we see that happening. I mean, Team Napa, we've got a replacement driver for Paul Rivette, Paulie Ankle, bless him, Sam Osborne, there we go, yeah. So yeah, it's a lot of new faces this weekend, so yeah, it'll be fantastic, and I hear you'll be speaking to a young lady later on as well, that's got a connection to the trucks.
Yeah, of course, Lexi Powell, she's racing in Junior Saloons, so we know her old man is racing in the trucks.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to get Lexi in a truck at some point and see if she can beat Dad or not. I think that'd be a really exciting race.
She's down here, actually. She's just over there. I don't know if you can turn the camera around. Lexi's just over there. She's out a little bit later. We're going to catch up with her as well. We're going to attempt to try and get her attention, but she's not going to come over. I'm going to chat with her. Sam Osborne, of course. We must touch on him. Of course, British Touring Car Championship racer. A bit different for him this weekend.
It certainly is. I mean, I've only been here since this morning. Awake since this morning. A couple of the lads in the paddock saying, yeah, he's certainly got the skills, but whether he can transfer that to a truck gearbox apparently can be the testing, the trial for him this weekend, I'd say. Yeah, not quite settling in as he'd have hoped, but only time will tell. I mean, it's all to play for, but what big shoes to fill. Coming 5 out of 5. Paul Rivette, first place after first place after first place at Brands Hatch to start the season. It is. I mean, he can obviously afford himself a little weekend off with a bad ankle with that many points in the first meeting, right?
Right, Pointy, look, the trucks have gone. They've actually gone. So race 1 about to get underway. You're going to go join you in comms, I believe, aren't you? In that truck. How cool is that, by the way? Look, in that bus right there, the Tocker bus, that is where commentary is set today. Pointy, you go get yourself off. Mate. Enjoy the race. We'll see you a little bit later. Good game. All right, time for race 1 of the day, the British Truck Racing Championship. It is going to be an absolute corker. I'm going to hand over to you and of course, Pointy, to take you through the action. I'll see you after the race.
Well, we are seconds out from our of the day. Again, a massive 19 get through over the next couple of days, and just like magic, Pointy is joining me in the commentary box. Pointy, get these cans on here and speak into this microphone here, and look at you all over. Get double pay today.
I am. It's great. I'm going to stick 2 invoices in, different things. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic weekend. I think I'm going to be rather busy, but it feels back here at Pembrey, having a look out there across the circuit. And my gosh, it's actually a really good view from here, isn't it, Ewan?
It's lovely. It's fantastic, isn't it? And warm inside. Feel like professional commentators, don't we?
Yeah, warm inside, I think, is being sold by you there as a positive, but it's certainly not the best of choices today. The completely black interior bus. We've got leather, we've got suede. It's extremely luxurious. Warm, I will say.
Now, must stress again, we are standing in for the British Motorsport Encyclopedia that is Dave Goddard this weekend. So bear with us.
Yeah.
This weekend.
Oh.
He didn't tell me whether he's competing. I'm guessing he's commentating, but he didn't specify.
I mean, he's not the shortest lad in the world, is he, our Goddard? So, I mean, I'd be interested to see the length of the car he is in if he is racing.
Maybe he's in training. It will pop up in the mini challenge next season or something. We do have trucks on the grid right now. I was surprised to see, coming in this morning at around about 10:30, the first thing I saw was the number 1 truck of Ryan Smith being pulled backwards by the recovery truck. What happened?
Well, I think we've been told from the guys in the paddock, with the very little information that they've given us, with possible injector. So yeah, he named it as a fuel injector issue. Whether or not our fuel, his fuel, there has been discrepancies in the paddock, so we're not 100% sure. They were having trouble starting it literally moments before they rolled them out onto the circuit.
If I recall correctly, last year at Pembrey, he had an issue in one of the races as well, didn't he? Do you recall that?
He did, yeah. I mean, it's strange, actually. I mean, if we look a couple of years back, in fact, Ryan Smith did very poorly at Donington, actually setting his truck on fire, but yet that never seems to hold him back, does it? He still managed to come from behind the entire season and in first place overall to keep that consecutive championship.
Now we're seeing the grid here. Stuart Oliver pipping Ryan Smith, the 8-time champion, the 10-time champion, pipping the 8-time champion to pole this morning. A 1:10.75 over the Daimler Freightliner of Ryan Smith. They take the front row. Behind them, Dave Jenkins, third in the second in the championship right now, behind Ryan Smith, and Stephen Powell in the Man TGA. On row 3, Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, lines up against John Bowler in his Man TGX. On row 4, Tom O'Rourke and David Smith. In row 5, Neil Yates, John Powell, the fastest in Division 2, and then a couple of rows behind them. There's going to be a special name here, who I'm sure you've mentioned already. First of all, Simon Cole alongside Sam Osborne, and then Archie Handy. 2 names, 2 completely different stories here that we've not seen before.
Yeah, just talking to Ian down there in the pits about these guys. So, of course, Sam Osborne, then, just to go over him quite quickly, is a British touring car driver, done quite well in that championship, and come across, of course, to support Paul Rivette for the weekend because he's got a bad foot, apparently. So, yeah, can't be racing. But Paul Rivette is in the paddock, giving support, giving direction, and it will be interesting to see if Sam Osborne can step up, pardon the pun, to take some points for Team Napa this weekend.
I must interject before we talk about Archie Handy. You said you've got a bad foot. It's not a blister, is it? It's a broken ankle.
It is a broken ankle. Yes, I'm not sure of the backstory to that. I would like to find out. I'm sure I'll get to speak to him at some point this weekend. So we'll find more information out for you then.
And tell us about Archie Handy debut today at Pembrey.
Yeah, so the debut. So Archie Handy. I mean, I believe, and I'm not 100% sure on the young man's background, but I'm pretty sure he was in the Saxos last year, the same colour scheme as Simon Cole, with Team Cole effectively, that have been with him since the beginning of his racing career.
We should point out this is Dad Simon Cole, isn't it?
I think it is, yes. So a different name, but same family. So yeah, great that they're kind of following in his footsteps, and it'll be interesting to see how they both get on at Division 2. Will Simon Cole lead son around the track? This is how you do it, mate. This is, follow me.
And Brands Hatch, Archie was a mechanic for his dad on the Iveco. He has been racing in Fiestas.
Fiestas, that's
yeah,
it,
the
not
Fiestas.
Saxos.
So he has got racing experience. Ryan Smith missing some trim here on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it was funny. I was actually having a conversation with someone about that. I mean, they were literally, as I say, working on that truck right up until they were called out of the assembly area, which, of course, this weekend is just the lower paddock. It's very snug, fit down there in the British Truck Racing paddock. But yeah, so I'm not sure if they had time. Obviously, it would have had to pass scrutineering, one would assume, to be allowed out on track. But I was actually chatting to someone earlier on during qualifying that says apparently there's a random thing in the British regs that's different to the FIA regs, where they don't have to have mudguards on the back, apparently, to race.
Okay, I mean, they quite often don't end with them, but I've not seen anybody not start with them before, that's all.
Definitely don't end with them, I know. But yeah, it's certainly, I mean, it's only, we're talking 0.4 of a second roughly behind Stuart Oliver, so it really was, you know, even with his drawbacks, he was still damn close.
How much will Stuart Oliver want to and getting to 9 or 10?
Ooh, I tell you, I think it's going to be an interesting first couple of laps. You know, if we can rely on the durability of Ryan's truck this first race, I think he's going to be a little bit nervous. You've got to be nervous, surely, coming out of qualifying with your first second place for quite some time, and then of course having a bit of truck issue, technical issues. But Stuart Oliver's got that experience. He's got the power. He did very well in practice session yesterday. Did quite well at Brands Hatch, to be fair, taking a couple of trophies home. But what to see this weekend is Michael Oliver at Brands Hatch doing absolutely fantastically, taking some trophies home, which really put a smile on his face. Will he of that?
We're going to go truck racing here at Pembrey for the
First two races, fantastic. My goodness, Paul Rivette though in Division 2, 5 wins and 1 overall win. We've not seen Division 2 win a race.
Yeah, 5 out of 5.
Right into the pit lane, and now it is down to Stuart Oliver to control the race as they come round. Remember, no overtaking until they get to the start line, and the green flag will be shown. Oliver's call when to hit the pedal to the metal, and he's gonna wait, he's waiting. Now I'm gonna feel he'll get it just as he gets onto the straight, bringing the speeds up. Well, no, he's holding them quite tight at the minute, and they come towards the line. We are waiting for the lights.
They stick their foot down, and 5 tons of metal charges down to the Hatchett's hairpin here on the first race, first corner at Pembrey. A hairpin for the first corner with 12 trucks on the track, and there's already smoke in the air.
Huge amounts of smoke.
Oh my goodness, that lockups, is that contact? We'll tell you in just a moment. And it is, he makes it around the first corner. Stuart Oliver leading Ryan Smith, gets away. That's a perfect start that he wanted, and it is just smoke. It is no contact at all, and around we go. Round into Benny, got to the Senna S's, leading the way. And we're going to find out in just a moment. We've lost some pictures here, but we can see most of the track from where we're sat, so bear with us as we pull you through on the action. You might be able to see a little bit more than us. But perfect start for Stuart Oliver, the 10-time British truck racing champion, just ahead of Ryan Smith, going for his 9th consecutive British Truck Racing Championship title. We mentioned Paul Rivette, 5 wins in Division 2 at Brands Hatch. That is a sensational start to the season, and also an overall win in Div 2. You won't see that very often, if again, this season at all.
I've got to tell you, you're doing a fantastic job of commentating on essentially porridge. We can't see a single thing on the stream we've got on the screen here. So, yeah, and I'm unsure what to tell you what's happening out the window, because, you know...
We can see Oliver go down to the hairpin once again, leading Ryan Smith, and takes it that time. Now, the story here is, not can Ryan Smith get an overtake, can he finish this race?
Yeah, reliability is going to be the issue with this one, I think, Ewan.
And the truck number 3, that is Stephen Powell, started in 4th place. He's got past Dave Jenkins, who was his counterpart on the second row of the grid. Leading Division 2, we did have, let's have a look where Simon Osborne, who's that at the back there, Pointy?
This, of course, will be young Archie Handy, I believe, struggling to find a clean line, but of course still very new to the truck racing world, so doing very well, to be honest, to be keeping up, and he has got pretty good pace.
I mean, to be honest, first ever truck race, you do want to keep yourself safe, don't you?
You do. There's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of risk, and they're not cheap. Even the Division 2 trucks are racking up the tens of thousands of pounds to keep on the circuit, so it really isn't something you want to be messing about with if you're not 100% sure you're going to achieve.
We've got some graphics we can see now on the left-hand side.
Lovely.
So we do have, I believe, by quarter of a second as we start lap 3. Brian Smith pulling onto the outside around the hairpin.
It's going to be tight. He's looking for that gap past Stuart Oliver with every single bend they go round, but the gap is still there. Steve Powell, though, of course, now attacking to the back of Ryan Smith. As we see slightly further back there, John Bowler looking for a space past Dave Jenkins, and Michael Oliver waiting for something to happen. He's right on the heels of John Bowler. That is incredible.
At that hairpin, it also looked like Dave Jenkins was going for the overtake into that corner, but ended up having to defend himself.
It's a very tight first couple of laps. It's exciting racing, and of course that's what the fans absolutely love about Pembrey Circuit. It's a very twisty, turny circuit with pretty good visibility around the whole thing, and of course it is all to play for. One mistake and you will lose your position here at Pembrey.
Now John Powell leading Division 2 right now in his DAF LF. Third place in the Championship Division 2 last season with 9 wins last year, the 53-year-old from Tonbridge. Div 2, Div 1, quickly, what's the difference between the trucks for new to the sport?
So, new to the sport, basically there's a slight power increase from the Division 1 trucks. Also, the handling is improved with limitations on suspension and camber on the front wheels. Oh, look at that beautiful streams. Ryan Smith darting out down the pit straight there as he tries to look for a space at high speed past Stuart Oliver. Will he make it stick before the hairpin? It doesn't look like he has. Another near miss, but it's up the inside. A bit of shunting there from Ryan Smith as we have contact coming out of the first corner, but Stuart Oliver shows that experience, pulling away.
And Stephen Powell waiting to pounce on this. Ryan Smith again moving to the inside. Has he got his nose out this time? No, he hasn't. And this is all the experience of Stuart Oliver right now. He's been doing this for 2 decades. He knows exactly what Ryan Smith is going to attempt. He knows how to fend him off, but we know how good the truck of Ryan Smith is. That Daimler Freightliner, it is an absolute monster when it's on form.
0.2 of a second behind Stuart Oliver though, Ryan Smith at the moment with a 1:12.4. So the pace is very, very similar, extremely similar in fact. And of course Steve Powell putting up 12.09, so he's actually catching lap time Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith.
And also got to point out Osborne up to second to Division 2 from starting from third in the second division, so made up 1 place.
It looks good.
And 2.37 seconds behind Powell right now. It's a real shame because obviously Osborne's points won't count towards Rivette, will they? They're completely separate.
This is it. A driver's points are for his championship alone, that's right.
And when the point system goes from 15, 14, 13, oh, Ryan Smith's got ahead. We missed that on our screen. We've got it in front of us as they whiz past round to Benny and on towards the S's in just a moment. Hopefully we've got a replay that we can watch of that point.
We can watch of that, yeah. We'd just like to see anything live, to be honest. It'd be fantastic.
Tell you what, when Ryan Smith has moved ahead, you can see the power he has. He's already about 50 metres up the road.
The acceleration that Ryan Smith has is quite incredible. I mean, I don't know where he gets it from, but coming out of those corners is where Ryan Smith wins those races.
Yeah, looking very, very nice indeed.
Bit of pressure here though from Simon Cole on the back of Sam Osborne. Bit of experience showing through there, I think, from Simon Cole. But Archie is certainly quite far back now, bringing up the rear, just finding his feet still. I think Bambi on ice might be one way to describe it.
Yeah, Simon Cole going to keep Osborne very, very honest. It'd be a feather in your cap, wouldn't it, to beat a British touring car.
Do you remember that one time at Pembrey?
On corner number 7, lap 6. Just how good was that lap of Osborne this morning? Never been in a truck before in sort of racing conditions, and to sit obviously in third in the division, but only 0.4 behind the leader in the division. That's super impressive, isn't it?
It is very good. It's great pace, and it just goes to show that racing skill is transferable between the different series. But I mean, look at Ryan Smith right now coming out. He's miles ahead now, pulling the gap, and of course Stuart Oliver being forced into defence from Steve Powell now. We are starting to see the gaps grow now, aren't we?
And Ryan Smith, when he gets a lead, he often moves away with it. Do we anticipate now, with the engine issues, will he maybe not go full throttle, just look after the engine, or is he not like that?
No chance. No chance. This is Ryan Smith we're talking about. He is both barrels every day. That's all he knows. I think that's kind of that attitude towards racing that he's had that makes him excel above the rest. Even though he could kill the truck, he's like, no, because if I don't give it, then what's the point?
Now we did just see Powell on the back of Oliver there, so he's now fighting to keep hold of second place Stuart Oliver. His son Michael down in 6th, just 0.8 behind Bowler. But the fight for Division 2, 4 seconds now between Powell and Osborne. You are warm in here, aren't you?
It is warm. It is very warm. It is so warm. I'd say it's about 30 degrees in this bus.
I know you can't. pointing, just fanning himself with the programme.
It's because I'm hot, baby. That's how we roll. That's how we roll.
Look at Ryan Smith go. That is what, 3.5 seconds now.
I'm not sure whether Stuart Oliver might be having some issues because
Powell's moved to the inside and moved past Stuart Oliver, just around to Benny, round through the Paddock and onto the S's. So we've got Powell now into second place, which means Dave Jenkins will smell some blood here. Can he get a podium position and into third?
My goodness, he has dropped right back, hasn't he? That I honestly think Stuart Oliver's got some trouble there. I mean, to lose 2 places on that one bend. But let's go a little bit further back into Division 1 for a moment. We've got, of course, Dave Smith, who we didn't really get a chance to speak to for very long at Brands Hatch, joining us for the first time in quite a while, although it's not his first outing. Oh dear, we've got 33 off. That is Neil Yates from NYR Recovery, a teammate of Steve Powell. Seems to have gone off there. Is he still moving? We've got movement, but can he get himself back on the track? I'm not sure he should be reversing onto the circuit, though. That is going to be a bit of a slap on the wrist.
Is that down towards the hairpin? It is a turn 1, isn't it? No, it's not. That's right by the Paddock. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sorry. Just saw the Pembrey sign in the background.
He has got moving again, though, so that is fantastic news for the guys in race control, because we haven't had to have any flags.
Now, for anybody new to truck racing this year, red flags don't necessarily come out as often now because we've got the virtual safety car.
Virtual
safety truck. Sorry.
Well, they still call it the virtual safety car.
I mean, that's massive progress from a spectator point of view and entertainment value.
Yeah.
The brakes were often quite painful, weren't they? But now
it was terrible. They're also looking more into the lines of snatch recovery, which is something we've actually taken from Pembrey, believe it or not. Dave Smith coming into the pits here, the truck number 11, along with Stuart Oliver as well, number 7.
Exactly like you said, Pointy.
Definitely an issue. I saw him start to lose the pace, and I tell you, that will hurt Stuart Oliver. He does not want to come in for any reason other than complete destruction of a part. Now, doing so well as well.
Third place in the championship after Brands Hatch, 13 points behind Ryan Smith. Now, just getting back onto the track and finishing is so important, isn't it?
It is.
Because there's massive points the entire way down the grid. If you don't finish, you're giving away 10, 15 points. But if you can finish, you're almost guaranteed 7 or 8.
Yeah. Exactly. This is it. I mean, you've got to be in it to win it, and this is it. I think it's the first 10 places you'll get points for. So, as long as you carry on. I mean, we look at Craig Evans, for example. The second season he raced, he didn't win a single race, but he still got 3rd overall in the championship just by finishing every single race.
So Ryan Smith, 6 seconds to the good now ahead of Stephen Powell, and that promotes Dave Jenkins, of course, up to 3rd place, which he was battling for anyway. But by default onto the podium places. He is 4 seconds ahead of John Bowler. That looks, well, what are we, 4 minutes remaining thereabouts.
Truck 1, 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits we've just seen on TSL.
So Ryan Smith, 5-second penalty. He's currently 6.27 ahead. Now, tell us, will he know that in the truck?
I'm not sure. I mean, the guys in the paddock will obviously be watching TSL the same as everyone else here, so they may well have radioed through to him. But of course, at this point in time, who can you overtake and get ahead of unless you're going to pull an even faster 5-second lead against the second place?
And now there's a chance here, Ryan Smith, although he's going to pull out 6.2, he's going to come up against some traffic here because, of course, we've got trucks coming back onto the track. Handy was around about 30 or so seconds now. He shouldn't catch Handy, but he will have to overtake if he wants to maintain that 6-second gap.
Well, Sam Osborne in Division 2 has also just been given a 5-second penalty. So him only 0.1 of a second ahead of Simon Cole. I mean, Simon Cole effectively should move up into 2nd place for Division 2 as the flag comes down, depending on if he's still with him or not.
Now, with Archie Handy 17 seconds back, that won't affect the top 3 in terms of anybody dropping out of the top 3. It will just put Sam Osborne right at the moment down to 3rd place. That's it. Again, Cole keeping him incredibly honest, Osborne, just getting picture-in-picture here. We can see Oliver's truck there. No smoke, no signals other than visually it's sort of like becoming a moving bollard coming backwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame to see, looking down there, we have got Stuart Oliver out of the truck, so he has retired. I think looks like we've got some damage to the rear right tyre and wheel. So, I mean, I think earlier contact with Ryan Smith, perhaps on the pass, might have caused some damage.
Is that liquid on the ground as well, under the number plate?
Although that could just be water from the brake system. So, yeah, unless it's gushing out, usually it's not too bad of an issue.
And David Smith also out of his number 11 truck, the Man TGX.
2 retirements in the first race of the weekend is not a good sign for the rest of the meeting here at Pembrey, is it?
Just cross your fingers, there's 4 more races. It's a long way to come down to Pembrey. You don't want
a lot of effort.
Have your weekend over in race number 1. You do want to sort of get things fixed on going. The paddock is so friendly from an outside perspective.
Yes.
They do help each other out, don't they?
Oh yeah, I mean, we saw moments ago, you know, I mean, we had Brands Hatch, you know, Dave Jenkins and Ryan Smith having a good old shout to each other on TV, and then moments ago we had Dave Jenkins helping Ryan Smith sort out his injector problem before the race. So it really is swings and roundabouts, and all very noble at the end of the day, I think.
Now, I think the real race to watch right now, other than Jenkins chasing down Powell, is Simon Cole all over the back of Osborne.
Yeah, Sam Osborne, and with that,
David Smith is back out.
He's going back out. He's got someone's given the green light. Fingers crossed that is an actual gap that he's come out in, because I know they can be a little bit interesting with the lights here at Pembrey. But Dave Jenkins all over the back of Steve Powell. That is going to be an interesting battle for second place. But Steve Powell, of course, holding on for dear life, wanting that second place.
But he's still just 6.5 seconds behind your leader, and Ryan Smith is going to drop 5 seconds. So it's a 1.5 second gap right now for the win here.
If Steve could make that 1 second gap up, he would be thrilled with the first place.
Powell still in Division 2, and how many seconds is it now getting flicked through? It's not 1 minute 16, I can assure you, between Powell, Osborne and Cole, because they're on our screens right now. It's about a third of a second. He's going to keep giving it a go here. He's not going to maybe get one more lap in here. The Division 2 guys, Ryan Smith will cross the line and maybe get one more lap in as well. Yeah, he'll cross the line now to go over, potentially it will be his final lap.
John Powell, though, in the number 6 truck just came past the commentary box. We've seen quite a lot of mist, whether it be smoke or steam coming off him. That's the green and black that he's driving around in this year. And yeah, he was complaining earlier on that he's not quite got the pace from the truck that he did last year. Yes, whether or not he's having some issues this weekend as well. He will be coming back round very shortly, if he makes it round, of course. That is.
Now, Ryan Smith, again, that 6.5 second lead. He's going to come up to traffic at the end of this lap against Neil Yates. Will that slow him down?
Oh my, go on. 10-second penalty now makes it a 15-second penalty overall for Ryan Smith.
Oh my,
which puts Steve Powell into first place.
And that, if we could see the graphics, tell us how many seconds behind. Does that bring John Bowler into play as well?
My goodness me, that is incredible. This really will be one to watch, and how crazy that it's all happening on these penalties.
Track limits.
This is track limits, yeah. So going too wide. I mean, we do keep seeing quite a lot of mud and dust flicking up as they come past here, the entrance to the paddock. But look at John Powell. He's bellowing smoke or steam. Whether they're connected to each other, I do not know. But with very little time left on the clock here at the first race at Pembrey, I believe the checkered flag is coming out. And it is Steve Powell that takes the first place, followed by Dave Jenkins, Ryan Smith with his penalties in third place, John Bowler down in fourth, fifth goes to Michael Oliver, and then we've actually got John Powell, of course, doing very well to get that far ahead. Simon Cole for Neil Yates, totally in a different thing, but of course very good to get himself back on the track. Penalties for Osborne sees him then second place overall, and we've then got O'Rourke, David Smith and Stuart Oliver didn't finish. What a shame.
That is why we love truck racing. It's never over.
Last lap, all went
until
absolutely
they cross the finish line. You don't know what the results are. It's absolutely brilliant. Congratulations to Stephen Powell. That is, I don't know if you'll know yet, but he does get the win in our first race. Jenkins second, Smith third. Well, that will shake up the title standings a little bit. Again, really unfortunate for Stuart Oliver not to get his truck back on the asphalt there. And look at the smoke you've just mentioned there coming out the back of the truck. He's going to make it rain for, and it's getting worse.
Tom O'Rourke's gone off. John Powell's about to explode. It's all kicking off down here at Pembrey, and I'm going to make my way down into the pits now to do some driver interviews, I think. So thank you, Ewan.
I can't wait to see them.
I bet you can't. It'd be like there's two of me.
Rather you than me. Thank you so much, Pointy, for joining us. Hopefully for every single race this weekend as well. There'll be another one today and 3 tomorrow. Here are your official standings. Stephen Powell in the Man TGA, 13 laps completed, beats David Jenkins by 1.32 seconds. Ryan Smith with a 15-second penalty. He had it won by 6 seconds. He's down in third. John Bowler fourth, 10 seconds behind your leader. Then Michael Oliver just behind by half a second. Leader in Division 2, John Powell ahead of the chasing Simon Cole. He was chasing Sam Osborne. Sam Osborne, another penalty, dropped him down to third from second. Neil Yates, sixth in Division 1. Then Osborne and Handy's third and fourth in Division 2. To round things out, Tom O'Rourke, David Smith and Stuart Oliver. What a way to start the weekend. That is how we do truck racing, and that is how we do it at Pembrey as well. I can see Pointy just about ready there with some drivers. I'll go to him very, very shortly. I'm going to get my breath back.
Okay, well, here's Ryan as well, just coming in.
The wheel as well. So now Ryan Smith.
Well, what a result. Over there, over here I am. Ryan Smith might be unaware, of course, of his 15-second penalty that puts him into second place overall. We've got Steve Powell, of course, taking the actual first place result. I don't know whether he knows. The team know, they've been in touch on Division 1. Here we go. We're going to get round now. Team already in there. Daughter Lexi, we've got hugs. Come on out, get out, Steve. We need a word with you, buddy. Come on, I'm more important than family. Get out the way. Okay. Steve, I take it you're aware of the result, right?
I'm told, but you never know in this job.
Wow, with the 15-second penalty that Ryan Smith got put, yeah, 15 seconds, 2 lots of track limits, 10 and a 5. So with a clean racing record, very good result. And Dave, of course, taking second place, you just had to be there and behave yourselves, didn't you? It just goes to show.
We're always on best behaviour, aren't we? We are.
Of course,
like a new trade here, you know. What happened to Stuart? Oil pump failure, I believe.
Oh dearie me, that is a shame. I mean, we saw Stuart start to lose the pace as Ryan Smith passed him, but then track limits twice in a race. They're really on it this year at Pembrey, obviously.
He was a little bit, because I see it, but yeah, no, it's a brilliant win. One day we will get to see that checker flag on their own. One day.
Yeah, one day. But you get in there.
That's brilliant, mate.
But the battle that we were watching from the commentary, the guys at home, the guys here at Pembrey, you and Dave Jenkins put on a great show regardless of the overall result. It was a fantastic race.
Dave, very clean. To get past Stuart as a result, I was well happy with second mate of the night. That would have done me. And then when he said that, and then yeah, it was cool, brilliant, fantastic to the team, sponsors, my little Lexi for smashing it as well.
Excellent, excellent. Right, well, Steve Powell, congratulations, very, very good. Let's see who else we can find. I'll tell you what, we'll quickly head over, because we've lost the Division 2 already, they've gone. We'll come and just quickly chat to Stuart Oliver. Stuart, we were all rooting for you. We were talking in the commentary box, you know, the experience, and then all of a sudden I saw something change in the truck, and I actually said, you can replay it, he's got a problem there, he's losing pace, and then all of a sudden, yeah, what happened, you know?
Well, Ryan burst my tyre coming out of turn 2.
We saw, I said damage,
Oh, yeah. So that didn't help us, but I was holding my own, yeah, I was still holding my own, but obviously coming round through the crossing here with that tyre burst is difficult. But I was holding my own, and then Ryan got past. I came out the end of Honda and just lost all my power, and then oil light came on. But then it went off again. I thought, I'll be all right. And then when I came round here the next time, oil light came on, stayed on. So it's still running, but there's something seriously wrong inside. So.
Well, we've got a lunch break ahead of us and a couple of hours until the next race, so fingers crossed we can get you back on the track.
Well, fingers crossed, but I will take more than a lunch break.
We'll change it. We did notice that contact though, or we caught it. It was real. Right, I'll leave you two to talk. Let's try and talk to Sam Osborne just quickly before we lose them all. If we head over here, meeting of course Paul Rivette now, still on crutches, and I walk backwards. It's good. It's good for your quads apparently, walking backwards, as long as you can do it at the same speed as you go forwards. So here we are. How are we? Sam Osborne, I presume.
Yeah, that's me.
And how did we find that?
Different. Yeah, it's a bit bigger than a touring car, isn't it?
It certainly is. It certainly is. So the gear change is totally different.
Oh yeah, my left arm is absolutely aching from a H pattern. I'm used to just smashing it down or yanking it up.
So, I mean, obviously the handling's completely different, the weight's completely different, acceleration's completely different, but actually, you know, results-wise, not too bad really for your first outing.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, we got pinged a couple of times for track limits, so I need to work out where that is and rein it back a little.
You weren't the only one.
Yeah, apparently loads of people have got them, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Swift, Division 1, reigning champ, you know, he actually got 2 track limits, 15-second penalty overall, which cost him his first place position, of course.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got the same as well. I think I got a 5 and a 10, so yeah, 15-second penalty, which is a bit gutting, but first time out in the truck racing, so not had any test. Well, we've had testing yesterday, constantly just getting more comfier in the truck and better and better and better, knocking that time down, but yeah.
And the most important thing is which do you prefer?
I'm going to upset a lot of people here, so I'm going to go.
Oh, I think he's into the trucks. That's one thing we can say about the British Truck Racing Championship. Sam, thank you very much. But that is something that has been said about the British Truck Racing Championship. Once you're in, you're in. That's it. You can't get out. Even if you hate it, you will keep coming back. It's in your blood then. That's it, game over. Right, we have indeed got a cheeky little lunch break now. I'm hopefully going to be getting some cheeky interviews over in the paddock with some of the drivers from the British Truck Racing Championship once they've all had a breather, and I've of course handed out some trophies which we might even have a chance to film as well. So I will be handing back to Ewan, and thank you very much for joining us for the first race here at Pembrey, South Wales.
Thank you very much, Pointy. As ever, wonderful work down in Parc Fermé. Let's have a look at the schedule before we go to lunch. We've got the Virtu Million Challenge Trophy class, their first of 3 races this weekend. Likewise with the Pickup Truck Racing Championship getting underway at Pembrey here at 2:55. Shortly after, first of 3 races for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. And then at 4:05, second race of the weekend for our headline act, the British Truck Racing Championship. Can it follow what we've just seen though for drama? And at 4:40 to close out day 1 here in South West Wales is going to be the track action racing. That is a little bit of everything. So as we get our breath back from race 1 at Pembrey, let's remind ourselves how the season started not too far ago at Brands Hatch and race number 1.
It's Flying Ryan in the Daimler Freightliner on pole, alongside his great rival David Jenkins in the number 69 MAN. Second row, number 14, John Bowler. Good efforts by him, his second season in Division 1 with his MAN, alongside Michael Oliver. He's out-qualified his father Stuart, who lines up alongside number 3, Stephen Powell, the local man. New livery for him this year on his MAN. Fourth row, the new truck, the International Navistar of Tom O'Rourke, the Scotsman, the MV commercial truck. He lines up alongside the first of the Division 2s, that's reigning champion Paul Rivette in his MAN. Row 5, number 6, John Powell in his DAF, that's the oldest truck on the grid, alongside number 33, Neil Yates, the recovery company boss, teammate of Stephen Powell this year. Completing the grid, number 41, Simon Cole in the Pink Panther, as his Iveco is known. And welcome back David Smith, first truck meeting for almost 8 years in the ex-Ryan Smith MAN. No relation, incidentally, those two. David Smith was Division 2 champion some 12 years ago. As we heard, last raced in a Sisu Finnish-built truck some 8 years ago. There's the Pink Panther, Simon Cole making his way to the grid. There's David Smith at the back on his return to the sports. So the pace truck leading them up to line up on the grid then before we have a rolling start. It'll be a 15-minute race, the first of 5 races this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. A few more of our commenters. Peter H says, shout out to all the marshals. Yes, the Orange family as we call them. We couldn't go racing without them. Out there in all weathers, making sure everything is safe and able to race. Hi to Matt Davies, Mike Burgess, Aaron Lupton, Ethan Dance, Alex Raby, and all our other commenters here this weekend. Thank you very much indeed. Do give the stream a like and help to spread our coverage this year. So it's the TRP Truck and Trailer Parts DAF that's in position as our pace truck for this first race of the season. One or two new trucks, new liveries. You can see a new livery, as we heard mentioned, the Team Oliver Racing trucks, Michael and Stuart, in grey and yellow this year, not the black and yellow that we saw last season. Stephen Powell in the colours of Neil Yates' recovery this season. He's ditched the yellow livery from last year, the man who lives literally just down the road from Brands Hatch. Slight changes in livery for David Jenkins and Paul Rivette in their MANs. New colours for John Powell as well, number 6. The blue and red has gone, a very menacing looking black and green livery for him. Quick hello to Caitlin Penny as well, top sim racing commentator. Robbie Gascoigne says, are these standing or rolling start? It will be a rolling start for the trucks and the pickups. Everything else will be a standing start. If you've not seen truck racing before, you have a real treat coming up. These trucks powered by 12 and 13 litre turbocharged engines running on sustainable fuel. It's Flying Ryan in the Daimler Freightliner on pole, alongside his great rival David Jenkins in the number 69 MAN. Second row, number 14, John Bowler. Good effort by him, his second season in Division 1 with his MAN, alongside Michael Oliver. He's out-qualified his father Stuart, who lines up alongside number 3, Stephen Powell, the local man. New livery for him this year on his MAN. Fourth row, the new truck, the International Navistar of Tom O'Rourke, the Scotsman, the MV commercial truck. He lines up alongside the first of the Division 2s. That's reigning champion Paul Rivette in his MAN. Row 5, number 6, John Powell in his DAF. That's the oldest truck on the grid, alongside number 33, Neil Yates, the recovery company boss, teammate of Stephen Powell this year. And completing the grid, number 41, Simon Cole in the Pink Panther, as his Iveco is known. And welcome back David Smith, first truck meeting for almost 8 years in the ex-Ryan Smith MAN. No relation, incidentally, those two. David Smith was Division 2 champion some 12 years ago. As we heard, last raced in a Sisu Finnish-built truck some 8 years ago. There's the Pink Panther, Simon Cole making his way to the grid. There's David Smith at the back on his return to the sports. So the pace truck leading them up to line up on the grid then before we have a rolling start. It'll be a 15-minute race, the first of 5 races this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. A few more of our commenters. Peter H says, shout out to all the marshals. Yes, the Orange family as we call them. We couldn't go racing without them. Out there in all weathers, making sure everything is safe and able to race. Hi to Matt Davies, Mike Burgess, Aaron Lupton, Ethan Dance, Alex Raby, and all our other commenters here this weekend. Thank you very much indeed. Do give the stream a like and help to spread our coverage this year. So it's the TRP Truck and Trailer Parts DAF that's in position as our pace truck for this first race of the season. One or two new trucks, new liveries. You can see a new livery, as we heard mentioned, the Team Oliver Racing trucks, Michael and Stuart, in grey and yellow this year, not the black and yellow that we saw last season. Stephen Powell in the colours of Neil Yates' recovery this season. He's ditched the yellow livery from last year, the man who lives literally just down the road from Brands Hatch. Slight changes in livery for David Jenkins and Paul Rivette in their MANs. New colours for John Powell as well, number 6. The blue and red has gone, a very menacing looking black and green livery for him. Quick hello to Caitlin Penny as well, top sim racing commentator. Robbie Gascoigne says, are these standing or rolling start? It will be a rolling start for the trucks and the pickups. Everything else will be a standing start. If you've not seen truck racing before, you have a real treat coming up. These trucks powered by 12 and 13 litre turbocharged engines running on sustainable fuel, as you've already seen. It was Adam Binns who pioneered the use of that HVO fuel in the championship. He's competing on the continent this year, as are quite a few British drivers. The Reed brothers will be competing in the Netherlands and Belgium this year, as will Ricky Collett, the Yorkshire-based veteran, the heavy haulage company owner. John Newell, I believe, is contesting the European Championship once again. And Adam Binns has gone to race on the continent as well. Hopefully we'll see them make a comeback in the British Championship later this year. I'm sure some of them will come back for the Convoy weekend, the big weekend at Donington Park in August. Ricardo asking where is Division 2? Well, the two divisions are combined on the grid this year. They lined up over the last few years from split grids, with Division 2 starting behind Division 1, but they're running on a combined grid this year. Should make things a little bit more interesting, especially with Paul Rivett, the reigning Division 2 champion, in there. Took the title on a tie-break with Adam Binns, if I remember rightly, last year. They will be competing for separate points, just not starting from separate grids. 30-second board has been held aloft then, and the pace truck moves away. Here we go then, the first of 5 truck races this weekend, the first of what's going to be a very busy season for the big rigs around the UK and beyond, as they race at Le Mans this year as well on the Bugatti circuits. There's that new truck of 86 Tom O'Rourke, the bonneted International Navistar. Very similar in appearance to Ryan Smith's truck on pole. Will it be as effective? I cannot wait for this season to get underway. Can Ryan Smith make it 9 Division 1 titles in a row? He's made no secret of the fact he wants to beat Stuart Oliver's record of 10 titles in the UK. Stuart, a former European champion as well. He's repaired that fuel leak. There he is, the number 7 on the outside of row 3. The ever popular Simon Cole in the Pink Panther, the Iveco, in Division 2. Pace truck leads them down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. Very tricky left-hander. It's along the Cooper Straits behind the race control tower. The sun starts to come out here at Brands Hatch. Tension beginning to mount. This will be a 15-minute race. Big rigs ready to rumble here on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, the first race of the 2024 British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins, great rivals for so many years, leads them round. Paul Rivett, the pace setter in Division 2 in qualifying, ahead of John Powell and Simon Cole. Pace truck about to pull into pit lane. Over 12,000 horsepower about to be unleashed from these turbo diesel engines. Waiting for the red lights to go out. Here they come up towards the line. The pack about to be unleashed. It's time to go racing here at Brands Hatch on this Easter Sunday afternoon. Waiting, waiting, and here we go. The pack is unleashed down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Decent start by Ryan Smith. David Jenkins trying to go around the outside of him. John Bowler tucks in behind in the blue and red number 14. Are they all going to make it round Paddock Hill Bend? Looks like they are. Up the hill they come for the first time. Still nothing between Jenkins and Ryan Smith for the lead. Smith will have the inside line for Druids. He'll take up the lead running. Third place in number 14 is John Bowler, trying to force his way through on the inside. The local man Stephen Powell alongside Michael Oliver. They've all made it round so far. Michael Oliver will have the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. Stephen Powell has to go wide. Oliver up into 4th place. And the two bonneted trucks side by side. A decent start by Tom O'Rourke, the Scotsman, up alongside Stuart Oliver. But it's Ryan Smith who sets the pace from Jenkins. John Bowler in third. He had one win last season at Thruxton, his first Division 1 victory. Stuart Oliver back ahead of Tom O'Rourke as they move their way through Clearways and Clark Kerr, this long double right-hander up towards the start-finish straight. To complete the first lap of the season, Ryan Smith already in the clear, ahead of David Jenkins, over a second ahead. They've all made it round the first lap okay. There's a change for the lead in Division 2 because John Powell has got round the outside of the newer MAN of Paul Rivett. John Powell in the DAF, the Dutch-built machine, takes up the lead of Division 2. Neil Yates has dropped to the back. David Smith, the number 11, on his return in there ahead of Simon Cole. The two Division 2 pace setters ahead of a couple of the Division 1s, so the group's already mixing nicely. As Tom O'Rourke down the hill, it is John Powell, a new livery for him this year, the black and green RSM and Midland Caliper Centre sponsored DAF, heads the Division 2 pack. And out in front is Ryan Smith from Jenkins, Bowler, Michael Oliver. Then in fifth position is Stephen Powell, then Stuart Oliver, Tom O'Rourke in seventh. Division 2 lead battle 8th and 9th overall at the end of the second lap, ahead of David Smith in his first truck race since 2016. Over the line they go, the lead gap has doubled. Ryan Smith's just done a 58.524. That's considerably quicker than his pole position time. His pole position was a 59.5, so he's gone a full second quicker than his pole lap on that second lap of the race. Stephen Powell, number 3, runs a pub just down the road from Brands Hatch, coming under fire from the number 7 of Stuart Oliver, the 10-time British, 1-time European champion. New sponsors and a new livery for the number 7 and the number 12 this year. Sponsored by Tahuna Honey and GT Tyres. David Jenkins clear in second ahead of John Bowler, who's coming under a bit of pressure from Oliver Jr. Michael Oliver had one win last year. That was at Pembrey, if I remember rightly, in South Wales. Stephen Powell failed to win last year. He's had just one win in his Division 1 career. That was 2 years ago at Thruxton. He celebrated like he just won the championship when he took that victory. He's a former Division 2 champion. He's holding off Stuart Oliver, who might be lining him up for a move on this next lap. Lead gap is 2.4 seconds between Ryan Smith and David Jenkins. I can't remember the last time Ryan Smith wasn't leading the Division 1 championship. Stuart Oliver's all over Stephen Powell, but overtaking tricky here at Brands Hatch, and this is allowing Tom O'Rourke's new machine to close in as well. Down the hill towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. This is the battle for 5th position. Still Division 2 is led by John Powell further back in the number 6. There he is, the black truck, just ahead of Paul Rivett's MAN. Simon Cole a bit further back, and Tom O'Rourke's lost it, coming through Surtees there. He got sideways, and Tom O'Rourke, I think, has spun the 86. Did he gather that back up again? No, he's on the grass there. You can just see him on the top left of the picture. He's trying to get going again, but is he beached on the grass? There is O'Rourke. It's a new truck. He's churning up the grass. Motorsport Vision, the owners of this circuit, won't like that. Tom O'Rourke is our first spinner of the season, but he's got it going again. The new regulations for this year allow for a virtual safety car, effectively, or virtual safety truck, you might say, to be used when there is an incident, instead of the red flags automatically coming out. That means less loss of track time. Look at this challenge for the lead in Division 2 there, but Paul Rivett was left on the outside coming through Druids. And John Powell still holds the lead. Division 2 for the slightly less modified, less powerful trucks. They can certainly match their Division 1 counterparts. They're ahead of David Smith. Simon Cole is Division 2, he's next. Then Neil Yates, who made his debut midway through last season, had a huge accident at Thruxton in only his second meeting, but bounced back to race again at the end of the season. This is the fight for 3rd place. John Bowler going well. He won that race at Thruxton where Neil Yates crashed out. Chased by Michael Oliver, the man from Hexham in Northumberland. Certainly proven a match for his father on occasions. Ryan Smith continues to set the pace. He's 3¼ seconds clear now of David Jenkins. A further 4 seconds back in 3rd is John Bowler, or is he? Because Michael Oliver had a good look there down the inside into Graham Hill Bend. Not easy to get through there. Bowler goes wide over the curves. This is Michael Oliver's opportunity. He's up alongside the 14. Absolutely together as they go towards Surtees. Can he get the move done before the track swings back to the right? Yes, he can. Good driving by Michael Oliver up into P3 ahead of John Bowler. Fifth is still Stephen Powell ahead of Stuart Oliver. Stuart not able to make his way through. And then we've got the Division 2 battle further back. What can Stuart Oliver do? He'll have seen his son make that move for third place on John Bowler. He's thinking, well, if he can overtake, then so can I. But can he get past Stephen Powell? Plunge through Paddock Hill up Palewood Rise into Druids Bend. Oliver positioning himself. You can see he's positioning himself on the outside there, because that means he'll try and get the inside for the left-hander coming up, but Stephen Powell says, no, you're not. Moves across and takes the line, coming out of Druids down to Graham Hill. Stuart Oliver getting frustrated, no doubt, in there. Lead gap is now nearly 4 seconds. Ryan Smith ahead of David Jenkins, so it's as you were in 2023 at the front of the field. David Smith running a little bit wide there, coming off Graham Hill Bend over the curbs. Tom O'Rourke, I can tell you, is still going at the back of the field after his spin, and now Stuart Oliver's got a run on Stephen Powell, coming through Clearways, up alongside the number 3. They're absolutely together, but Stuart Oliver's got the inside line. He's going through, finally gets the move done, and up into 5th position. A little bit of bodywork flapping on the left-hand side of Stephen Powell's MAN. The Neil Yates recovery, Alco and Dine sponsor machine. He dodges across to the outside. Now he's going to try and get the line going down into Graham Hill Bend. Doesn't get alongside Stuart Oliver. They've effectively split into pairs in this race. Smith and Jenkins at the front, then Oliver and Michael Oliver and John Bowler, and Stuart Oliver and Stephen Powell. Then we've got the battle in Division 2. There's 1.2 seconds in it between John Powell and Paul Rivette. Just behind them is David Smith. So that's 3 together. Here they come. Stephen Powell trying to move back up onto the rear axle of Stuart Oliver, but the Volvo is getting away, the Volvo VNL. 8 laps in the book for Ryan Smith. He's over 5 seconds clear now. There he is. We've hardly seen him all race long. Fastest lap of the race, 58.524. As we said, that's a full second quicker than his pole time, almost 75 miles per hour average around Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. And when you consider that these trucks are electronically limited to 100 miles an hour, of course on the road they were restricted to 56, that is pretty impressive from Ryan Smith. David Jenkins a bit sideways there, coming off Graham Hill Bend. And Smith in the worldwide truck racing run, Northside Truck and Van sponsored Daimler Freightliner, the man from Mansfield in Nottinghamshire. David Jenkins behind him comes from Stafford. John Powell from Tonbridge in Kent, under intense pressure now for the Division 2 lead from Paul Rivette, the former saloon car star and multi-champion in the Renault Clio Cup UK. And a couple of goes in the British Touring Car Championship as well. He's really trying there as they come into Clearways, but he's outbraked himself there. He's run wide. Thought he was going to go wide over the curbs and onto the gravel there, Paul Rivette. He had to get the brakes on that Napa-sponsored MAN. It's allowing David Smith to close in. 9th overall, 7th in Division 1 on his return to racing. It's back in 2012 that David Smith won the Division 2 title. John Bowler coming under fire now for 4th place from Stuart Oliver. Recovering from getting a bit boxed in behind Stephen Powell at the start. Recovering from those problems in qualifying where he dumped quite a lot of fuel on the circuit, unfortunately. Thankfully that was repaired by the Oliver team. It's closing here on John Powell, John Bowler rather, the number 14, comes from Stockport in Cheshire. Former Division 2 race winner, made the move into Division 1 last season. Oliver a little bit sideways there, he's got a wheel onto the curb. All 12 trucks still going strong. Tom O'Rourke quite a way behind. He's over 11 seconds off Simon Cole at the back of the field after his spin earlier on. Ryan Smith, you just glimpse him there in the background going through Graham Hill Bend. Nearly 6.5 seconds clear of David Jenkins now. Jenkins having a fairly lonely race because he's 8.5 seconds clear of Michael Oliver. One driver who isn't having a lonely time of things, though, is John Bowler in 4th. He's under real pressure now from Stuart Oliver. There's Jenkins, the Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN. He only had a couple of wins last year. It was a fairly quiet season for Jenkins. His father, Tony Jenkins, was a truck racer before him and also raced in the Isle of Man TT on a motorcycle a few times. Tony Jenkins, the man who used to race the American Mack tractor unit in the British Championship. Not seen an American truck for many years now, apart from the Volvo Whites. Last man to race a Volvo White tractor unit was Brian Burns, the man from the West Country. I think that was the one he rolled over at Thruxton. Most famous American truck to race, of course, was back in the late 80s. The great Richard Walker raced his Kenworth in the European Championship, which was written off at Zolder when he piled into the back of Gert Korber's MAN. Just over 3 minutes to go now in this 15-minute race. Ryan Smith looking as safe as usual out in front. Stuart Oliver's still all over the back of John Bowler. Tries to get a run on him coming into Clearways. Can he get the cut back here into Clark Curve? He's going to try it down the Sir Jack Brabham straights. Here he comes. Stuart Oliver's got it exactly right there coming out of Clearways, and he's going to get that 4th place away. Up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Stuart Oliver takes 4th position. This race result will decide the grid for race 3. See how that turns out. The top 8 will be reversed. Now, if it's the top 8 in each division like it used to be, it would have been Neil Yates on pole. But if it's top 8 overall, you can see from our timing tower, it will be Paul Rivett and John Powell who will take the front row. And Paul Rivett only a couple of tenths now behind John Powell. He is all over the back of the DAF. Just can't quite find a way through. John Powell took the lead at the end of the first lap from Paul Rivett, who won the title on that tiebreak in terms of most race wins from Adam Bint last season. MAN sponsored by Napa Auto Parts and Tachosys, the tachograph company. So all these trucks, like road-going lorries, have to be fitted with a tachograph to record their performance, a bit like a black box. Never mind that, though, because Paul Rivett gets a run on the inside. There's contact. Round goes John Powell. And we have our first tangle of the season. They both go off. Now, where's Simon Cole? Cole could get through here. John Powell's the first to recover. Can Simon Cole get through, though? Because if he's close enough, he could take the lead in Division 2. No, he's not. They've got going again ahead of him. Well, good recovery by those two. And now Paul Rivett is almost pushing John Powell as they recover. Bit of steam and smoke coming off John Powell. So whether he's got some damage there, that's possible. You can see the right rear corner got a hit there from Paul Rivett. Bit of bodywork possibly rubbing on the tyre. But John Powell is still leading Division 2. Now, how far behind is Cole? No, he's dropped behind Neil Yates. Yeah, I think there's a tyre going down on John Powell's truck, but he'll try and get it to the finish. Paul Rivett is in with a chance here, though. Less than a minute on the clock, so Ryan Smith is all set to win this. He's 7.5 seconds clear of Jenkins, but it's all about this fight in Division 2. I thought they were both going to go into the gravel. There's contact again, and off goes Powell. Now, was that because he was slow off the corner, or did Paul Rivett try and force the issue? But whatever, John Powell has gone. He saw his tyre was going down there, so that's why he'd slowed up. Well, we've got the first bit of controversy of the season. Now, Ryan Smith coming up on Simon Cole. Cole has hit something. You can see he's got a bit of bodywork missing. But he's up to second in Division 2. He's moving over to let Ryan Smith through, who's going to be going through onto his last lap this time. He's just lapped Tom O'Rourke as well. Well, it didn't take long for everything to kick off again, did it? Over the line goes Ryan Smith to start his final lap. Just a few seconds left there. We were waiting to see if the checkered flag was going to go out that time, but he was just a few seconds too early. Ryan Smith is heading for victory, as he always seems to in the first race of the season, as he heads into his quest for that 9th consecutive Division 1 title. The gap has closed a little because of Ryan dealing with those back markers. David Jenkins got the gap down to 5.3 seconds, but he's not going to get close enough on this final lap. Now, Paul Rivett leading Division 2. There's Simon Cole still going. John Powell, I think, is out of it. And it's going to be a win for Flying Ryan. Here comes the Northside Truck and Van Daimler Freightliner. Takes it easy through the final corner. And starting once again, as he means to go on, as he looks for that 9th title, Ryan Smith comes in to take the victory. Well, the clock's counted down to 0. I don't see a checkered flag there, but the checkered flag has come up on the timing screen. So Ryan Smith takes it. 2nd place is going to go to David Jenkins, 6 seconds further back. And in 3rd position, it should be Michael Oliver ahead of Stuart Oliver. Oh, the checkered flag should be at that gantry on the pit straight. I'm not sure why there's no checkered flag there. So the Olivers 3rd and 4th, Michael ahead of Stuart. John Bowler is 5th, Stephen Powell 6th. It will be David Smith in 7th. John Powell is going to make it over the line. He crawls across the line with a flat rear tyre. He'll be a couple of laps down though. David Smith is 7th, and in Division 2 it's going to be Paul Rivette. Crosses the line to take the victory. In 8th place overall. 9th is Neil Yates. A lap down in 10th after a spin is Tom O'Rourke. Simon Cole a lap down in 11th. He'll be 2nd in Division 2. And John Powell 2 laps down, the final finisher. So provisional result then, Ryan Smith the winner by just over 6 seconds ahead of David Jenkins, and they were way ahead of 3rd place Michael Oliver, 13 seconds exactly in fact. Stuart Oliver was 4th, good run through past Stephen Powell and John Bowler, John taking 5th. David Smith on his return takes 7th, Paul Rivette in 8th, a rather controversial victory in Division 2. Then Neil Yates and Tom O'Rourke finishing completing the finishers in Division 1. Simon Cole 2nd in Division 2, and John Powell 2 laps down with damage after that contact with Paul Rivette. First day back at school then, certainly for the British Truck Racing Championship. Well done to their drivers. Ryan Smith got the fastest lap, 58.524 seconds, an average of 75 miles per hour around the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Is it going to be another season of dominance for Flying Ryan? Will his rivals bounce back? Well, shortly we'll be able to hand down to Parc Fermé for a chat to the drivers with our very own Pointy down on the ground. But certainly plenty of entertainment there. We're going to go into our lunch break next, and then we'll have qualifying for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. So we're going to resume a little later this afternoon. The next race due off at around 3 p.m, which is the MG Owners Club Championship, supported by Lancaster Insurance. MG's classic and modern in that race, always an entertaining and very friendly championship. Let's see what Pointy's up to down in Parc Fermé.
Keep it, hold it, hold it, hold it.
Boom.
Boom! Congratulations! Absolutely fantastic result. Michael Oliver, a brilliant qualifying. Brilliant pace. I mean, we saw you on the heels of John Bowler that whole first half of the race, and then you sailed past him. Phenomenal driving.
Phenomenal driving.
Phenomenal driving.
Phenomenal driving.
No walls, no gravel pits. I mean, you know, at least you got one out of the season, right?
I've never ever done this on a Saturday. I don't know, what's this? What do I do?
And how much rebuilding have you got to do to the truck when we go back in?
There's all of nothing to do, baby!
Oh, I mean, what a way to start the season. Beautiful new livery. We've got gold on the grille now as well. 50 years of Martin Oliver Transport. And of course, to start the season with a trophy. I mean, Dad almost got you, but he was still a couple of seconds behind.
Oh, but who got the fastest lap out of me and Daddy? I believe it was Michael. Hey!
Absolutely phenomenal, mate. Well done to you. Congratulations.
let's quickly whiz down. Dave, have you got to be in the truck?
No,
Congratulations, great race.
Yeah, it perhaps wasn't the most exciting race, but we were late getting the deal together this winter. I've had immense support from my team, from my family and from my sponsors. So hello to everybody at home that can't be with us this weekend, especially Flossie and George, Mummy and Layla and Grandpa Tone that's at home watching. So yeah, really, really pleased. If you'd said to me 5 weeks ago that we'd be finishing P2 here at Brands, I didn't think we were even going to be here. So we are going to take the fight to Ryan this year. We just need a bit more time.
Flame lit under the belly of Dave Jenkins. Thank you very much. Right, that's all we've got time for down here in the pit lane. But tune back in shortly where we'll be down in Parc Fermé talking to the drivers in a slightly quieter atmosphere, and we'll have some trophies for you as well over the lunch break. See you very soon.
Right, it's a very special weekend here at Pembrey. It's all about families in the paddock. Stephen Power here, of course, from the British Truck Racing Championship, and Lexi Power as well for her first ever race weekend with the JSCC. Lexi, let's start with you. How are you feeling ahead of this weekend?
Well, quite excited, but quite nervous as well, but mostly excitement. But yeah.
Stephen, it must be quite special for you having your daughter here racing as well.
Yeah, it's great. It's been a long time coming, sort of thing. We was going to do Brands, but it was a bit early. So there's been a big build up to it, and she's handled with it really well, like so laid back, which has really impressed me. She had a really big shunt yesterday.
Yeah, and, you okay?
Yeah, all right.
She's fine, but it was a bit of a scare to be fair. But she got back out there today, and she's outstanding. And it's so a proud moment as a parent, to be honest with you. And like, obviously we promote the racing, and to have her here, it's hard because like you feel a bit disjointed because they're in the inside, but. Charmaine's over there all the time, so our phones have gone flat already, but she's smashing it. I'm so proud of her. Yeah, it makes me heart pound, it really does.
Well, you're back at Pembrey. You've obviously raced here before. Has anything changed from last time?
No, not at all. We start 17th year here now, so we used to come here 3 times a year, then twice, only once this year. Unfortunately, we're going to do Le Mans, but it's a great circuit. It's really good when it's dry. It's good when it's wet, but obviously if they have a lot of rain, the grass is quite dangerous. So, but no, it's a great circuit. It's good for the spectators; they can see a lot of it, and to watch these lads and lasses as well with these kids in these saxos, it's impressive, you know. So
I think it's incredible. Teenagers hurtling around the racetrack, terrified for it. Must be terrifying for a father.
Oh, it is. You know what? If I'm honest with you, like, they've always been on our calendar. We've never paid any attention till this weekend, and just to see them, and like you see them over there, and like how small they are and how tall they are, but how quick they're going, it's brilliant. You know, it's really good.
So I imagine Lexi and Dad has been giving quite a bit of tips around and the best routes around here. What have you learnt from him so far?
Well, I learned quite a lot from him, like how to take the corners and like my braking points and everything. So we've got a sim, so we've been practicing on that quite a lot, and just what speed I need to be going in and out of the corners.
Would you say, has your dad helped inspire you into motorsport?
Yeah, definitely.
What's it like being, you know, we have to be honest, aren't we? One of few females actually racing. There is a few of you in the JSCC, isn't there?
There's 4 of us, yeah.
Do you form a bit of a bond together?
I've only really only 2 of us really this weekend, and I've not been to any of the other ones, so I haven't even spoke to one of the other girls, but yeah.
Now, you've done qualifying already,
Yeah.
Had a practice session as well this morning. How'd you go?
Qualifying. It went alright, but I'm in a new car, so I was just trying to learn the limits of that car, which has been quite difficult, but it's going alright.
It's got no power steering as it compared to the other ones, so
Every
she's
other
struggling.
car I've been in has got
But,
powered steering.
Like I say, just for her to go around without that is, I'm so proud of her. It's unbelievable. So.
I don't think I've ever driven a car that doesn't have power steering.
I didn't think it existed anymore until they said it, but they put a bigger steering wheel on it, so it's like this and that. No, but it's made it a bit easier. But it's just a great weekend, and like to see all the kids doing it, it's really, really good. So.
Do you find, Stephen, you've prepared for this weekend differently, knowing that Lexi's racing?
It's been different. I can't even explain how you feel, if I'm honest with you. It's like it's been at my mind all the time through it, but she's really laid back. Like I say, we've practiced a lot on the sim, but I step back because as much as I give her advice, I don't give her pressure, but she feels. You get nervous with me, didn't you? So Ryan's been really helpful, basically. So because I said, look, I'll tell you. She asked me when she needs something, and that's the best way to be. So I don't want to give her the pressure of a parent doing it. So Ryan's been really helpful to her, and if she wants a correct, she asks me, and I'll tell her the answer, and that's it. Because if you pressurise them, they don't need it, and it's a bit of fun, and it really is. And if it goes somewhere, that's great, and I think it will, and she's doing really well. So.
Is that what this is, Lexi, for you? Just enjoy it, see where it goes?
This season just gonna be a bit of practice and just fun, and next year gonna go for it. So
You both look so cool. I mean, Stephen, you've done this before. It's, you know, this isn't your first rodeo, is it? But Lexi, you've got to race a little bit later. You just seem very calm. Yeah.
I do feel quite calm, a bit more, not as calm as I was yesterday, but after that happened. But yeah, it's all right.
That's part of motorsport, isn't it?
We're both very laid back before. We get very agitated when we're out there just after, but for sure. But it's like, look, we've got a great team around us with the trucks that also help Lexi with a car. And it's like, it's a big family. And it's just like, yeah, that word surreal, you know, they use on Big Brother. I don't know what it means, but it does feel like that. It's really, you just watch her and you're like, say, oh, you just don't know how you feel. You can't put your finger on the button, what you call it, but it's like, it's great. It's really, really good. So.
How did you feel when she was qualifying? Do you watch it, or because I've spoken to parents before with junior saloons, and some mums and dads say I can't watch them when they're out on track. They just hide themselves away.
No, I watch it. It's really difficult because a lot of times she's just out one before us, so we're watching from the gate as we're coming on, which is great. Because I mean, you see a good view. Charmaine, I've got a big shout out to her. She's been backwards and forwards like anything, and like she's given a lot of support, which obviously she would. And sometimes I feel a bit disjointed. I feel like I'm not there enough for her. But obviously, it's how it runs. This circuit's probably worse than other because the track's in the middle. So, Fruxton, I think they're with us, aren't you? Is that the other meeting? And November Brands, yeah. So, yeah, we'll just see how it goes. I mean, Pat, the lad team, he's doing a very good job for us. He's a lovely fella. So, everyone's just a phone call away. So, it's great, and we'll just see where it goes. And she's really impressed me. I mean, after the crash yesterday, to go back out there today, it's
nerves of steel.
100%. Yeah, she's got no fear. Yeah, I can't wait for the rest of it.
Well, guys, we're going to see you out on track a little bit later. You've got another race. You've got a race later today as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Best of luck. We're talking to families. We've got another family over here. Come on, mate. Come on. Come on, mate. Well done. Simon.
How you doing,
mate? I'm good. Okay, we're just talking about families. We've just spoken to, of course, Stephen and Lexi, but father and son here as well. Archie, let's come to you first. Your first race in the trucks. Not your first ever race ever, though, of course. We've got a history together, haven't we? How was it out there?
Unreal. For being the first time ever in a truck properly, like, yeah, I've driven it about the yard and stuff, but not on track and stuff like this. It's an unreal experience compared to the cars. Absolutely unreal.
So what inspired you, Archie, to go racing? Is it the old man?
Well,
not old.
But yeah. Obviously, being around the trucks all my life is something that's always been a dream to me. For the opportunity to come up and get into it fully, and be able to get on track in one, it's a dream coming to reality for me. So yeah, it was all following in the footsteps of Dad, because I've been brought up around it, and then that was my passion of what I loved.
I spoke to Stephen Powell. It's a little bit different for you because Archie has raced for a fair few years now, isn't he? So you're not it's not a first rodeo for you two, but it's a first rodeo for you two on the same grid together. How was it for you, Simon?
Yeah, it's quite difficult actually, because obviously we're on the radio. I'm asking, even just at the start there, what's wrong with Archie? I could see in the mirror something was wrong with him, so you know, might have took me out the game a little bit. But I'm doing all right today. We had a good result today. Yeah, it's much different to when he done juniors, but it's all experience. So.
Was this always the plan then, Archie, for you to go from, because you've done some junior racing, haven't you, and then was the plan always to go into trucks?
Obviously not straight away. Obviously the money of it is very expensive, so I never thought I'd be able to have the budget type thing to get out in one fully, but the opportunity I got given was a deal not to take, so I went for it, and I finally made it.
I saw your pictures on social when you got your HGV. How cool was that? That must have been such a cool day.
Yeah, that was a very good day. It was very good. Obviously, I needed it for this, but it's something that I've always wanted to have, considering the job I do, obviously, where I'm a HGV mechanic as well, so it's handy to have that. But getting that on the road as well, it's another thing to say I've got and done in my life.
Can I just say, if the Websters are watching, Annabella did ask me to give you a big shout out, so there you go. Simon, have you found yourself with Archie on the same grid as you, preparing a little bit different this weekend?
No, not really. We concentrate on Archie because obviously a lot of these trucks, they're harder than what people think to drive. There's a lot of, I've been doing it for years, so experience plays a big part in them, especially in changing weather conditions and setup and bits like that. But my truck, I can drive around it with a bit of experience, so we're more concentrating on Archie, and I think by the end of the weekend he'll be out driving that truck anyway, and then we'll try and progress it on a little bit more, a few modifications for him to get him a bit faster.
talk about going a little bit faster then, right? If the opportunity comes, right, you can dive down the inside of Dad here and take the place. You're going to do it, right?
Yeah, of course.
You're not going to let that happen, are you?
Oh, no, I won't let it happen, no. Racing.
Racing is racing. All family loyalties are gone during the races. Guys, thank you so much. We're going to see you back on track a little bit later as well. It's great to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Families in the paddock. There we go. More action coming up throughout the course of the day. I'll be back soon.
It's Flying Ryan.
Caught the rain as well, typical, isn't it? But we've got a very special feature coming up for you now. Now, you may remember at Brands Hatch, we tested some of the drivers, their reactions. It was a physical test. Well, this is something a little bit different. So to be a race driver, of course, you've got to be quick, you've got to be brave, but you've also got to have a little bit upstairs as well. So here we are in Wales. You may remember if you tuned into our coverage at Zandvoort, we did a little word association game. I had words written in Dutch and the drivers had to guess what they meant in English. So we're going to do the same because we're in Wales. So I've got some Welsh words written on my clipboard here. We've got about 3 or 4 teams of 2 and we're going to honour females in motorsport. So, ladies, if you would please introduce yourself and what you do in motorsport. Let's start here.
I'm Vicky McClinton. I'm the Junior Saloon Car General Manager, along with Clerk of the Course for many championships.
I'm Laura Payne. I am the Junior Saloon Car Championship Coordinator, and I work for Caterham as well.
Yes, you do. Of course. We played this game together, didn't we, over in Zandvoort. Right, so on my clipboard I have some Welsh words written. If you can tell me what they are in English, you get 1 point. Okay, so I'm just going to pop this down a second. So let's just pop that there. First one, nice. We're going to start off nice and easy. Now, the other teams, by the way, are up there. So we can't let them cheat. Okay, so we're going to have to turn our back. Look at them all. They're all up there waiting. So here we go. This is the first. We're going to start easy. Okay. What does that mean?
Oh, I've seen it.
It's not like hello or something, is it? I've seen it. Or is it like...
Everybody's screaming right now.
Is it Welsh? Something? So it means hello?
We're starting off strong.
Well, it stands for Wales. Now, I don't think that is... what do we think? A point?
Welsh.
I don't think so. 0 point so far for Vicky and Laura. Second one, quite an easy one as well. Look, what does that mean?
Pembrey.
Pembrey, 1 point. 1 point. Well done. Okay, here we go. What does this mean?
Ooh. Hotel?
Hang on.
Is it motorsport related?
No.
Not motorsport.
It's Welsh. It's something to do. It's very Welsh.
Welsh cake. Oh no, that's Welsh.
What is the national flower of Wales?
What's the national flower of Wales?
Is it daffodil?
Daffodil. Well done. Half a point because I had to give him a massive clue. This one?
Racing trucks.
Correct. Yeah, well, truck racing, but yeah, same subject. This is absolutely unbelievable. This one?
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Is it racing related?
It's not racing related. It's a traditional English dish.
Traditional English?
Fish and chips. Yeah. Yeah. And this one? Let me just check.
Oh, if you can't remember this.
No, I know. This is. You want to see this first?
Check a flag.
Check a flag. And this one? It's not anything to do with Frozen, and you do not want to be in this place.
Last
place.
Last place. Congratulations. There we go. How many did they get? 5. We're making it up. We're about 5. Ladies, thank you so much. Can we go? Can you go bring in team 2, please? I'm going to pop the brolly up very quickly because it is absolutely heaving it down. We're just going to wait for team 2. We are literally doing this at the worst possible time. It's been beautiful sunshine all morning, and now the heavens have absolutely opened. I wonder how this is going to impact things throughout the course of the day. Here come team 2 making their way down. We are honouring females in motorsport. Big thank you to everybody for tuning in. Here they are, team 2. They look confident, they look eager, they look ready. Can I please ask you your names and what it is you do in motorsport?
Yeah, so I'm Tracy and I'm Kieran Roberts' mum, so he races and I just keep them all organised really.
Fantastic.
What's your name?
Willow.
And over here.
Jade.
Jade.
Kelly.
And Kelly. Right, okay, so if you don't know what we're going to do, I've got some Welsh words written on here. You've got to identify what they are in English. You get a point for every single one you get right. Top score so far is a rather meagre 5 points. Okay? All right, so I'm going to pop my brolly down again, and we're going to go into... Let's start off nice and easy, okay? If you can't get this one, and I'll give you a little hint here, they couldn't even get this one, and this is easy. What does that mean? Wales. 1 point. What's that?
Pembrey.
2 points. I'll tell you something here. This is pretty good going. We're racing through these now because it's getting pretty well. What's this one? Now this is not motorsport related, but it's very Welsh.
I haven't got a clue.
What is the national flower of Wales? Daffodil. Let me just double check that is daffodil. It is indeed. This one should be quite an easy one. Just have a look at it.
Racetrack.
Yeah, truck racing, but it's the same thing. So we'll give you that one. There's another point there, by the way. This one, here we go. This is not motorsport related. It's food related. Quite a popular dish across the UK. It's quite a traditional English dish. They have it in Wales.
Cheese on toast. Did you say Welsh rabbit?
No, it's more. Well, they have it in Wales. Fish and chips. My point. And this one here. Hang on, I can't remember. I can never remember what these ones are. No cheating. I know what it is. Okay, this is motorsport related.
Sign.
You want to see this. You want to be the first to see this.
Checkered flag.
Checkered flag. Hey. And this is the final one. Very apt as well. Nothing to do with Frozen, by the way. Okay. You see that? Now, this is motorsport related. You do not want to be here. Well, it's true, but that's not the answer. Last place. Congratulations. How many points? 6 points. We have a leader. Ladies, if you don't mind, you please go back up. If you could bring the next team down. We've got one more team to go. Thank you so much. Let's hope nobody's been cheating. So one more team to come. I'm getting absolutely drenched here, but hey, it's all for a little bit of fun. It is the lunch break here at Pembrey for the British Truck Racing Championship, the Junior Saloon Car Championship. We've got track action coming up for you. Pickup trucks are here as well, and of course the Mini Challenge Trophy, all live. And tomorrow the Welsh Sports Car Club are here as well. Every single race brought live and exclusive for you here. Here they come. Our next team are making their way down. They look eager, they look ready, they look confident, they look like they know they're Welsh. So ladies, if you could just forward a camera, say who you are and what it is you do in motorsport.
I'm Melissa Graham, I'm Sherry Ann Powell's mechanic.
Now I'm going to hazard a guess that this is Sherry Ann Powell.
Yeah, I'm Sherry Ann Powell and I just raced the Saxo.
Fantastic. Right, ladies. I think you probably know what we're going to do here. Okay, I've got a number of words written in Welsh which you've got to identify what they mean in English. Okay, so I'm going to pop this down. We're going to start off nice and easy. You get a point for every single one you get right. The leading score so far is 6. I think I've got 8 in total. Okay. What does that mean?
Oh, that's Wales.
1 point. See, nice and easy. Now, I think it's not hard. Melissa knows the stuff. This one. 2 points. This is easy peasy, this, isn't it? Here we go. It's going to get harder. What's this? Now, this is not motorsport related. It is Welsh, though. Do you know what the national flower of Wales is?
National flower?
Yeah.
A daisy?
Daffodil or something, isn't it?
Daffodil. It's daffodil. Congratulations. I am very much... Right, this one, you must get this one.
Racetrack.
Yeah, truck racing, race truck, whichever way. That's 3 points so far. I think you think pretty good. He's still got quite a few to go. Bit harder this one, but it's a traditional dish. Give up?
Yeah.
Fish and chips. Fish and chips. Okay, right.
Yeah, but
Well,
it's in Welsh.
But it's in Welsh. This one? I always forget this one. Unfortunately, I wrote them on the back. Now, this will be very apt for you. You really want to see this before anybody else.
I want to see that.
Yeah. You want to see this before anybody else for your race this afternoon.
I know what it is.
My car.
Well, yeah, you want to see. Let's put her out.
Checkered flag.
Checkered flag. Thank you very much. Checkered flag. We're going to test Ella as well in a minute as well, and this one. And Sherry Ann, this is where you just do not want to be here.
Grass. Don't want to be on the grass.
That's true. But if you were to go on the grass, it would probably put you in this place.
A barrier. Wall.
Not quite as extreme as that.
Tile wall.
Where do you not want to finish? You don't want to finish. Last place. Congratulations. There we go. Well, what was the score there, Craig? 7. Blimey, is that it for teams? Do we have another team? Or is it well, there we go. Our winning team here, Melissa and Sherry Ann Powell. Before we let you girls go, just tell us, what's it like being a female in motorsport? Let's start with you, Melissa.
I think it's a lot more fun than I think people realise, because you have like a whole community of girls, so you're all supporting each other.
Sherry?
Yeah, it's actually great, to be fair.
What's your expectation this weekend, Sherry?
To finish the race. Yeah. That's it. Just finish the race.
What's this weather doing now? What is going on with this? Because we've had beautiful sunshine. Do you like a bit of a damp track?
No.
Very straight answer, is it? Looks like, Melissa, you might have a little bit of work to do tonight.
Yes, hopefully not, but maybe. We'll see.
Ladies, thank you so much for joining us. Everybody's up there as well. Thank you very much. You didn't win. These two won. These are the winners. Thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate it. Still so much action. Thank you to Craig as well, by the way, for taking the scores for us. Thank you very much. I'm not too sure where 7 came from, but we'll give them the win anyway. Congratulations. A lot more action coming up for you just as we start to finish. The rain starts to give up as well. Unbelievable, isn't it? But I hope you enjoyed that. How many did you get right as well? Comment below in the live stream with the BARC. Hit subscribe whilst you're there and like, just so we can keep bringing you even more live motorsport. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Ewan. We've got more action coming up for you this afternoon here at a very wet Pembrey.
Right, welcome back to Pembrey after that lunch break. We're still officially on lunch right now for a lot of people here in South West Wales, but we've got the qualifying going on for the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Because you might be looking at this thinking, how on earth are these cars related? And it just has come down to some Welsh heritage, not for the vehicles themselves, but the entrance generally. Although, to throw that into the mix, you can actually enter from anywhere. So we do have, just to give you an idea of what is on track right now, you might see flying around a Renault Twingo, Renault Clio, Mazda RX-8, Devrian MK Mark 6, BMW 330 Club Sport. We've got a Darien T90. That is the car of Derry Davies, the car number 5. We've also got a Westfield, a Mini Saloon, a Ginetta, and we might have... No, he's not on track. On the entry list, we did have an MNR Kawasaki. That was for Russell Haggerty, but he is not on track right now. We do have one off the track. That is the number 56. Is it? Can't quite see on the windscreen there. 40, kind of a 40, Harvey. So that is... Again, another one that wasn't. I'm just looking in the programme. I'm going to go to my official notes now. I'm going to move away from the programme, which of course was printed a few days ago, and find out and tell you from my own notes what we're looking at, because that might look like a Porsche to me, but let's have a little look.
Session on track now, the first half
Yeah,
of the
a Porsche Boxster, yeah.
And that is
I mean, I knew I was right, but I didn't want to say it and look stupid, just in case, because it was the official entry times. So qualifying going on. If you've watched this last year, you'll recognise a couple of the cars. So the Ginetta G55 GT4 by Everall, the car 169, and Baker, the car number 11, the Mazda RX-8. These are some standout performance from last year too, and it's very rare you'll see a mix of this kind on the track. So it's one of those things, a bit like the track action later on. Our last race on track from 4:40 officially. See how the schedule goes. We're on track right now, and that is another real mashup of machines. These guys don't actually race until tomorrow. They've got 2 races tomorrow, but because we're so jam-packed with racing, they are qualifying this afternoon. So they race tomorrow at 12:15. I'm sure they have 2 races. Oh yeah, and 4:55, the last race of the day tomorrow as well. So they race from tomorrow midday onwards. So a very early qualifying session for these guys. As you can see, several classes in this field too. Let me get some notes for you. And also, I must mention, you can see on track quite clearly, for the first truck race of the day, absolute beautiful sunshine, and that was forecast. And then about half an hour ago, kind of from nowhere, other than in the sky, an absolute deluge came down. So we are pretty wet here right now in Pembrey, which is a surprise, because every single time I've been to Pembrey, it's generally in May and October, those type of dates. It's generally absolutely beautiful, and it was driving in this morning. So we'll, fingers crossed, the sunshine comes back, but gotta be honest, a bit of dampness on track makes it a bit exciting, doesn't it? Now, if you're, of course, not here just watching from home, or maybe you're watching this from trackside, if you are not here, then please do try and get down tomorrow. There's tickets on the gate, because it's not just racing going on the asphalt here. There's actually a lot going on off the track too, because it is the Convoy Cymru, the first of 3 convoy events across the year. There is Red Dragon and Monster Truck rides going on across the 2 days. There is some high-octane thrills in the Squib Freestyle as well, so motorbikes as well as cars on track. Bus rides, these are very popular. During the lunch break, I think it's scheduled tomorrow. In fact, it was scheduled today, but I haven't seen them going round. But they can get on a double-decker red bus and go round the track a couple of times too. Live music, family fun, there's rides galore here. Of course, when there's rides, there's also popcorn. There is also all sorts of sweeties and ice creams, etc. etc. Plenty of stands to keep the children entertained, or the young adults too. So please do make your way down to Pembrey tomorrow. Today it is absolutely jam-packed. I've been here many, many times. I've never seen it as busy as I have today. Queuing, quite a long queue to be honest, to get in this morning, but that only goes to show the popularity of the event down here at the home of Welsh Motorsport. Now, let's have a look back at qualifying here. In fact, on my notes as well, let's have a little look, a bit more of a detail into the Welsh Motorsport Saloon Championship. In fact, this 34th year of the competition for the Welsh Wonders. and it is, as I mentioned, a multi-mark series, and it is a very, very popular draw too. Of course, we very much enjoy and love the single series or single car races, but when you're up close to some of these vehicles, watching them go side by side, it's a little bit like the pre-66s or the pre-82s. It's just an absolute wonder to see them going side by side and literally toe to toe as well. There will be some that are going to be blisteringly fast. Well, that is of course why we have the different classes. So every single person here, first and foremost, have a bit of fun, but also be competitive as well. The reigning champion is Wayne Spiller. He is third in class right now in the 96. But he was quote, a tour de force in the category last year, and is looking to defend his title. We do have the results, or up-to-date points totals for the championship. Let me get these out of my little folder here. I've got all my paperwork lined up in front of me for our next race, which is the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy class. But I'll just dig into my paperwork here.
106.392. Getting the rain ease, track begins to dry, there'll be the on dry line.
So car number 40 that we saw leave the track, yeah, the Rocket Dog Racing sponsored car, the Porsche Boxster. That was an invitation, James Harvey. That is why he was not in the programme as an entrant. Now, Wayne Spiller, reigning champion, is the current leader of the pack with 38 points in total across 2 races. 6-point lead over Simon Baker in his Mazda RX-8. Baker's leading in class right now. Same class as Spiller in his also Mazda RX-8. And Chris Everill in the Ginetta G55 is 28 points, 4 points back. It was actually a double win for Wayne Spiller in the opening round competition. That was at Castle Combe on the 1st of April. It's just a 5-round series, 10 races in total, 2 races per weekend. Already been to Castle Combe, Pembrey today and tomorrow, then Anglesey, Brandsatch and Silverstone, right through until September. So it's quite from April to September, just 5 rounds, but stretched out across the year. 20 points for a win. However, there's only 3 in class, it's 18, and hence the points totals for Wayne Spiller. Now, I understand Ian Woodhouse, our roving reporter, has found somebody either in the paddock or the pit lane. So let's jump down to Ian now and see who he has found. Ian, over to you.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the assembly there. I'm delighted to say the rain has finally stopped, although the Pembrey circuit is very, very damp indeed. Time for the first race of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. If you watched the coverage last time out at Snetterton, Harry Hickton taking a pair of wins, Sam Gorno also on the top spot. We had an absolute corker, close racing all throughout. We're expecting more of the same. This man over here, though, on pole position. Let's grab a quick chat with Alex Keynes, a very keen man in the top position. Oh, awful, wasn't it, Alex? Yeah, absolutely awful. But qualifying went very well for you, obviously in first place, but completely different conditions now, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm still feeling a bit confident, if I'm being honest. I've got a lot of practice around here, and I'm just ready to get out there, to be honest.
What's the biggest challenge around Pembrey? Because it's not often we come here, is it really?
No, it's what, 2 years since the last time. Yeah. But I mean, I think the nature of the track, like the length, it's just like trying to extract as much time out of every single corner as possible, and then it's just so easy to overdrive it and like lose time. It's just really difficult in that regard.
Of course, the $1 million question is, can you keep this lot behind you?
Well, if we get a good launch off the line, I think we'll be quite safe, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
So, mate, Alex, thanks so much. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Let's keep moving around. James Black, of course, on the podium last time out at Snetterton. He wants that top spot, though, don't you, James? And that's what you're going to be gunning for here.
Yeah, definitely. I think we showed the pace in qualifying, me and Alex, that we can deliver a good time and there was a little bit left in the tank from my lap as well. So yeah, I think we've got a good chance.
Well, we had a heavy downpour of rain during the lunch break. Were you like yes, or were you like oh no?
I'll keep that a secret from you, Ian.
Don't give anything away. Don't give anything away.
It's spiced it up a little bit. It'll be interesting how the race develops, because say it's completely different to the testing, the conditions we had yesterday and this morning. So yeah, it should be interesting.
Should be interesting. He's not giving too much away, is he? I'll see you after the race, mate. Good to see you. Best of luck, yeah? Thanks for talking to us. Let's keep moving around, shall we? We've got Sam Gornerhill, winner, of course, last time out. And you want more taste of that first place, don't you?
Yeah, we got our first win out at Snetterton in race 1. But unfortunately, our luck ended there. We didn't finish race 2, clutch problem. And then race 3 we had an ABS fault, which we still managed to bring home in 5th place, but considering our pace we had, it's not what we really wanted.
Not what you wanted, but you must take heart coming here knowing that, do you know what, the car is quick, and that's what you want, isn't it, at the start of the season. Snetterton the first round, of course, so you come here knowing that the pace is there, right?
Yeah, obviously Snetterton's a very hard circuit, so if you're quick at Snetterton, you should be pretty quick everywhere else. So yeah, definitely put us in the right step forward for the rest of the season.
Top man, best of luck, Sam. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Let's just move down a little bit, shall we? This man here, Harry Hickton, taking a pair of wins. He's the championship leader in the early stages as well. Let's just pop around. Harry, of course, Snetterton went exceptionally well for you. A pair of wins over there, but you've got a bit of work to do here, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like it easy. But yeah, I mean, it's all good and fun. But I mean, we've done a lot of hard work at Snetterton. We've given ourselves a buffer, a decent championship lead. So, you know, it's not even about winning races this weekend. It's just getting good points.
Is that the mindset already? It's still early in the championship. Of course, this is only the second meeting of the year for the Mini Challenge Trophy. But you're already thinking about just points.
Yeah, I mean, that mindset is probably what separates, you know, people at the top to people that struggle to get there. So, I think it is still early, so we've got to pick up some really strong points and hopefully, you know, hopefully a few more wins, because you know who doesn't want to win. But yeah, that's the main plan really. I mean, we just got to play it smart, and then that's points make prizes. So that's the main game.
I love that, points make prizes. Best of luck, Harry. I'll let you crack on. Thanks for talking to us. Indeed, I'm literally walking through a puddle. I mean, literally, that is how much rain you had. You probably saw in one of the VTs that we did during the lunch break. We got absolutely drenched. In fact, it went out pretty quick. Let's just move along a little bit further and chat to some of the drivers a little bit further down the grid. So we've got John's in the car here, just having a quick chat with his team, Accelerate Motorsport. I wonder if I can just jump. Can I jump in? Sorry. Yeah, have a quick chat with John. How are we feeling?
Yeah, really good actually. Could have had a stronger qualifying. We're quick, just couldn't put the lap together, but it's just one of those things. But I think with the mixed conditions, it's going to dry quite quick, and yeah, really confident for going and making progress.
So you look like you're feeling quite bullish in here. What can you do from this position? Oh, sorry, no, go ahead. Oh, don't give away any trade secrets. We don't want to find out. There we go. We good. You sound pretty bullish then. You know, the dampness is going to be the great leveller.
Sorry, buddies. Hang on.
No, don't. If you need to talk, don't you worry about us. John, you're more important than us, so don't worry. You're more important than us, John, so don't worry. You've got important team stuff to do. That's all. I was saying, you know, you're feeling quite bullish from this position, and of course the damp conditions make it a great leveller, don't they?
It does. Love the mixed conditions. Done a little bit of testing around Snetterton when it's been monsoon and Silverstone and things like that, but yeah, make a bit more of a level playing field and stuff like that, so we're good to go.
Top man, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. That's one of the beauties of being live, isn't it? Absolutely anything can happen indeed. Let's move over here, actually. Ashley Gregory. We've spoken to Ashley in Junior Series as well before. She's probably seen me coming over and absolutely panicking. But let's just jump in and say hello to Ashley. Ashley, it's good to see you again. How are we feeling today?
Quite confident, to be honest. We've had a good qualifying this morning, so looking forward to building on it in the race.
How did Snetterton go for you, and what's the expectation for the entire season?
Consistently finish up the front, really. Obviously we've got a year behind us now, so the further in the field we can get, but ideally top 10 consistently.
These damp conditions make things exciting, don't they? Were you cheering when it was raining in the lunch break?
I can say that again.
I say the damp conditions certainly changed things up a little bit. Were you celebrating in the lunch break when the rain was coming down?
Not particularly. It was a bit of a last minute decision. We didn't really know whether to go wets or slicks. Should make it interesting out there. I think there's a little bit of a mix. I quite like the wet, to be honest myself, but we'll see how we get on.
Ashley, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. You take care. Right, almost time to get going. Let's just move down a little bit further. We've got a little bit of time. We have just had a qualifying session out on track. We had, of course, a lengthy lunch break, didn't we? We've had one race today so far, of course, the British Truck Racing Championship race 1. That one finished. I'm not too sure, actually. There was a bit of confusion, I think, with the final results on that one, but do keep your eyes peeled across the BARC social media channels. If you're watching on the BARC YouTube channel as well, please do hit that like button and subscribe. All of the live motorsport action we bring you is completely free for you to tune in and watch. If you hit that subscribe, it enables us to keep bringing you more and more motorsport, and it just, of course, means you get to watch it all and we don't miss any of the action here. Reese is just getting... Let's go... we'll leave Reese to crack on because we've got Frankie over here. We spoke to Frankie last time out as well with this absolutely psychedelic livery here. It makes my eyes go a little bit nuts, and it's on your helmet as well, Frankie. How did the design come around?
It's everywhere. To be honest with you, we kind of just chucked loads of colours at a pattern, and we put it on. I first put it on a Saxo, and ever since then it's just looked mint, and it's always caught people's eyes, so I've stuck with it, and it looks perfect.
I love it, absolutely love it. So Frankie, tell us, what is it like taking one of these around Pembrey?
It's a bit of a mission, to be honest with you. It's one of them tracks that destroys your tyres, so you've got to be nice and smooth, nice and kind to the car. But if you're kind, it'll be kind back to you and you're fast. So I didn't do it in the quali, but we'll see how this one goes.
You're going to do it in a race, yeah? What can you do from where you are?
I'm hoping, I've got four new wets on, so I'm hoping I can get top 10 at least, but I'm hoping top 5 from all the way back here.
Oh, I love it, Frankie. Best of luck there. Watch out for this man. He's going to go for top 5 from back here. As you might be able to see, one of the Welsh sports cars has just been towed back in to the inner paddock here. Let's make our way back to the front. We're a cracking grid of cars in it. So Alex Keanes was the fastest man in qualifying, and James Black, and Harry Hickton, Sam Gornall, Jamie Keats, Ronnie Smith, Alex Solly, Callum Eason, Luca Marini Osborne and Harvey Rigby. They are your top 10. They've been told to fire up the engines. You can hear it is starting to get loud here at Pembrey, and the second race of the day is about to get underway. It is the Bear 2 Mini Challenge Trophy, and it's live. Let's hand over to your commentator, Ewan, to take you through the action.
Thank you, Ian. Great to hear from some of our drivers ahead of our first race of the weekend in the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy class, our second race of the action today, getting underway very shortly. Well, we'll look at the grid coming up in just a moment as well. Leading the championship, Harry Hickton, after 2 wins in the opening round at Snetterton. He leads the championship by a healthy margin of 44 points right now over Alex Solly. Third place, arguably one of the drivers of the round at Snetterton, Ronnie Smith, in the rookie class for Chandler Motorsport. He had some no podiums, but very, very consistent across the entire weekend. So let's have a look through the grid. On the front row, Alex Keanes and James Black for Graves Motorsport teammates locking out the front row. Then Sam Gornall for Westbourne Motorsport, Harry Hickton, our championship leader, on the second row for Westbourne Motorsport. So 2 Graves and 2 Westbourne. There's a great start to this race. Row 3, Jamie Keats for Performance Tech and Ronnie Smith, leader in the rookie competition. 3 rookie wins at Snetterton not too long ago. On row number 4, Harvey Kirby and Alex Solly. In row 5, Gabe Fairbrother and Ashley Gregory. Just heard from her home team, Ashley Gregory Racing, as well. So that is our first 5 rows of the grid. Moving on to row 6 and onwards. Just getting a breakup of pictures right now. You can see something that I can't right at this moment. I did make some notes though. So down elsewhere, let me run through, in fact, some stats from last week. Just said Ronnie Smith had 3 wins in the Rookie Cup. Harry Hickton, as well as leading the overall, leads the Graduate Cup, again that 2 wins and a second place. The Directors' Cup is a lot more, I'm going to say, competitive right now. 3 separate winners in the Directors' Cup at Snetterton. John Castle, Ben Taylor and Paul Manning all getting a win apiece, but sitting on top by just 3 points. John Castle over his teammate at Accelerate Sports, Ben Taylor. They go toe-to-toe again today. I'm going to say the guy to watch of our entire tyre grid today. Keep your eye on Cameron Wood, one of the Chandler Motorsport drivers. He is leading the championship in terms of places gained across the first three races, of course, at Snetterton. He gained 16 places over those three races. Second place on that list, Ashley Gregory, who we've just heard from. She gained 12 places, as did Louis Fleet. So keep your eye on those guys in terms of racing through the pack. Again, Keynes and Black front row. Keynes, he did have a great start to the championship, very consistent. Lies in 8th place overall right now, but has topped the timing charts earlier on this morning. So we're going to go racing very, very shortly. And they will run down to Hatchett's Hairpin.
Back on road 7.
And we are lights out. We are Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy Class Racing at Pembrey. The front row. Oh no. It sounded really loud. They're on their, of course, their warm-up lap. Green flag warm-up lap. Oh, there's an anticlimax. But to tell you what, in the wet, they want to do everything they possibly can to get those tyres warmed up over the next sort of 8 corners, 6 right, 2 left around Pembrey. Championship leader Harry Hickton on the second row of the grid. He's car number 64. One of several Westbourne Motorsports teammates. Again, lockout of the front row with James Black. No, James Black, he did have one podium at Snetterton, 1 3rd place in the opening race, had a great second round 2 actually, but just fell away in round 3, only picked up 6 points. And points make prizes. There are massive points up for grabs in these races. The points competition is like 50 points for a win, which is absolutely huge, of course. 44 for second, 40 for third, going down to even in 15th place you're having 20 points. So if you're not finishing a race, it's a bit like the trucks we saw earlier, you're missing out on massive points numbers. 6 bonus points for a pole position and 6 bonus points for a fastest lap in any race as well. So potentially 62 points up for grabs in the first race. If you get pole and you get the fastest lap and you get the win, you can make absolute strides through the competition. Now, fastest laps at Snetterton were Harry Hickton and James Black got 2. So James Black in qualifying is on absolute fire. 2 poles and a second fastest. Now they're going to go in for a second green flag lap. In terms of podiums, we know Harry Hickton had 3 with the 2 wins and a second place. Sam Gordon had 1 win. Alex Solly had a second place at Snetterton, as did Jamie Keats. Gabe Fairbrother picked up 1 3rd place. Reece Lycett a 3rd, and also James Black. So there were 6 guys to get 1 spot on the podium, and Harry Hickton picked up those 3. In terms of the directors, Ben Taylor, he did have a win and 2 second places as well, and John Castle a win and 2 third places, Paul Manning a 1st and a 2nd. Now the pole position of Alex Keynes is the first first pole position for Graves Motorsport this season. At Snetterton, it was Westbourne that picked up all 3 of the podium places. It's our first visit here for the series since 2022. And we, after 2 green flags, I can see just behind me on start-finish straight, the green flag has disappeared, so we should be getting a roll-up to their grid positions, and then we'll get away.
So, cars back to the grid then. Who will it be? 15 minutes on the clock. Coming up to 14,
Keens and Black on the front row.
28. We wait for
Hickton
the back of the grid to
and
form
Gornall
up.
behind. And they will put their foot down. Green flag at the back. Well, looks like we're all good to go.
Okay, watch the light.
Alex Keens on the left, James Black on the right on the front row.
Holding for a long time and out, and well, a fairly equal start.
And we are away with Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy Class Racing at Pembrey. Foot down, great start for Alex Keens, leading from the front. First corner at Pembrey, of course, is the hairpin hatchets. They will all dive in the wet. Great move on the outside. My goodness me, that was Harry Hickton, championship leader. What a start to his race. And they're not clean. Oh, collision at the back, turned round. And that is the car number 48, is it? But they're getting away again. So we're away cleanly. Yellow flag, of course, at the first corner. Green flag from Spitfire onwards. They move round to Benny, round through the crossover in the centre of the Paddocks. Up round the centre S's. What a great start it's been for our championship leader. But leading the way, Alex Keens, 8th in the championship. Super start to his weekend at Pembrey. Fastest this morning. First pole position for him and his team. And they're moving away. Oh, challenges behind. Rubbing is racing, they say. They're definitely doing that right now. And on the inside, what a move this is. Fantastic stuff. And the Clive Emerson drops back to 3rd position. And they'll come round for complete their first lap round. Brooklands Hairpin, Woodlands, Honda Curb, off onto the grass. That's the 23. But back underway. And look at this down the left-hand side. That's the 53. That is James Black, looking to get back into things. He started on the in second, dropped down to 3rd. Look at the water flicking up behind them. Of course, all of these cars are very, very closely matched in engine and performance. They do run a 130 brake horsepower, 1.6 normally aspirated engine. So it does come down to, of course, the fine-tuning by the mechanics. The, of course, driver performance on the day and across the championship. This championship, the first rung on the ladder for those looking to move and progress through the mini challenge, and of course JCW. And we do year after year see plenty of drivers progress. As Alex Solly moving out on to the outside down the pit straight in the black and yellow number 12 car. He qualified in 7th position, so he's picked up a couple of spots right now. Smith leading the rookie class as anticipated, the car 196. Now we do have image issues here in the commentary box, so you might be seeing more than I can right now. But Keens, Hickton and Black, so just the front two switching positions early doors. 15-minute race. It will be 1 today and 2 tomorrow for the trophy class. Alex Solly leading the graduates in the car number 12. We saw his move down the inside on the start-finish straight. Keens continues to lead. And it's incredibly difficult, unless there's a race on between competitors behind you, to pull away any sort of time is incredibly difficult in these classes. Alex Keens is looking fantastic right now. His 3 finishes for Graves Motorsport at Snetterton, 10th, 15th and 4th, so he ended his weekend pretty well. Consistency is absolutely the key in the Mini Challenge Trophy class. Again, so many points up for grabs. I do have to say a massive credit to the entire, at least, well, I'll say, media and information team at the Virtu Mini Challenge Trophy class. The media pack they give you is absolutely enormous. It's absolutely wonderful. Almost too many pages to print off. But the data they give you is astounding. More than you generally see for any other competition. It's absolutely wonderful. So big credit to them. Leading the team championship right now. Let's have a little look at that quickly. Westbourne Motorsport, of course, with their successes, Snetterton 234 points. Graves Motorsport currently in second place. They are 46 points down, which sounds like quite a lot, 46 points, but it's only one win. It's not massive in terms of performances in rounds of the championship. It can be pulled back in literally in one race. We could see it this morning. In third place, Accelerate Motorsport. They are 63 points behind the leaders, Westbourne, right now. Then Chandler Graves Motorsport Team B, Graves Motorsport Team White, Performance Tech Racing Team A, Team Avago, and then blue, A and pink for Accelerate, Chandra and Accelerate again. 10 teams in total in the championship. Again, Directors' Cup, that is the most finely matched of all of our different classes within the trophy competition. Castle leading from Taylor by just 3 points. That is literally a position in one of these races. Just 4 directors taking part so far this season. Just 4 in the entry list for this weekend, the same 4 we've had this season from Snetterton. In the Rookie Cup, we mentioned Ronnie Smith having 3 wins at Snetterton. Behind him, Joshua Wilby for Team Avago. 2 second places for him at Snetterton to put him just 34 behind our championship leader. Then Leo Purchase for Graves Motorsport, 40 points behind Ronnie Smith right now. They're the top 3. Still Keynes, Hickton, Black, Gornall. Of course, Harry Hickton leading the Drivers' Overall Championship and the Graduate class right now. Now, we're looking for somebody on here who's doing particularly well. Jamie Keats. Fantastic weekend at Snetterton for Performance Tech. 4th place, a 2nd place, but then sadly, a DNF. Similarly for James Black for Graves Motorsport, a 3rd, a 4th, and then a DNF for him in race 3 too. Now look at this, a great race on between Keynes and Hickton at the front. Hickton, championship leader, yet to be outside the top 2. Had a great season a couple of years ago in the junior saloons, where he and Max Hall went toe-to-toe into the very final race of the entire season at Brands Hatch with a double points on offer. Max Hall just getting the advantage in that season-long race for the title. And of course, last year Hickton promoted to this championship. Always fantastic to see where these drivers end up next, and of course where they come from to get here too, all stepping up the ladder. And if you're racing minis, of course the dream is to get to the JCW.
Now then, he's close enough. He's yes, he's 2 yards, 3 yards closer than the previous lap. So let's see what happens. He's looking for the inside. It's not going to be left open.
Little tussle at the front is just letting the likes of Gornall and Co get back into this one. And he's just a couple of wheels on the grass for Hickton, trying everything he possibly can. Sam Gornall up into 3rd place, qualified. Gornall in 4th, so he's picked up 1 position right now.
two in the front fighting together. They've closed up the cars behind, and we've got maybe 8 cars now.
Looking ahead to just to give you times tomorrow's racing. They are the first race on track tomorrow. The Mini Challenge Trophy competition, 9:30 a.m. officially race 7 of the weekend, and then 10 past 2 in the afternoon, their third and final race here at Pembrey. So over, let's call it over 160 points up for grabs if you can top everything. Look at them stream down the start finish line, nose to tail, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who is going to make a dive into those hairpin sections? 2 hairpins, of course, at Pembrey. Hatchett's the first corner, and then Brooklands hairpin, officially turn number 6 at the opposite end of the track. And this is exactly what we want to see in mini racing. 8 of them running astern, and the packed crowds at Pembrey lining the banks, must be said, notably in their cars, wherever they can be. They do line the banks here. Got to get very, very early. Pick your best spot on the bank. There are plenty of them. And maybe not get your picnic out right now, but we do hope the sun returns. But the dampness does make for, let's say, interesting racing. It makes those dives into corners all the more dangerous, to be perfectly honest. Once again, they'll come over the start finish line. Just over 5 minutes remaining, and they've got a front 6 and a very small gap to a pair. Once again through the hairpin, won't get too many more chances. It's around about a 1:10-15 second lap, and just so impressed right now with Alex Keynes. Doing phenomenally well. Yeah, great success for him and the Graves Motorsport team, of course, in the graduate and the overall championship, currently sitting on 82 points.
Let's have a look what's happening now, because, well, that 8-car battle has gone to a 6-car battle, but it's basically a 3-car battle.
And Sam Gornall, 96, will be your new leader with only a very small handful of laps remaining.
Certainly very quick into Hatchett down there, and managed to make it stick down the outside.
Sam Gornall, 6th in the championship right now, 90 points, 60 behind your leader. Did have 1 win at Snetterton. He was the only man that beat Harry Hickton a few weekends ago, but unfortunately, clutch issue, didn't finish race number 2, but had a pretty good race number 3, so lost out massively on points. It could easily be sat in the top 2 or 3 if he had finished race number 2. And in fact, Alex Keynes down to 4th place right now, so only 0.3 behind Hickton and Keats. But Gornall, Keats, Hickton, Keynes, then James Black. So James Black, after starting on the front row, down to 5th. He'll be frustrated in the car number 53.
In the right direction, long as he can slow it down time for the exit, we'll get away with that one.
Just over 2 minutes remaining. 10 laps completed so far. This is our 15-minute race.
Deep breath. Here we go then. 1:37. Yeah, we're going to get 2 more laps. 2 more laps. They come across
Battle for second, Keats and Hickton. This has been, well, these 4, 5, 6 guys, the entire opening 11, 12 minutes, and this will go down absolutely to the wire. There'll be no change here whatsoever. They'll keep looking left and right. And Sam Gornall looking to match Harry Hickton on 2 wins for the season. And now he's got through. He has pulled out a bit of a gap. This is the biggest gap we've seen so far in the entire race. And it's only about 25, 30 metres. But behind him is the one racer you probably wouldn't want to be there, Harry Hickton. And Keats drops down to 3rd place, the car number 33. Keats currently 9th in the championship. 1 second play finisher, and again another racer that didn't finish all 3 races.
The leader's getting away. Hickson looked like he might have made a little bit of a mistake there at Brooklands, because the gap closed down between him and Keats as well. 25 to go. Yeah, we got 1 more lap to go. This is it then. The final lap for the first
Hickson ahead of Keats. This will be our final lap. Sam Gornall looking fantastic at the front. Hickson, Keats, Keynes, Lysia, Blackdown to 6th, then Fairbrother, Solly leading the graduate class, and Ronnie Smith continuing. He's going to get 4 wins in a row in the rookie class. Ah, look at this, 2 wheels on the grass to try and squeeze through. They know how important the points are. And the first 10 cars here, other than Sam Gornall, who's got a let's say, huge, in the grand scheme of things, lead, there's going to be about a quarter of a second between 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Driven a very comfortable race, really. Working his way through, just bit by bit, hanging in there, and then moving through to the front in the closing couple of laps. Checkered flag is being unfurled. Ready then, here we go, for our first mini race of the weekend.
So Sam Gornall looking to pick up win number 2 of the championship and the first win of the weekend.
Because I think they will be, no, they might be on equal wins now. And it could be a tie at the top of the leaderboard. So, Gornall from Hickson, from Keats, likely to run for him in the 17 car. And that was...
And there you go, that is mini racing at its absolute finest. Sam Gornall, 2 wins from 4 races, matches Harry Hickson. For Hickson will retain the championship lead, yet to be outside the top 2. In 3rd place, starting from 5th position, Jamie Keats move up to 3rd place, just a quarter of a second behind Hickson. And our pole sitter, Alex Keynes, best finish of the season so far, but he would have wanted more, surely. He finishes in 4th place.
Got a bit blown about in there's the window wide open here, and it's...
Now, the rain, it seems, is starting to come down again ever so lightly outside our commentary box, which is just around outside the pit lane and or Parc Fermé. So it looks like we're going to get the first few cars. Going to have a chat with Ian Waterhouse very shortly. He's getting prepped and ready to speak to our top 3. And next up on track will be the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. That's a 14-lap race. And then 3 more races after that to conclude the 6 races in total we have here on this Saturday, which means, yes, we have 13 races tomorrow, which is quite ridiculous. A huge amount of action on track. But again, as mentioned, plenty going on behind the scenes too. Fun for all of the family is an understatement. So cars coming into assembly, plenty of celebrations going on, and Ian Waterhouse will speak to our top 3 drivers.
Well, everybody, I've got a very, very happy Sam Gornall down here. A winner last time out there today. Guess what? You've done the same again, Sam. Come on.
Oh my days, that was a tough race. That we struggled at the start, but when the tyres switched on,
we want to see your face. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, we struggled at the start, and then when the tyres came on, we were running sweet, caught down the leaders, and then went for the lead in the same lap.
I'll tell you what though, there's no breath that you can take in this. It is constant, it's action. Of course, then you've got to keep Harry behind you. We know what he's like, a cracking racer.
Yeah, that was a tough race. I was lucky enough on that last lap to have a little bit of a gap, so I didn't have to stress too hard. But before that last lap, that was probably the hardest few laps of race I've ever done.
What does this mean to you? Because I know, of course, you picked up a win last time out. You've picked up another win here at Pembrey, but this one seems to mean quite a lot.
Yeah, obviously we have to work hard for this one, and our pace in the drive we're lacking a little bit.
but then we literally ripped through, and yeah, I'm over the moon.
Well done, Sam. Congratulations.
Thank you very
well
much,
done.
mate.
Oh, I love this. Come on. Woohoo! Sam, go on, everybody. Your winner. Let's grab Harry as well, because I'll tell you what, it's a pretty impressive drive from you as well, Harry. Maybe a couple more laps?
I don't know. It had to finish at some point. The tyres were absolutely going. I mean, it's pretty much slicked out there now. It should be, but you know, it's a really tough race when the conditions are like that. And you know, it's the same for everyone on the same circuit. But yeah, it's a proper good race. You know, proper. You know what these.
Well,
about.
we spoke before, didn't we? And second place, it's a decent haul of points, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you know, I was thinking during the race, if these people want to get a win, I want to win a championship. So, you know, when you get to that point, you've got to use your head. So I think that's why I did quite well. Picked up some really solid points again. So yeah.
Good news as well, you've got tonight to clean the car as well, because they're absolutely filthy, aren't they? Well done, Harry, congratulations. Let's see if we can find, where is Jamie Keats? He's over here as well. Let's grab him. Jamie! He's just popping his hat on, look, let's grab him. We want to have a chat. Here he is, Jamie, congratulations, third place. Tell us about that race, because it was intense, wasn't it?
It was just hectic from having to judge the tyre, judge the gaps with barely any visibility on the screen because it's just full of mud, but it's just hectic.
No, I just mentioned to Harry, actually, have a look at these cars. They are so filthy, aren't they? But conditions okay now, pretty dry?
Now they're starting to dry up, but it's extremely greasy from where the trucks have been around, so it's treacherous and having to use sort of karting lines.
Wow, okay, look, congratulations anyway, Jamie, good haul of points as well. Get to go home with at least one pot, but there's still a couple more races coming up this weekend for the Virtu Mini Challenge Trophy. I tell you who'll be very happy about the fact that it's quite dry out on track now is the pickup trucks. They're out next as well. They were quite late into the assembly area because they were debating whether to go on the wet setup or dry setup. I think most of them were probably opted for the dry setup. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Ewan, and then I will be over with the trucks very shortly.
They're a big corner, but it's just get run out of road so easily in the championship, which is fine. You know, it's racing, but you know, it's worth a go a couple of times, and yeah, it almost worked.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously, back in junior saloons, you had a lot of experience of fighting for wins, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean.
Thank you very much, Ian. As mentioned previously, next up on track will be the first race this weekend of the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. A 14-lap race, or 15 minutes there or thereabouts. And this is officially race number 3 on our schedule. And first round was at Brands Hatch just a month or so ago, and your standout competitor was last year's runner-up in the championship, Matt Simpson. With some absolutely incredible performances. He actually won the first 2 races from starting at the back of the grid. Didn't actually set a qualifying time. Sorry, Matt Simpson was 3rd in the championship last season. It was Dale Gent in 2nd place. He was also 3rd in 2022 and 2nd in 2019. So there's your schedule on screen. 2:55 pickups up coming up very, very shortly. The Junior Saloons, first of 3 races for them this weekend. Second race of the day of 5 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. And we close out the day with the Track Action Racing Club. And Ian, ahead of our pickup truck racing, spoke to a few of the drivers earlier on today.
So this could liven up the pickup trucks for sure.
Let's go in 3, 2. Right, everybody, almost time for the first race of the weekend for the pickup trucks. One of my personal favourites as well. And if you remember at Brands Hatch, we saw some incredible racing. It was so close as well. Matt Simpson taking a couple of wins over there. Alan Cooper getting one as well. Watch out for Matt Simpson. He starts on pole. Watch out for this man as well, Dan Fisher. Dan, changeable conditions. I guess people are a little bit late coming to assembly because they can't decide whether to go dry or wet.
I think we've all been stood all together along the fence looking at the track and seeing how much spray is coming up of these cars.
Not a lot by the looks.
No, not a lot. Everyone will be on dries, I'm pretty sure of that. We learnt a bit at Brands Hatch the last race of last time out. It was a drying track and everyone who was on dries came good at the end, so it's very similar conditions, so we should all have enough knowledge from Brands to...
Now, we're lucky at Brands because we saw some incredible racing. We're going to see it again here, aren't we, with the conditions the way that they are. What can you do from here?
Well, it's nice to be at the pointy end. It's sort of our 4th season and we've slowly worked our way through the grid, so Brands was our best results ever, and it looks like we've carried the momentum into this weekend, which is good. I'm hoping for my first podium. You know, that's what we're all aiming for. That's what the team have been working towards. So, but equally, we're in the points. We're fourth in the points. So consistency throughout the 3 races is as important as getting the podium. I'll take 3 fourths over a second and a ninth any day. So we'll see. We just keep my nose clean in this first unchangeable race, I think.
Dan, you've got your sensible head on. Best of luck out there, mate. Really appreciate you talking to us. Let's move along a little bit further, shall we? And we got Mark over here. Let's just jump in and grab a quick chat. If Mark's happy to have a quick... Hello, Mark. How you doing, mate? You all right?
Yeah, all good. Good.
How are we feeling ahead of this one, then? Because changeable conditions, but it's starting to look pretty dry out there now, isn't it?
Do you know, we're all running this new tyre now, and we've been trying a few different spring setups, poundage wise. We went out on soft springs this morning, which I don't usually run here, and weren't really very happy with it in qualifying. So we've gone back with the harder setting springs now. Maybe it's the wrong choice now. The track's quite damp. I don't know. It might dry out. We've got 14 laps. It's the same for everybody, isn't it? I think it's a bit of trial and error now, getting our head around this new tyre.
Is that what it was this morning when you went out with the setup? You said you didn't like it. I assumed then it was just a bit of trial and error.
It was a bit unpredictable, you know. It wasn't nice to drive, if I'm honest. So it wasn't no good as it was. So we've changed it. It might be better. It might be worse. So it's just all a learning curve at the moment with these tyres.
You're the man to watch then, because it's either going to go forwards or backwards.
You know what? I hope you're right. I hope you're right. It'd be nice if you're right.
Mark, I'm sometimes right. Best of luck as we're talking to. And there you go. Keep your eye on this man, number 65, Mark Willis. So right, here we go. First race out of 3 this weekend for the pickup truck racing. I'm going to hand over to commentator Ewan to take you through the action.
Well, there we go. Thanks again, Ian, our man on the ground today. Just to let you know, the heavens are about to open at Pembrey. To our left-hand side, which is the west, it looks absolutely lovely, like overcast and cloudy, but fine. To our right, a deluge is fast approaching. Thankfully, I'm inside, and I think the boys will be very soon too. Right, let's have a look at our grid then. Michael Smith on the front row with Ryan Hadfield. Row 2, Dan Fisher ahead of Chris Brockhurst. Matt Simpson, best qualifying of the season, the championship leader. He sits alongside Mark Willis. Mark Willis, 5 times he's been 2nd or 3rd in this championship. Dean Tompkins and Dale Gent are on row number 4. Row 5, taking up 9th and 10th, Paul Tompkins and Alan Cooper. Dean Tompkins 2nd in the championship right now, ahead of Mark Willis. Then we go to row number 6, Tom Hutchins and Eric Bolton, and last on the grid right now, Jonathan Hadfield, the car number 42. So just 13 on the grid in today's first race for the pickup trucks, and as they head towards the Senna S's and Brooklands hairpin, you might see, if we were to look behind the camera you're looking through right now, it would be a different colour, trust me. And that camera person, unfortunately, to break the news to you, is about to get a little bit wet. I hope that camera is covered with some waterproof protection. So championship standings, Matt Simpson with 2 wins in the first round, 560 points, sounds a lot, doesn't it? 200 points for a win in this championship, 190 for 2nd, 180 for 3rd, you get the order. Dean Tompkins had a successful round, he didn't get any wins at the first round of the competition. The other winner that weekend was Alan Cooper in the car number 72, but he lies 6th in the championship right now, because in races number 1 and 2 he was, I'm going to say only with a caveat on it, 9th and 8th in races 1 and 2, but won the 3rd race of the weekend. So let's see how things go. We'll get one more lap as it's wet conditions under the pace or safety car, call it what you like, before we go racing. They do have a rolling start, the pickup trucks. There's also bonus points on offer in pickup truck racing for fastest qualifier, 20 points. Second fastest qualifier, 18, right down to 2 points for 10th fastest qualifier. So points absolutely all over the board in pickup truck racing. Last year, Rhys Jones retained his title, not with us this season, doing other things. Dale Gent, who was second position. He, of course, is racing, and he's looking to improve on his second and third places championship finishing positions in 2019 and 2022. Wants to stand on that top step, but he has got a massive competition, of course, in Matt Simpson, former British Touring Car Championship race winner in that championship. All the experience that brings with it too. But again, Mark Willis, 5 times since 2014 has he stood either second or third in the championship at the end of the season without being a winner. First round was at Brands Hatch, 31st of March and 1st of April. This is just our second round at Pembrey. And they go to the Speedfest at Brands Hatch if you go into that on the 8th and 9th of June. Right, they'll come one more time around Woodlands and the Honda Curve. The pace car is in, and we will go. Pickup truck racing at Pembrey. They'll put their foot down and they will race their way towards Hatchett's Hairpin. Always such an important opening turn. Look at that move out on the left hand. Oh, what a move! That is absolutely sensational from the off. My word, the number 89, and that is Chris Brockhurst. Oh, he's got a little bit too wide, bit of understeer at Hatchett's, and he's going to drop back. Well, expect this for the next 14 laps of pickup truck racing. It is absolute thrill to watch from start to finish, as you've just seen there in the first couple of corners. But the 93, that is of course Michael Smith. He is out in front right now. And just wait and watch for Matt Simpson to sneak up on these guys. He does it so well and so often. He is, of course, the number 30 in the white truck. They're already from 5th into 3rd place.
Come back towards us to complete lap number 1. Let's see where we
and
go.
As well as the rain and the darkness, we've also got thunder and lightning around Pembrey now. My word. But we are, of course, safety first here. And it'll be nose to tail the entire 14 laps of this race. Matt Simpson, can he move into second? A bit of a rear wheel spin there from the yellow. Smith, Simpson. And in the car number 44, that was Ryan Hadfield. Just losing his back wheels, but gets them back again. Simpson will have the inside, though, at Hatchett's. Does move into temporarily second place. Can Hadfield bring it back? No, he's got 2 wheels on the grass. He'll lose a little bit of time round Spitfires. And make their way around to Benny. And it's Willis up into 3rd place. Wow. What an opening 2 laps here. And we've got 2 more of these races tomorrow to enjoy as well. And Simpson is absolutely on the charge. We saw it twice at Brands Hatch, from last on the grid to take the wins in the opening 2 races. So for him to start on the 3rd row was a bit of a bonus. But Smith leads in the number 93, the A1 Performance product sponsored car. And he's actually only 12th in the championship right now, Michael Smith. He had a 6th place finish in the opening race at Brands Hatch, but then his weekend went downhill afterwards. And scything from left to right. The early move from Bolton, looking to do the same again. But not for the lead this time.
Coming very strong now as they go through, and that looks like Simpson's gone through to the lead. It is, but Smithy's got the work to do now. Simpson not messing about up the
fastest laps, obviously bonus points there too. 5 points for a fastest lap in any race. Last time round Brands Hatch, Tompkins, Gent and Fisher all had 1 apiece.
Smith on the outside, I think.
And the rain continues to fall. We get wetter and wetter. The spray gets higher and higher. Simpson has moved into the lead of picture. He's overtaken us with, picked up the 0.78 second deficit that we had on lap number 4. And he will streak into the distance. He'll be so hard to catch now. Willis in second, Smith in third. Hatchett's hairpin. Absolutely vital turning to kick off your lap. And Willis will, at the moment, see Simpson move into the distance. 1.7 seconds already. Simpson, it seems, just had to get past, and then he's off. Much smaller gaps back to Smith, Tompkins and Hatfield. Quarter of a second on so many occasions down the timing board. So if Simpson continues this trend and can just keep moving away, then we're racing for second, third and fourth. And battles here for 5th, 6th, 7th as well. And the 89, that's Brockhurst in front of him. Dale Gent, oh, it's a 5th in fact, Dale Gent. Simpson moves beyond 2 seconds to the good now. Just keeps on adding more points to his total. Contact at Hatchett's. It was going to happen eventually. It will tumble down the timing, but he is away. Back on track, and we got green flags. 72, that is Alan Cooper in the K Cooper Motors car. And this is a bit further back. That is in the car number 5, Dan Fisher in the Fisher Office Fitting Limited car. Travelling all the way from Bognor Regis. And he is trying to catch on the back of the car number 42, the aforementioned Jonathan Hatfield. One of 2 Hatfield haulage cars, along with Ryan in the 44. Side by side, oh, little spin at the back there. And this is a fight for 4th. And Gent is going to take it. Brown Spitfire. Dale Gent didn't have the best start to his championship. 2 good races to begin with. There's a 5th and a 3rd. However, didn't finish race number 3, which in the grand scheme of things, across an entire season, potentially 150 points lost there. And we have seen championships won by less over the last few years. Simpson approaching 3 seconds advantage. Surely cannot be stopped now, but if you watched the truck racing earlier, absolutely anything can happen. Ryan Smith leading, 15-second penalty, dropped down to 3rd place in the end. And there are 7 laps remaining. Simpson, Willis, Smith, your top 3. In the 83, just over half a second back, and he's got a lot of company in Dean Tompkins. Paul Tompkins also racing in the A4 Metal Recycling sponsored cars. And thankfully the rain seems to have put on his handbrakes and stopped in the distance, so we shouldn't at the moment get any wetter. They should be picking up a dry line soon. Plenty of brave folk already out in the pit lane, ready to welcome home their drivers, but a good 7-8 minutes of racing to go yet. And the gap between Simpson and Willis is pretty much the same between Willis and Smith right now. The real race here is 3rd place, Smith, Gent and Tompkins. And they've got a good 3 or 4 second lead over the rest of the pack. But with so many points on offer, Again, 200 for the win. Then we go 190, 180, 170, right down in the 10s, right down to, if there were 18 cars, 30 points for 10th place. So today, the least anybody's going to be getting, as long as they finish, is an almighty 80 points. And finishing often in any Bark events, any championship, can be the difference between winning a championship and being elsewhere on the podium or even lower.
Simpson across the line, well he does, oh, a new lap record, keep your eye on Dalgett, not lap record, he passes lap into the 7th, 107.523, and that is Dale
Into our last 4.5 laps. Simpson Willis looks nailed on right now, and Smith and Gents and Tompkins still fighting for third. There's still an honest battle, but they've pulled out a good gap on Cooper and the rest. That's Alan Cooper of the Kate Cooper Motors, travelling from Huntington to V in southwest Wales. Next race on track will be the first for the Junior Saloons this weekend. But we are far from done in the pickups right now. Simpson looking in complete control. Lovely battle on screen here.
Dropping away from the race leader, and Jen now goes quicker again, 107.317.
21, and is Tompkins currently lying in 5th position. 5th points would bag him 160 points. And, Tompkins, 2nd in the championship right now. He picked up loads of qualifying bonus points at Brands Hatch in April. In fact, picked up 28 points to Matt Simpson's 0 just in qualifying. And a very consistent 2/3 and a 6th in the opening 3 rounds. 4.5 seconds now for Simpson. He's away. A gap lowering between Willis and Dale Gent.
Willis gets in a little bit tricky. He knows he's being pushed down across the line.
So maybe that's the one we should be watching. He's definitely catching. Just watching them come down towards Hatchett's. Going to be running out of time very shortly. Now, is Willis slowing down, or is Dale catching up, or a combination of the two? Behind them, Smith and Tompkins will battle for 4th and 5th between them. On the 93, just a little bit of a slide there, the rear wheels as he came round towards DeBenny. Right towards the Senna S's they go. 2nd hairpin of this lap at Brooklands. Then the long sweeping right-hander around Woodlands, and then slightly sharper onto the Honda curve, and once again over the start-finish line. It is a wonderful track here at Pembrey. The unofficial lap record held by Ayrton Senna, hence the Senna S's, in a ridiculous 44 seconds when testing his McLaren in the 80s. It's unofficial because obviously official lap record has got to be in a racing conditions, which it wasn't, which means the official lap record is just over 50 seconds. And the name of the guy has got off the top of my head. It was in a F3 car. I will get those details for you. Lovely racing for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th finishing positions.
Have at least one go at Paul Willis before the end.
So, apart from your top 2, in fact just Simpson, battles for positions throughout the entire track right now, and none more so than that on your screen.
they won't be able to tell him how many laps.
And they will go right to the very bitter end, these guys.
Right.
It's for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. But the difference between 6th and 10th, as we know, 50 points. Oh, a move up the inside. That is from Tompkins in the number 12, and he gets it done with 1 lap to go. That's a massive move. Can he hold it at Hatchets? Yes, he can. Cooper takes the slightly tighter line. There's Brockhurst watching very, very closely behind that couple. And there will not be many more opportunities to trade places. 3.5 seconds, Simpson to the good. 0.6 between Willis and Gent. Well, let's keep our eyes on this battle in front of us right here. Tompkins, Cooper and Brockhurst going for it to the final few metres. There'll be one more lap and Simpson will lead us there. Matt Simpson, 2 wins in the opening round and a 5th place finish, 2 of those from the very back of the grid. Started in 5th in our first race at Pembrey, and he was in the lead within 3 laps only. It is the Simpson Race Exhaust sponsored car for the former British Touring Car Championship race winner. Well, he's making pickup trucks look very easy indeed, yet to win the championship, but at the moment looking very, very good for Matt Simpson. Mark Willis in the Simpson recycling car, arguably the most experienced man on the grid, but taking the win in race number 1 at Pembrey. It is going to be the car number 30, Matthew Simpson, in the Simpson Race Exhausts. That will be 200 points in the bag, and the 3rd race of only 4 races so far this season in the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. And these battles rage on all the way through the field. We will get all of those results for you very shortly. Now, interestingly, the checkered flag didn't get waved, but the racers definitely thought the race was over, because as they came round Spitfire, they've all slowed down, but in the pit lane, some of the teammates are telling them to go, go, go. So there's a bit of confusion here. So let's find out exactly what's happened. They have stopped racing, but there was no checkered flag. So the mechanics and the team members right now in the pit lane, there's confusion downstairs. Let's wait to see. No doubt about this was a Matt Simpson win, but if I were him, I would just jump to the front just in case. They're waving their arms in a celebration, so yes, this has got to be surely all done and dusted. Maybe just a lapse in concentration, I don't know. Let's wait and see. But yeah, they're pulling into the pits anyway, so there's going to be no more laps to complete, no more times around the start-finish straight. Well, maybe Ian Waterhouse will be able to find out for us what exactly happened right there, but we do get the finishing order we thought we did have. So confusion dissipated, and the top 3 will roll into the assembly area, which also doubles up as our pit lane here at Pembrey. And in Waterhouse will shortly speak to the drivers. So those are results official on your screen for you. Willis, Simpson ahead of Willis again, Tompkins, Smith, Tompkins again, Cooper, Brockhurst, Bolton, Hatfield, Fisher and Hutchins. And we can go down very shortly to Ian Waterhouse to speak to our top 3 drivers.
So John, the drivers pull in, the top 3. There's some...
Well, else we had a bit of confusion right at the end there. The cars came over, they took the checkered flag, but a lot of the mechanics didn't realise down here, and as they were coming around, they were screaming for them to carry on, but the checkered flag had gone. This man, Matt Simpson, making a bit of a habit of this, aren't we, Matt?
After last year, all the engine woes and everything else we had go wrong last year, it's just so nice to sort of put them to bed, if you like, and just try and just develop and just get comfortable with the truck. And obviously we've joined Dave and Carol at DLRD as well now, so truck's in good hands. I've got good faith in Dave and Carol, what they do as well. So yeah, no, just over the moon to get another win under our belt, and obviously a big thanks to Dave and Carol as well.
Well, I think they're putting a lot of faith in you as well. You're really showing your skill here, aren't you, so far this season? But let's just talk about the conditions very quickly. I spoke to a number of drivers in assembly, and it looked like, oh, it's going to be bone dry. And then once you're sat there, the heavens opened.
Yeah, I watched the race before, and obviously I used this wet tyre at the last Brands, at the last race, and I thought it was wetter in that race than it was at Brands, and we used them at Brands. So obviously I think we were sort of 20 laps ahead of everyone else on the wet tyre, knowing what the wet tyre is going to do and what it can and what it can't do. And obviously just, yeah, had a good start. Just got me head down. I just sort of try and maintain that gap between me and Mark and try and get it home to the finish.
And of course this time you didn't have to start from the back, did you? It made it a bit easier.
Yeah, I made it a bit easier for myself, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, no, it's great to get another win. And I say just thanks to everyone, and thanks for everyone watching and everything else.
Matt, well done, mate. Congratulations. First place, Matt Simpson picking up yet another win. His third of the season. Well, Mark, what do I say? We had a quick chat and it went the right way, didn't it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I mean, it really hammered it down, didn't it, for the first couple of 3 laps, and I thought we was going to be in trouble, but everybody was on the same tyres, so it was just all about bringing it home, weren't it? Yeah. And they're very... they're not forgiving, you know. You've got to really try and be smooth as possible you can.
I was watching you guys come around the back pitch as you come past assembly there, and power sliding it around. It's incredible.
As soon as you break traction, you've really got to bring it back before you can go again, you know. But look, I'm over the moon with that. I was great after qualifying and all that. And I mean, Matt's, you know, he's the quickest one out there at the minute, and he said he was staying at home last week. I wish he had done that. He's turned up this week, you know. But no, it's great. It's great. I'm pleased for him. Pleased for Dale after his bad Brands hatch. So. Yeah, no, that's good. We just keep plodding away.
You've got a couple more chances to get me yet.
Yeah, a few more grey hairs. Look, we'll still keep plodding away.
Yeah, there's, okay, I don't want to say, but yeah, well done. Let's grab Dale as well over here. How you doing, mate? All right. Dale, started third, finished third. Not bad, eh? But very changeable conditions, eh?
It wasn't too bad. I just said earlier, with these tyres, I've never run these tyres in the wet or slippery conditions. Yeah. But surprising bit of grip there was with it. Little adjustments, I think, for next time if we have these conditions. But
I was going to say, what have you learned that you're going to bring into because there's a few more to go. Well, a couple more to go.
We've got a couple more races tomorrow, so hopefully they might stay dry. We was on the back foot this one because we had a 4-place grid penalty from last round, which they nicely gave to me for this race, which was nice of them. I said thank you very much for that. So, but yeah, no, team getting the truck ready last night as we unloaded it, puddle of oil under it. And it was like a Days of Thunder moment. So gearbox out. We was 2 o'clock this morning sorting out to get it ready for it. So thank the team.
Kudos to the team. Well
that was they all are there. So yeah, no. See what we bring tomorrow.
Top man, nice little pop there for them to celebrate. Well done, Dale. Congratulations. Right, there we go. Yes, as I said, a couple more races for the pickup truck still to come this weekend. That's it for them, though, for today. More racing action. We've got Junior Saloons up next. Then the second British Track Racing Championship of the weekend. And we round out the day with track action. So I'm going to hand over to commentator Ewan to take you through the Junior Saloon Car Championship Race 1.
The same, so we've just got something to see, and yeah, I'm pleased with that. If we can just keep plodding away and just get a few, you know, who knows. Well, I'll tell you what you were doing.
Thank you very much, as ever, Ian Waterhouse man on the ground, speaking to our drivers in the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Next up is going to be the first race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. It's another 15-minute race, first of 3 this weekend. Leading the championship right now, Harry Smith ahead of Jonathan Moore and Joth Salvadori. And we'll soon get up on screen for you our grid for the first race.
And so Dale is now getting his race trophy.
Now we were hoping to see Lexi Powell, who is the daughter of Stephen Powell in the trucks, but she was going to be a non-starter, sadly. in the Citroen Saxo VTR Junior Saloon Car Championship. Right, let's have a look at the grid. You've got Harry Smith qualifying in a 1:11.3, a tenth of a second ahead of Jonathan Moore in the car number 12. On row number 2, Luca Maserati and Josh Salvadori. That man third in the championship, Jonathan Moore second. So our front three in the championship on the first 2 rows of the grid. Row number 3, Oliver Kerr alongside Kieran Roberts. Row number 4, James Sherrington and Jude Cooper. And row number 5, Oliver Law and Jake Renshaw. Less than 1 second separating the fastest 10 on the grid so far. Row number 6 onwards. We'll pick up that in just a second.
It was on Friday in London on Friday.
So let's have a look at row 6 on. You have got Harvey Kersley, son of Mr. Kersley, the coupe expert driver. Carl Wells alongside. On row 7, Wilf Butler and Bertie Bream. On row number 8, Will Cruden and Lewis Stannard. On row 9, Sherry Powell alongside Ben Smiles. And on row 10, Francisco Howitt and Lexi Powell. Now, Lexi Powell's a non-starter, but she is listed there on row number 10. So expect to see a space on the 10th row of the grid. And I think we should have, in total, 24 starters this weekend. Although we don't see a row 11 and 12. So let me have a look in a moment once we get underway on this green flag lap on exactly how many starters we have.
On row 2, it'll be 46 Luca Maserati and 110.
And again, top 3, Smith, Moore and Salvadori, all in the top 3 of the qualification places. And only 7.5 points between them in the championship standings as well. Now, there has been 2 rounds already, Brands Hatch and Cadwell Park. It should have been 5 races, but just the 4. There was terribly bad weather for the second race of 3 at Cadwell Park last time out. So that race was cancelled. And also round 2 at Brands Hatch. There was an incident which meant only half points were awarded. So half points is if there's less than 75% but more than 2 laps of any race completed, they do pick up 50% of points only. So 81 points is the total Harry Smith has right now, leading the championship. And a couple of wins, in fact 3 wins to his name as well, because he had a win in race 2, but it was half points. So a win's a win. He was leading the way when the race was cancelled that round 2 at Brands Hatch. So it is 3 wins and a good finish in race number 5 of the championship, race 2 in the end at Cadwell Park as well. Jonathan Moore, the other man to take a win this season in race number 5 of the championship. That was race number 3 at Cadwell Park. And Salvadori has quite simply just been super consistent. Plenty of podiums and looking to pick up many more as well. Elsewhere, a bit further down, Kieran Robertson 4th place in the championship. Then Oliver Law, Luca Maserati, James Sherrington, Oliver Kerr, Lewis Stannard and Bertie Bream make up your top 10. One of the most impressive feats this year, Harry Smith, our race championship leader, is set up his own racing team ahead of this season, Harry Smith Racing. What a great start to his season as not just a driver, but as, well, effectively team owner as well.
So, very slow green flag lap, quite rightly so, for the juniors. This will give way to
So we may see 2 green flag laps. We've seen 2 green flag laps in both of our previous races, although the rain has stopped since then. So we may just see 1. No, there is going to be another green flag lap. I can see it just to my left-hand side. I'm facing away from the start-finish straight, but just at a particular angle. You can just get my head round to see that there. So 1 more time round, again a 15-minute race nor the Junior Saloon Car Championship races. They do have, when they get to Brands Hatch at the end of the season, there is a double points on offer. So 50 points available for a race win at Brands Hatch, and a couple of years ago it did come down to that. In fact, the last 2 seasons have all come down to double points on the last races of the year. It was Dara Flock, quite an emotional Dara Flock, who won at Brands Hatch the championship last season. Prior to Dara Flock, Charlie Hans won it not too long ago, and they all go on to fantastic things. Max Hall, a previous winner, he is now racing. He had a win in the JCW last weekend, I think. Sure he did. He's progressed fantastically well. Charlie Hand went on to British Endurance Championship and Clio class in that, did very well indeed. I think he won the Clio class in the British Endurance Championship actually. Always sporting the orange livery on his cars. His Clio in that competition was actually called Nemo. They'd done the livery exactly like Nemo from Finding Nemo. The orange stripes. Right, we are coming around to Grid Up in a second, and then we'll go Junior Saloon racing for the first time this weekend in Pembrey.
We are at Pembrey, 3 races on the programme. We'll do our best to run all 2 of those if we can. Up towards the grid they come. Harry Smith leads the championship on 81 points. Jonathan Moore on 78. Jonathan Moore alongside Harry Smith on the front row. So, the 2 main contenders.
Getting every last Fahrenheit of temperature into those tyres, taking it all the way towards the line.
Luca Maserati and James Simpson, the top 6 in the championship. However,
should mention Luca Maserati leading the Rookie Cup right now, 6th overall in the championship.
Down to 1 point.
Great start to his campaign.
Everybody down to
green flag at the back.
the 3rd last finisher, I believe.
The lights will go out. The board comes in,
we wait for the light.
and we will go Junior Saloon Car racing for the first time this weekend. Pedal to the metal, all the way down the start-finish straight towards the Hatchet hairpin, which has been so important already this weekend. And a move on the outside already. Can they get it done? It's a long way around that hairpin to get it. Oh, slider! But they make it. Oh, there's contact, lots of contact. 4 or 5 involved. Avira Motorsports in there. An RX of Apex has been collected at the back, but they'll move away. And who is that white car at the back? Can't quite pick up the number, but they have managed to get away. It was the RX sponsored number 90. So that was Jake Renshaw, one of our rookie class competitors. But it's always nice to see, although there's contact, nice to see them get away cleanly-ish around the first couple of corners. Off on the grass. Oh, that's a bumpy ride over there. Picking up some dirt and back onto the track. Those tyres will be a little bit slippy for a couple of corners.
For lap 1 and the first 2, 10, 15.
A great move round the outside as they come round Woodlands, and they'll come round the Honda curve along the start finish straight for lap number 2. And look at this, wait for a dive, look to the inside, looks to the outside, picks the latter. Again, long way round the hairpin to get a move done there. They'll go for the old switcheroo, can't get it done on 2 wheels on the grass. Safe for the time being. This is what we love right here about Junior Saloons. It's the youngsters in the Saxos, absolutely no fear whatsoever. Again, looking for the chink in the armour. It's a tough place to be right at the front.
On the second lap is Salvador with a 39.
You see all the cars flashing by behind them as well. There's Jonathan Moore, though, that leads. Second in the championship right now. Only 3 points behind Harry Smith.
start to make the move now as they come through and across the stripe then to complete.
And third place, closing the gap as well.
Flying starts, and Roberts really giving Cooper the hard charge down there, and it is putting that
That is called tailgating to the extreme. Then a move, that is a brilliant move. Sneaks up, then switches to the outside and smoothly around Hatchett's hairpin to take the position. And you'll see that around the entire lap for this entire race. Moore leads over Smith. They've switched from the start. The top three in the competition. Salvadori, third place right now. So our top three in the championship, currently top three in our first race of the weekend at Pembrey. Maserati in fourth, leading the rookie competition in the car 46. But Moore, Smith and Salvadori, well, 7.5 points between the three of them for the championship, and those three guys are looking to make this a race between the three of them, not just a championship between the three of them. Can we see another brilliant move here? Getting in the slipstream, chooses the outside. Can he get it done? Big defensive from Moore. Not on this occasion. And every time these front two make the slightest move off the racing line, it lets Salvadori back in by 100th or 1/10 of a second. And this is truly a three-man race at the front. Harry Smith, representing Harry Smith Racing, chasing Jonathan Moore. Salvadori, one of the Chandler Motorsports competitors, and there's plenty of them. He's joined by his teammate Ben Smiles and James Sherrington in today's competition.
And Harry Smith now is giving more the push there, slipstreaming each other down the straight, out of the slipstream.
Here's the race again down the start finish straight. Once again, they'll go to the outside. Smith looking for options. It's not an attractive option around the outside of Hatchett's. Give it another go. Here comes Salvadori. Do you know what? I think Salvadori at some point is going to take advantage of these two going head to head. He just needs to spot the slightest gap. He's been very, very patient, has Josh. Behind them, Maserati, Roberts and Sherrin. Cooper, Kerr, Wells and Stannard in your top 10. Maserati doing fantastically well in the rookie competition. Leading that in the championship right now. Lewis Stannard is his closest competitor, and Stannard down in 10th right now. This is the race for 16th, 17th and 18th, but it's going to be no less entertaining than the race for 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Bit of damage to the front there.
Almost giving a little nudge there and spun him round, but he managed to hold that off. But he's side by side closer than he has been. But look at Salvador, he's looking up the inside, looks up the outside, goes through the outside. Thinks these two have a little tap here, I'll go through on the inside. And, well, guess what?
There's 25 points up for grabs for the winner. 22 for second, 20 for third, and reducing by 1 point only right down the grid. No change at the top. Moore, Smith, Salvadori. And Moore, this is so close in terms of points. If Moore were to win and Smith were to be second, they'd have to be joint lead in the championship, exactly the same number of points. Oh, couple of wheels just on the edge of track limits in the grass. Look at this side by side. We say no fear. If they wanted to, they could lean out and give each other a fist bump, but that would be the furthest thing from their mind. As this is true motorsport racing from the youngest competitors of the entire weekend, in fact most weekends. And here's a chance for Salvadori. Can he take a move on Smith here? And a lapse of concentration maybe. Massive swing down the outside. Tiniest understeer. And nearly gets it done. Daring move. And he'll go for that again. And that just lets Moore get away by a couple of tenths of a second. And Smith will be conscious of that. He had to look more to defending rather than attacking that time round the all-important hatchets. Round to Benny and the Senate S's they go. And that's the thing, with these cars so finely matched, it is almost the opportunity. The drivers are so good, they're not going to make too many mistakes, so it is the slingshot on occasion. Down the straights, you've got the Woodland straight between the Brooklands hairpin and the Honda curve, the big long sweeping right hand side of it, and opposite of Parabolica out in Hockenheim, but they're in reverse. And once again they'll go toe to toe, side to side. Smith looking for an option again on the outside. He's done that 3 or 4 times now. And it's going to be all goes for the switchback. Can he get it from outside to in to out? Moore will have the advantage round to Benny and Spitfire. But has Smith got it done? No! Oh my goodness, they rub! The wing mirrors collide. Cars collide. Here comes Salvadori too. Oh no, Smith's gone. Smith's over the cross. He's going to get back on the racetrack, but he's going to be in a lowly third. Well done to get back racing for Smith, but now he's got a mighty job to do to catch Moore and Salvadori. And Salvadori smells blood. He goes on the inside. Moves around Woodlands and around the Honda curve. My goodness, Junior Saloon racing at its absolute finest. Salvadori, what a move! From third to first in the space of 1 lap. Absolutely incredible stuff. And Smith with it all to do. Will Moore go for a look on the inside straight away? No, thinks better of it. Or maybe he will, my goodness. Gives it a right good go. Let's Josh Salvadori know, I'm going absolutely nowhere. There are races going on behind them, but we've got to stick with this one at the front. 4.5 minutes remaining. They'll get 3-4 laps in absolute max. And Jonathan Moore will be doing absolutely every single trick in the book to try and get past Salvadori. Yet to have a win this season, Salvador, but plenty of podiums. 2 second place finishes last time out at Cadwell Park. Oh my, how he wants to be on the top step today. And right now, there'll be potentially 4 more laps when they cross the start-finish line here. And Smith, remarkably, after going rally racing for a couple of turns, is only just over a second behind. That's a recovery right there, and that's the man leading the championship. Oh, a move to the inside from Moore. Oh, they've collided, and Moore's gone. That led Smith through. Salvadori down to second. Smith can't believe his luck. There's a yellow flag at turn 1. And where will Smith get back on the racetrack? Moore, sorry. My goodness, what a turnaround. It's back and forth. Absolutely hammer and tongs in the Junior Saloon Championship. Well, can you believe it? Smith, he would have thought he was out of it. Salvadori. Oh my, let's have a replay of this. This is Moore trying to make a quick move on Salvadori. Goes in far too fast into that corner. No chance of holding your line at that speed. And he pays the price for it. Doesn't it let Salvadori go, but Smith as well. Absolutely incredible. Less than 3 minutes remaining. Surely there's no more action in this, but please let there be. One more time down the start-finish straight. What have these got guys left in them? Safely on this occasion. Let's have a look at the gaps now. 5 seconds, 5 long seconds back to Roberts, then sharing more down to 5th place. He's second in the championship, but Salvadori surely going to move into second. Smith right now holding on and potentially going to go for a 4th win of the season. And all because of a big, brave, but maybe too brave move from Jonathan Moore and Salvadori a couple of laps ago. And it changes the complexity of not just the race, but the entire championship standings. And the smallest of gaps being built by Smith over Salvadori. So Roberts is the big benefactor here. The car number 78, Kieran Roberts, currently 4th in the championship. Although 10 points behind Salvadori, he may, well, definitely close the gap. He might not move up into 3rd place, but he will definitely close the gap on the top 3. And Roberts, of course, leading his class in the championship. Luca Maserati in 6th, leading the rookie class. Well, we'll have to get our calculators out after this race. Here's a move a little bit further down the order. This is for 7th and 8th. Kerr chasing Cooper. Oh, that's a nice move up the inside as well. Well, the Vinna Motorsport nearly making, that's Wells there in the car 448. And Smith and Salvador at the front, still just over half a second separating them, but races across the entire field. We've got to give credit to every single young man and lady on the track, because we don't want to miss a thing. But with so much happening at the front, it was hard not to concentrate on that. This is for 7th, 8th and 9th. Cooper, Kerr and Wells. The Vinna Motorsport driver looks around the outside. That's again a long way to go round there. Gets halfway alongside. Couple of wheels on the grass. He'll lose a couple of tenths and have to do it all again. We will be entering our final lap with just the last few seconds counting down. It's a matter of where the boys are on cars. Oh, we'll get one more full lap in. Smith holding off Salvadori by just almost a second. And that gap right now looks quite comfortable, but my goodness, from what we've seen so far over the last 15 minutes, you wouldn't put anything past these guys. Roberts, as it stands, 2.5 seconds to the good over Moore. So that looks pretty tidy for a podium for Kieran Roberts. He has had one already 3rd place podium finish this year, and a couple of 4th place finishes too. So he'll match his best if he can hang on to 3rd place. Salvadori, he has had 2 2nd place finishes. Going to be a 3rd runner-up spot for Salvadori as it stands right now. And Harry Smith somehow will pick up his 4th win of the campaign. And what a race it's been. Absolute chaos at its finest in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Race win number 1 at Pembrey. Well, you could write a book about that one. Here comes Roberts, Moore, Sherin, Maserati. The replays could be as long as the race. And we're fighting right to the very end. That was the race for 7th, 8th and 9th that we were watching. Cooper, Stannard and Wells were in there. Well, mighty me. Race of the weekend so far. Some daring moves, bravery, all put into the mix for a quite sensational race, and a 4th win of the season for Harry Smith and the Harry Smith racing car. He wouldn't have seen that coming with that 5 laps to go. And there is official confirmation of your results. Fastest lap also to Harry Smith, set on lap number 9. That'll be bonus points right there. So Smith, Salvadori, a benefactor of Kieran Roberts in third place. He joins the podium sitters once again. Jonathan Moore did bring back one spot from fifth up to fourth, so he won't lose out on too many points at all. You'll lose a couple to Harry Smith, but not many. And Sherrington, Maserati in the rookie class, already leading the rookie championship, takes the rookie leader spot. Jude Cooper, Lewis Stannard, Kyle Wells and Oliver Kerr round out your top 10. Wilf Butler, Will Cruden, Francisco Howitt and Bertie Bream, your top 14.
And also Kieran Roberts, those three come in.
And then further down the order, but no less entertaining,
First as the dream team.
we're at 15th onwards. We might be jumping straight down to Ian. We've got such a busy schedule. We might jump straight down to Ian. The cars are there. Ian Waterhouse is ready. Let's jump to him to speak to some sensational winning drivers.
Connecting, climb out through the roll cage, and we'll have a chat to him.
Well, welcome down everybody to Part 4. There's been a lot of hugging action going on down here for Harry Smith, but I didn't get a hug, Harry. Come on, come on. Well, well done, mate. I mean, it was intense at that sharp end, wasn't it? And right place, right time for you, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my start wasn't ideal. Johnny kind of got a better launch off the line, and he managed to get the lead. It was kind of just me sitting behind him. I feel like I had the pace to be quicker than him, but obviously his defence skills were really impressive. Unfortunately, I had an off with Johnny, just side by side as you do, going around the corner. Unfortunately, I went on the grass, so I dropped the third. I was sticking with the both for maybe a few seconds back, and as I come into that corner down there, all I see is a massive lock-up and then Johnny go round and then Josh on the grass. So the door was straight open, so I just took it,
Yeah.
kept my head level and then drove the rest of the race.
How big's your trophy cabinet, Harry? You got a big enough one for all these trophies you're picking up this season?
I don't want to be too cocky, but yeah, I've had a few this season. It's been really good this year so far, still leading the championship. And I'll just increase that lead even more, so hopefully I can carry that on for the rest of the year.
Well done, mate. It's a triple header this week. It's still a lot of work to do tomorrow. Congratulations. Where's Josh is over there. He's having a quick chat. I wonder if we could grab Kieran. There he is. I want to have a chat with him from 6th into 3rd place. Cracking drive there, Kieran. Talk about it from where you were sat.
So off the start, I managed to get quite a decent start, and I think I managed to get up to about 4th or 3rd off the line. And I just kept pushing. Unfortunately, I had an off on one of the corners, and unfortunately dropped me back a bit. But I just kept focused, keep my head, and yeah, managed to make the moves from there.
That's what you had to do. What were conditions like out there? Because it's 1 minute it's chucking it down, the next minute it's bone dry. What's it like?
Yeah, they were changing a lot. It was greasy, drying, and you have to adapt to them. But yeah, it was just lucky it went my way.
Top man, nice little pot as well. 2 more races tomorrow though. Let's move around because I think we've got a little bit of time. Trucks are about to head out on track, so he's just having a quick chat. Is Josh with the circuit comms, so we will stay with us. Have a little look. In fact, we can turn around. You can see the trucks now getting themselves ready. Second race of the weekend about to get underway for the British Truck Racing Championship. The first race was very eventful indeed, wasn't it? So I believe Pointy might be joining you in for that one. Josh is free now, so if we bring the camera back round and have a quick chat with Josh, and well-deserved drink of water there, Josh, because wow, that was quite the eventful race for you. What happened out there?
It was quite entertaining watching them battling every single corner. It was just waiting for it all to unfold, and eventually it did. But yeah, I was included in it.
You were included in it, but you managed to hold on for the P2. What does it mean to pick up another trophy?
Well, it's good because at the end of the day, points are points, and we're looking for the championship, not just wins. You know, you've got to play the long game.
And you have been pretty consistent this season, haven't you, with the podiums?
Yeah, I mean, my qualifying times, I got 2 identical times, and the first fastest lap was only 100th quicker, so yeah, consistency is key.
Big smile on your face, consistency is key. 2 more races tomorrow as well. Well done, Josh. Right, yeah, as I said before, stay with us. Second race of the weekend coming up for the British Truck Racing Championship. There they are right now. Pointy is probably making his way over. Unfortunately, the problem we have here at Pembrey is that we're inside the circuit in a minute. There's no bridge or tunnel to get to the outer paddock. Now, the outer paddock, as you can see, is where all the trucks are based. Everything else is inside the inner paddock, so unfortunately we just can't be in 2 places at once. But we will catch up with the drivers after the race. I'm going to be catching up with Sam Osborne a little bit later too, so make sure you tune in. Tomorrow we'll play that out in the lunch break. So here we go, British Truck Racing Championship Race 2 about to get underway. Let's hand over to commentator Ewan to take you through it.
Yeah. Final truck race of today.
Ian Warshouse, pit lane reporter and weatherman here at Pembrey. Thank you very much, Ian. Another great conversation with our drivers. Just a brilliant race. And next up, we go back to British truck racing. Drama earlier as Ryan Smith crossed the line first, but with a 15-second penalty, drops him down to third in the standings, which meant Stephen Powell got the win. Dave Jenkins would close the gap ever so slightly on the championship leader. Ryan Smith dropped it down to third, then John Bowler and Michael Oliver, your top five. Sadly, Stuart Oliver not finishing his truck, ceasing to wish to continue racing after about 5 laps or so. In Division 2, Powell, Cole, Osborne and Hanley. So Sam Osborne just dropping into this round of the championship only. Stepping away temporarily from the British Touring Car Championship, picked up a podium on his first ever race in British truck racing. And the debut for Handy, well, it wasn't the greatest of starts, but it was a start to his career, and that is all that matters. He'll be looking to do better in race number 2, absolutely certain. Let's have a look at the grid then. Stuart Oliver with Dave Jenkins on the front row, and Stephen Powell and Michael Oliver on row number 2. You might be thinking, where's Ryan Smith? Don't worry, he's coming shortly. John Bowler and Tom O'Rourke on row number 3. Behind them, David Smith and Neil Yates. Then we have our top of Division 2, John Powell and Simon Cole. And we'll chat to Pointy shortly about why Ryan Smith is thus far back. There is a reason for it. And we'll jump to our second row. There's a couple more drivers to come. Of course, Osborne and Handy and Ryan Smith. And here they are. Ryan Smith on row number 6, not used to that. Then Sam Osborne, the BTCC driver, and Archie Handy will start from the back. And that is our 13 trucks racing this afternoon at Pembrey, race 2 of their 5, of course, this weekend. Pointy should be joining me ever so shortly. Oh, he's walking ever so casually towards the commentary box, looking as cool as ever in his sunglasses and his cap, and he'll plonk himself down next to me, and we will talk about trucks for the next 15 minutes as they roar around the Pembrey circuit. Now, in the championship standings, Ryan Smith will still hold his lead, although it will be closed ever so slightly by Dave Jenkins, who finished second. In fact, who got the fastest lap in race number 1? If it was Ryan, then he would actually be joint on points. So that might be a lie, I've just told. But either way, Ryan Smith or Dave Jenkins, they will be number 1 and 2. Stuart Oliver was in third on 70 points, but Stephen Powell, with his win, will leapfrog him into third place, dropping Oliver down to 4th, and his son Michael Oliver in 5th place right now, and John Bowler in 6th. In Division 2, well, leading kind of Paul Rivette, who's not with us. That's Sam Osborne is in his truck this weekend. He was on 92 points though, so he did have a 30-point lead over John Powell. John Powell won the race, so we'll have halved that deficit to 15. So this could be a massive weekend for John Powell. Simon Nicole was just 2 points behind Powell in the Division 2 Championship. He took 2nd place in that one, so he will also close the gap on Paul Rivette. Archie Handy, by finishing the race, of course, did pick up plenty of points in the championship, so he's got his first ever points on the board in British truck racing. The trucks are on the track right now, as you can see. That is just out of the truck paddock. Of course, the trucks are so big and powerful, they have their own separate paddock at Pembrey on the outside of the circuit. The paddock for every other car is on the inside of the circuit. Sadly, there is no bridge or tunnel, so sometimes you do have to wait quite a lot of time if you're a pedestrian, because most of the things going on in terms of the Convoy Cymru, all of the rides and the extras and the truck rides and the motorbikes, the motocross, etc., and of course the popcorn and the ice creams, they are on the outside of the track, so you do spend quite a lot of time going back and forth, but there's plenty to see. Of course, the open paddock here at Bark events, as they are at all Bark events, it's so much fun for any even a minor car enthusiast to walk amongst the cars that are here today is always an absolute joy. Here he comes with 2 cans of Pepsi Apple Tango-ish. Is one for me? Oh, it's Pepsi Max. No,
other cola drinks are available.
Pepsi Max Lime, there we go. You can't drink a fizzy drink whilst doing a live commentary.
Yes, you can.
You absolutely
Especially Pepsi,
cannot.
half a can. The burps, I think we should ask the audience actually to vote on the best burp.
We absolutely will not be doing that.
There's a comment
viewers.
section on the live stream for a reason, Ewan. Come on now.
No, it's not happening. Let's talk about racing. Question:
Yes,
Ryan Smith starting on the 6th row of the grid.
Yeah, I honestly haven't got a clue. We were clueless.
I told everyone, Put your tell us why.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, no one in that paddock had a clue what was going on until about 3 minutes ago when the official grid for the second race came out. We've still not got a result for race 1 officially posted.
What?
Yeah, it's not been updated on TSL. It might be on the official notice board. We've not had it come down on TSL as yet, which is of course where most, like 99% of the paddock gets their information from.
Can you challenge a 5-second sort of race limits? But you can challenge those, can't you? Is that what Ryan's done?
Well, he challenged it straight after the race. As it happens, and I only know this because I've been told myself and since given out the awards for it, is the fact that Ryan Smith's truck never actually flagged up a second penalty. So even though he got that extra 10 seconds for the second track limits penalty, which then of course at that time put Steve Powell in first place, it never actually registered. So we're not sure where that second penalty came from effectively. So it's been redacted, taken, I don't know the posh word
rescinded,
for it.
redacted.
Rescinded, that's what I was looking for. Redactions is like official paperwork. Anyway, so they took that off, and that of course then put Steve Powell 1.2 seconds behind Ryan Smith again. Then
massive for the championship, isn't it? Yeah,
it was a bit
of But why 6th on the grid here? Because the first race doesn't affect this.
Well, no. So the second grid of the day is always the second fastest laps of qualifying from earlier on.
Yep.
So it would depend what the second fastest laps are on there. But of course, there could also be other things that I'm not allowed to talk about, which I of course know about, which might not necessarily be official as yet.
I don't want to get you in trouble, Pointy. So the grid format for British truck racing.
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Because we got. I'm going to tell you now.
Okay, go.
Because we've got 5 races. So the first race, the grid is the fastest time in qualifying. That makes complete sense. Race 2 decided by the second fastest time in qualifying.
Yes.
Makes sense. So if you only set one good time, then you're going to be down the grid, as Ryan is right now.
Indeed.
And then race 3, 4 and 5, they are races 1, 2 and 3 with the top 8 in each class reversed.
There you go.
So it's fairly straightforward, really, isn't it?
Clear as mud. And have you been up to date on the new point scoring system this year as well?
2018-16?
And then 14-13. We miss out 15.
I think that's a really good move.
It is, because the reasoning it was done so many years now, of course, you've been pretty much guaranteed at least 1 point, even if you come dead last. But the fact of the matter is that the top 3 or 4 were seeing such tightly run battles. I personally, this is my personal opinion, of course, nothing from anyone official whatsoever. My personal opinion, it was causing quite a lot of agitation and pressure and stress in the paddock, which, let's be honest, no driver should be under. And as the time goes through the year, you get more stressed, more agitated, and you start to make decisions with poor taste, I think, and that's what they're trying to steer away from. If we make the gaps slightly bigger, slightly earlier, if you are pulling ahead of the pack, you will obviously be pulling ahead of the pack, which unfortunately is terrible news for Stuart Oliver, who won't be joining us for this race.
Oh no!
Indeed, yes.
What's up?
He's had an oil, so we saw him drop out of that first race this weekend. He did have damage on the rear right tyre. He had a flat tyre from an impact of Ryan Smith that we actually saw through the window, but that wasn't what took him out. He's got an oil pump issue, and unfortunately the block has been damaged due to the oil pump issue, and he won't be racing for the rest of the weekend.
Parts arriving overnight?
I doubt it, no. The problem is they suspect, due to the part that has been damaged, because the oil pressure on the engine has been so low for too much time, they're saying that it's caused block damage, so it would be an entire engine rebuild to get him back out onto the circuit.
Now, without wanting to be over dramatic, in terms of the championship, missing missing a race is bad.
It's
Missing a round is like,
yeah.
I don't want to say over, but that is.
It's basically cabbaged his year. Yeah. It's not. It is going to be an act of God for him to have a good enough opportunity to pull it back now. I mean, there is always a chance, a chance, but it would mean someone else having the same problem that he's had or the same impact that he's having.
And he would never take Michael's car. Truck, sorry.
Well, apparently not, no. I mean, Michael, I believe, off the top of my head, might actually be doing better in points this year now than his dad already, based on just trophies and finishes. It's a chance. I mean, I was speaking to Michael about it earlier on, and it was a joke, but actually...
they will almost be tied, very closely, almost to tie the guys now, yeah.
But as we see down on the stream now, they are indeed starting to pull away. We see the green flag down here at Pembrey for the second race of the British Truck Racing Championship.
And as it stands right now, we don't know who won race 1. Ish.
Well,
do we think
I do. I handed a trophy out to Ryan Smith, who then ended up being 1.2 seconds ahead of Steve Powell. Steve Powell second, Dave Jenkins third, and John Powell taking the one and only trophy for top spot in Division 2.
And because it came up on our TSL timing system. That's where we saw it, wasn't it?
Yes, it refreshed itself and sorted itself based on that second penalty, which was then taken away before we'd even left the pit lane.
Well, there we go. So that is a 4th win of the season for Ryan. He only got 2 wins at Brands Hatch, because Stephen Powell, Paul Rivette and Dave Jenkins got 3, 4 and 5.
I love your sheet. That's so nice. That's really nice.
I've got
so organised.
4 bits of paperwork here.
Oh, that's really good.
That's how I do it. That's how I
so
roll.
Informative. I wouldn't have a clue where to start. I'm not good with admin. Not great with admin. But looking out, just to go over some more details then, we had some issues with the young Archie Handy just about making it out of assembly for this race.
I mean, there's some dark smoke coming out the back of his truck right now.
Yeah, not in a healthy place. We did hear cheers as I was crossing the track moments ago. Quite quiet on the Western Front. Of course, we did have some issues with Tom O'Rourke, who had a bit of electrical trouble that they were sorting out. Of course, Arnie from Ryan Smith's team was there with to help out, basically. Dave Jenkins relatively unscathed from that race. John Bowler as well, and Michael Oliver taking a chill pill for their lunch break, which is quite nice, really. Steve Powell as well, resting on his laurels with his second place from the last race. However, John Powell, unfortunately, you might notice he is missing as well, because he has engine head issues, and for the first weekend he decided not to bring a spare head. Which is a big bit of the engine. It's the whole top half of the engine, basically. It's the squeeze, bang, suck, blow,
So this all plays quite well into the hands of Dave Jenkins right now, doesn't it? He's second in the championship.
He's looking good.
Ryan Smith starting in 11th place. With the new point system, which means it goes obviously 28-16, there's more chance than ever that if he can... Ryan Smith is undoubtedly going to come through the field here. To some extent, right?
Probably.
But regardless, whether he can reach Dave Jenkins if he maintains his place at the front, we will find out. But points up for grabs, more points than we've ever seen before. We're going to have one more green flag lap. We've done this a couple of times today already, still under damp conditions. Did you get wet earlier?
I did. It was very strange. Did you hear or see the thunder and lightning that rolled over as well?
Ella from Bark came running into this commentary booth as soon as the first clap of thunder rung out.
Was it to tell you about the weather or to hide from the weather?
She was I had to ask, why are you in here? She said, oh, the thunder. Wasn't come to tell me. Nothing to do with my safety. Very, very selfish act.
That's what I was looking for. That was the clarification I was looking for. Yes, was it to tell you? Was it to hide for her? Yes, I do quite like the parade laps. I mean, to be honest, a relatively straightforward race earlier on. I mean, lots going on, a great race to watch, but no massive issues with the trucks, which is great. So I suppose for the spectators, it's nice to see them in one piece for at least a couple of laps.
Do you want to know the best thing?
Go on.
We've actually got some footage in front of us that we can watch, and it's been pretty good the last couple of races.
It's insane. It's so good. I mean, when we were, let's be honest with it, with the viewers out there, when we watched that first stream, it was basically just custard with... I
think you summed it up well, commentating on porridge.
It was literally commentating on porridge,
We've
mate.
got a good position here. We can see everything from Hatchett's hairpin right round through to the centre S's just about. So we can see half the track, but then we can't see the start-finish line or the Honda curve, things like this. So I thought we did quite well.
I think we did fantastically. I think if you hadn't have told
I don't think anybody noticed.
No, if you hadn't have told them we hadn't seen anything, we'd have been absolutely fine. But yeah, so it has, of course, had a bit of a shower here. We were promised showers by the Met office, and indeed the Thunder and Lightning. So that does mean we should have a dry day of racing tomorrow.
Can't wait, cannot wait. And of course, if you've not got tickets yet, you can buy tickets on the gate. This is the Convoy Cymru, the annual event where we have hundreds of show trucks here as well. Got the motocross, they're going round again.
They are. This is well, they're really just learning the track. I don't know whether they're drawing out the racing line perhaps or what, but the either that or Little Stewart's got lost in his
hang on,
truck.
that's part of the rally track. The pace truck should peel off to the right in a second.
Oh, glad.
There he goes.
Oh, he has.
Right.
Minion is in the pits.
We are a few seconds away. Dave Jenkins leading the way right now. Second in the championship to Ryan Smith, who's starting 11th on the grid after winning the first race of the day here at Pembrey. To his right-hand side, Stephen Powell, and they will cross the start-finish line. And we will go British Truck Racing Championship racing for the second time this weekend. Dave Jenkins quickly moves to the inside ahead of Stephen Powell. Behind him, Michael Oliver. His dad not racing after engine issues earlier in the day. And first into Hatchett's hairpin, a tight line too, a slightly wider line out for Michael Oliver. He's going to drop back to third place after going second over the line, but they're all through cleanly, and that is the most important thing in truck racing.
That is indeed. Not too much contact at all considering the slippy conditions on the track. A fantastic start, of course, a much smaller pack than we started the weekend with you, but they are looking very good. Michael Oliver looking for that trophy this weekend. Again, we had a couple last week, last time we were here, and very, very impressed. Steve Powell, though, he's after it. He said to me in the pit lane earlier on, bit of bump drafting here from Ryan Smith just as he comes up the outside of Neil Yates in 33 into the inside around that bend. Beautifully done. Like you said, he's after blood.
That is what we'll expect to see for the next 14 minutes of racing from Ryan Smith. He'll try and pick them off one by one, but Dave Jenkins already moving a little bit away from Oliver and Powell. Powell in the championship standings, 4th place right now. He will move ahead of Stuart Oliver due to his troubles. So that's a 3rd place already, the championship pretty much guaranteed. Michael Oliver will look to do something about that. He'll still be a few points behind, but as we know, with the big new point system, everything up for grabs, and more than ever over the last few years of truck racing, there are opportunities to move throughout the championship standings. Look at Dave Jenkins go already 2.3 of a second. Powell holding off Oliver behind, then Bowler, Smith, Ryan Smith from 11th already up to 5th place on the grid, and he's got Bowler in his sights.
He is after him, that is right. And further back as well, we're seeing some very good driving from British touring car driver Sam Osborne in the Napa truck. And of course, he did actually get all of his his penalties to stick. Ryan Smith now on the hunt for John Bowler. He's on his tail, looking for that gap. Will John Bowler be able to cope with the pressure? This is the tricky thing, though, isn't it? You're trying to overtake the truck in front whilst holding back the truck behind, but inevitably you will end up slowing down.
Ryan Smith looking at the inside around the Honda curve, gets Bowler. That's another one picked up. Next on the list will be Michael Oliver, and they'll be doing everything they can to stay out of losing tenths of a second in competition. Look at Ryan Smith go. There's absolutely no stopping the guy at the moment. What happened quickly just to Adam Bint? No Adam Bint this season.
So yeah, Adam Bint took a season off this year. Apparently it's a well overdue truck rebuild that he's been looking at doing for quite some time, and I think he just thought this year, he actually said himself, he was on circuit at Brands Hatch to help Stuart Oliver with a remap of an engine part, and he said he just need to work on the truck and have a season out.
It is one of the most iconic trucks in the grid, isn't it? It's an absolute monster to see.
It has been around, yes, and such a great team as well, the Bint family, a very close-knit group of people. Daisy, of course, Bint's better half, actually marshalling for us this weekend as well, I believe.
Look at Ryan Smith all over the back of Michael Oliver. No inches given or spared. I'm just waiting for the move. He'll move to the inside, and we will take just about. Michael Oliver, great defensive move to hold him off. Just enough speed in the tank. And this battle lets Powell just move up the track ever so slightly. Jenkins 4 seconds in the lead right now. Once again, they come around Honda onto the start finish straight. Great move down the inside, does it again. That's exactly where he took Bowler 1 lap ago. Ryan Smith from 6th row of the grid, 11th position, already up to 3rd, and reducing the deficit to Jenkins with every few hundred metres.
Absolutely incredible racing. I mean, we're just 11 minutes left now of the race. We are steadily seeing Ryan Smith now has gone past Michael Oliver. He is out of that third place position now, but will he be able to catch up enough with Steve Powell to get a podium or not? Watch this space as that gap. Look how quickly Ryan Smith pulls away from Michael Oliver there. The power out of these corners is insane.
And all credit to Dave Jenkins, our leader, absolutely storming away, clean air out in front and taking advantage of that. Not a single misstep corner so far. A 6-second gap back to Powell, then Ryan Smith 1.7 behind. Even if Smith can get past Powell, can the power of Smith even catch Dave Jenkins now? It's a question that we might see answered. Osborne drops 2 seconds behind Cole right now, so Cole, that will be his first Division 2 win of the season, because Paul Rivette won every single race at Brands Hatch, all 5 of them, and Powell won Division 2 this morning. So Cole, at the moment, on course for his first Division 2 win of the year.
Yeah, Simon Cole, good lad. I mean, he's been in the sport for quite some time, and it's quite looking forward to seeing him get it. So we've getting reports that we've had an incident. We're trying to find.
See it?
Right, Neil Yates is there. We've still not got a Tomo.
Off and out at the moment. No yellow flags I can see, so we look all good at the moment. But
we are looking good.
We'll keep our eye on that.
With about 9 minutes still left on the clock when they get here. Jenkins will have.
One more lap completed, 9 minutes of racing. I thought we've already raced about 15 minutes, but Dave Jenkins continues to stretch his lead at the front, and it's a clear split between Division 1 and Division 2. Yates leading the back of the field for Division 1, and Osborne has moved, so it was Cole, maybe Cole left the track for a momentarily, because he's dropped 3 seconds back, and Osborne, the BTCC driver, has moved into first place in Division 2 and leads by 3.5 seconds.
Crikey. Well, it all is about the pressure. Ryan Smith now looking for Steve Powell, getting ever closer. He's so close to that back end. I mean, I'm glad brake checking's not allowed in this sport, I tell you what. no chance. But yeah, I mean, Osborne, wow, I mean, without any penalties, this could be the deserved win that he was looking for earlier on, I think.
Just coming right in front of us now, and it's gone beyond 3 seconds. It's up to 4 or 5 seconds now. Looking good for Osborne, and Ryan Smith does go through eventually on Powell. Next up, Jenkins, but it's a 7-second gap with 7.5 minutes remaining. But look, once he gets past, he puts the foot down and he moves away. It's incredible machinery.
There is some magic fairy dust in that Freightliner. I tell you what, is absolutely incredible. The way he manages to accelerate out of these situations is phenomenal. It truly is.
Right, let's have a look. Then it was 6.7 seconds, and that'll be the thing we watch now on the timing screen. Oh, it's 7.5 actually. So he lost another second or so, Ryan Smith, in that final move to get past Powell. Michael Oliver, let's not forget about him, currently lying in 4th position, 2.5 seconds behind Powell, still in this fight for podium places. And as they come round to Benny, the gap between Smith and Powell is almost the same as Powell to Oliver, and then Oliver to Bowler. Still so much up for grabs here. Jenkins is absolutely away right now. Ryan Smith is on the charge and the chase, again starting from 11th up to 2nd. Can he catch Dave Jenkins? Massive question mark. But the race for 3rd and the final podium position, that is one that we'll watch to the very end.
Indeed it is, and I'll tell you what though, Osborne looks free and easy now though, with a huge gap either side of him. I mean, he's got clean air, he's got no competition behind him, yeah, it's I mean, even such a bigger gap to 3rd place for Division 2 as well. John Powell's on the screen 3 times. Wow, he's a busy boy this race, isn't he?
Now the transition from cars to trucks, of course, good drivers, they know the racing line, they know when to accelerate, but it's the size of the machinery around you that must be so different.
Totally. I mean, to sit in one of those cabs, I know you sit low in a racing car, but in those trucks there is so much stuff around you. You are literally sat in a pit of metal.
and you'll never be used to, because they do sway from left to right ever so slightly, so your body won't be used to turning left hand side and your body actually moving about half a metre to the right hand side.
There is a lot of roll, especially around some of these tighter bends here at Pembrey. And again, like you say, even though you're strapped into the chassis the same as you are in any racing vehicle, you do feel that whole body roll a lot more than you would do in a car. But again, speaking to Sam down in the pit lane earlier on after that first race, he couldn't comment which one he preferred, but you could tell he wanted to say it was truck racing.
Ryan Smith has cut the deficit by 2 seconds from 7.5 to 5.5 seconds. That's ominous right there. That was within about a lap and a half, and we're going to see at least 4 more laps.
2 seconds per lap and a half. I think that's an inevitability.
This is going to be Ryan Smith beat Dave Jenkins. I think it's going to be a last lap shootout potentially. We're 5 minutes away. I already cannot wait. There's Sam Osborne on screen right now. He's a 5.5 second lead over Simon Cole. Cole, if you're just joining us, was leading by 2.5, then left the track, which we didn't see.
I wish we could get a replay.
But all of a sudden he was 3 seconds back, so found the grass somewhere. You might be able to see the tracks in the grass from where you are if you're watching this at trackside too. Maybe you saw it and you can tell us. But behind is still Jenkins. Let's have a look at the split now.
I believe Jenkins has just lapped Archie Handy, in fact, as well, so he's now catching the pack.
So that could be, depending on where he passed him, if Ryan Smith has to wait a few more seconds to find a decent place to pass, that could be a little bit significant.
Could be the kind of buffer that he needed.
Absolutely, yeah. Oliver 2.8 seconds back on Powell right now, so the gap to third becoming not unbridgeable by any means whatsoever. We've seen what Cole did earlier. Anybody can come off under a little bit of pressure, but it's all about the chase of Ryan Smith, and it's now under 5 seconds to Dave Jenkins.
Weather conditions continue to stay dry out there. The track can only be getting drier as the laps go by. We've just over 5 minutes left. We're talking about 4.5 laps, I'd say, of the race to remain. And Dave Jenkins is now under pressure. It looked like a big gap, but I tell you what, Ryan Smith is on the warpath. He's coming for Dave Jenkins.
Yeah, I'm sure Dave Jenkins is looking in his mirrors, and Ryan Smith will be getting ever so slightly bigger and bigger and bigger over the last couple of laps or so, and he will have the bit in his teeth, Ryan Smith, because this would be a pretty, I mean, he's had a lot of wins, several very impressive ones coming through the field, but from 11th to potentially catching on the last lap. There'll be so many fingers crossed of teammates and mechanics for Dave Jenkins to hold on here. He's a very experienced driver, very accomplished and very good driver. You'd like to think that, you know, he's going to put up a brilliant fight. It is down to 3 seconds. There's the visual on this. The charging green Daimler Freightliner of Ryan Smith. He's done everything he can so far. He's ticked off 9 overtakes. He's got 1 more to do, and we are into our last 3 minutes of racing. There'll be 3 more laps here, and Ryan Smith is closing by about 1.5 seconds per lap right now. For the entertainment on side and the neutral, this is brilliant.
The battle is fantastic, and I think that's what people come to see. And to be fair to Ryan Smith, that's what he offers to the spectators. That battle, that coming from behind, so many positions down on the first lap, to all of a sudden chopping them off one by one until here he is. And it really will be a full-on head-to-head defensive battle for that last lap, I think.
Stephen Powell looks to have wrapped up for the time being third place, a good 3 or 4 seconds ahead of Michael Oliver. He's of course not going to catch Ryan Smith right now. I say that, dare I say it, track limits. Anyway,
well, you don't know. This is it. Anything can happen in the next half an hour, as they used to say.
Especially if you're chasing this hard and you just push a little bit too hard and just push the rules ever so slightly.
You've got to find one bit of tarmac that's not dried out yet.
Just to be sure, to be certain, we don't want to see any track limits at all. We want to see pure racing.
Yeah.
But it's happened. It's definitely a card that can come out, a joker in the pack that we don't want to see. Look at this, Ryan Smith now pretty much on the back of Dave Jenkins. It's just over 1 second.
It's corner by corner.
And they're going to get 2 more laps in. So right now, you could effectively say that Ryan Smith has caught Dave Jenkins, and Dave Jenkins will now be defending for a couple of laps. A little bit of white smoke there, twice out the back of Ryan Smith's right rear. It may just have been an ever so slightly minuscule lock-up, but I haven't seen any of the cars do that at that point as they come round Spitfires. No signs, actually, of the engine issues we saw in qualifying for Ryan Smith.
I know, yeah. I mean, to think that he had people lay across his engine moments before the first race, and now he's just driven the way he's driven and achieved from the truck what the truck has just given him. It really is night and day, but that is truck racing. I mean, you know, we've got Stuart Oliver up on tower lifts, on Total Care tower lifts over there in the paddock, and we thought he'd be flying this morning when we saw him pull away.
Right, we'll go around one more time. Dave Jenkins has got, Ryan Smith moves to the outside, goes to the inside, the almost contact, they'll go towards Hatchets, can he to the inside, goes to the outside again.
Oh my gosh.
What defending, what attacking, go to the inside, this is ridiculous, toe to tail, round Hatchets, can he get him on the switchback? No, he can't, and Dave Jenkins kicks on.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
I think that was his chance, and if he didn't take it there, Ewan, I don't believe he's going to get another one. Dave is on fire.
That is the big overtaking chance as they move round to Benny towards the centre S's. We're leaning out the window and not even looking at the screen here as they streak round. Can Dave Jenkins hold on? He's done so for 15 minutes of racing. The 15 minutes of run.
Side
to the inside. There's contact. And Dave Jenkins sliding onto the grass. Oh my word, and Smith has slowed down. Is that a bit of chivalry maybe? Surely he could have got past there on the inside, but he's held off and they go toe to tail again. There'll be two more slight right-handers round Woodlands and around the Honda curve. Can Dave Jenkins bring this home? It has been 2 laps of pure defence against the 8-time reigning British truck racing champion. They are not going to get it done on the Honda curve. Dave Jenkins will get it done.
Come on, Dave.
What a win! What a spectacle for British truck racing, defending at its best. And there will be pure respect between those two men.
Best lap of the season so far, I think. That was absolutely incredible driving all the way to the end from Dave Jenkins. I don't know what we just saw that last corner there, but my gosh, that was something. I mean, I am Switzerland with this sport. I support all of them, and I just love seeing someone win.
I want to see a replay of the left turn around to Benny, where Smith clearly had half a nose up alongside Dave Jenkins. It looked like Dave Jenkins had his 2 left-hand wheels on the grass there, and almost like Ryan Smith pulled back. I might have been completely seeing things, but that is just how it looked first time. This is what we're going to see now. This is earlier on in the race. This is so Ryan Smith started to pick off. Is that Powell there? No, that's not.
That'll be 33 Neil Yates there, just he comes up behind Dave Smith. I mean, it literally so smooth, those first couple of trucks. The pack was very close together and he made light work of it, let's be honest, there. The first few positions, John Bowler next, picks him off before the next bend. I mean, he did 4 positions in 1 lap pretty much, which is impressive driving.
And then it was Michael Oliver, then Stephen Powell, and then the long chase that took almost 6 full laps to catch Dave Jenkins, but couldn't pass him.
Wow. Incredible.
That is some of the best in a truck racing display.
I'm going to go and ask him how he feels, Ewan.
Go and do it. Go and interview the drivers. I'm sure you'll speak to both of them. Cannot wait for this to hear what they have to say. Well, Pointy leaves the commentary track. We'll see you again tomorrow, Pointy. Thanks for joining us. And we'll go and speak to, hopefully, certainly both of Dave Jenkins and Ryan Smith for their experiences of that race. So this is the Stephen Powell chase and move. This was on a roundabout lap number 9. Oh, and here we go on the Dave Jenkins. So this was the start of the lap. Left, right, left, right. And Dave Jenkins says, no, not today, Ryan Smith. Gets a nice kick away from Hatchett's hairpin, round Spitfire. This was the move here. So went to the outside, then to the inside, around to Benny, around the centre. S is pulled right alongside. And yes, there was contact. And I'm going to say quite confidently that Ryan Smith thinks I was a bit unfair there. Back you come, Dave. I don't deserve this one. And that is what this sport is all about. Yes, it's competitive, but my goodness, are they gentlemen too? Here we are then, the official results. Jenkins, Smith, Powell. I know Pointy is down there and desperate to speak to the drivers. So let's come back to this and let's jump down to Pointy in the pit lane with our drivers.
Well, here I am again. What a fantastic result. I cannot believe the racing we just saw. We need to find Dave Jenkins. Dave, what a battle. Absolutely incredible result. First of all, we've got to ask, what happened over there? What happened? I mean, we saw Ryan Smith making a move, backing off. You were there, a bit of grass.
I think I used up one of my 9 lives there. Ryan had got his nose in like Ryan does, but he had just got the wheel over the curb on the inside to make the gap. So I defended the gap. He tapped me, got me on the grass, and then he gave way and let me get back on and let battle commence again. So that was brilliant.
I mean, literally, we saw Ryan, let's be honest, he was hunting you down for about 5 laps, closer and closer, about a second a lap. Then all of a sudden, it was neck and neck that final lap. What a show for the fans, but what a result for Dave Jenkins.
No, brilliant result for me. That was, the team have worked really hard this weekend, and I've got 3 of the most amazing sisters in the world that are having a bad time at the moment, so that one was for them.
There we go, it's all for family. Dave Jenkins, ladies and gentlemen, first place in race 2 here at Pembrey Circuit. Ryan, very quickly we'll speak to you. Let's get your account of that little tussle that we saw. I mean, honestly, I thought it was game over for both of you at one point.
No, I let him back on. The move was, you know, I've been in there already this morning. Did I want another one? It was 50-50. Listen, let's not take nothing away from Dave and my guys.
It was a battle.
No, because we was 9 seconds behind him when we got clear, and I said, look, people pay the money to come and watch. Let's have a bash. And you know, I had a go, but do you know when I got onto the back of him? He drove so well, and I had a go. He blocked me off. I touched his side panel. He went off, and I braked out, let him back on. He thoroughly deserved that win. The better man won on the day. I'm happy to win tomorrow.
Fantastic, only just look at that. Fantastic camaraderie and respect through the championship. Now let's head over quickly to speak to two Napa drivers, one of which is driving, one of which is not. Sam Osborne, British Touring Cars, you should have had that result earlier on today, but this time you kept it on the tarmac, sir.
Yeah, that's a big bonus, isn't it? You've got to keep it on the tarmac.
And how did it feel for you? Obviously the result you should have got. Did you feel more elated this time round, like you've actually achieved?
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely a bit more nervous for this one. I've never driven the truck in the wet or the damp, so going into it was a complete unknown. But yeah, it's one of them, isn't it? So truck handles really nice, rotation's good. Yeah, it's alright.
I mean, a lot of the drivers, they prefer dry or they prefer wet, but not many of them say, I like it when it's damp. And you're like, yeah, no one does well in the damp. So, fantastic result for you. Surely the rest of the team will be very happy. A few drinks to celebrate tonight, or are you clean and concentrated?
I might have a pint. I might swing it to one.
Just the one. And have you been taking much feedback, much information from Paul, any guidance?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Paul's worked for me all, actually back in Clio days and everything like that, I want it. So, yeah, he's taught me everything this weekend and I owe it all to him, so yeah.
Other than the fact of how to climb a ladder, you've not learnt that off him, I take it?
Yeah, when he's a bit, I have to be a bit careful around ladders with him, but... But yeah, it's alright, yeah.
And Paul, quickly to you then, fruits of your labour paying off by the looks of it?
Sam's doing a cracking job, isn't he? He really is, you know. He got in this truck yesterday. First session was a bit of a baptism of fire in testing, and every time he's gone, he's just got faster and faster, understands it more and more. We knew that win was on the cards in that one, and did a cracking job to pull it, to bring it home, you know. Simon didn't make it easy for him. He was off at the start, and then luckily enough for Sam, Simon had a little off out the back there, but I think Sam would have reeled him in and passed him anyway. He had the pace on him, and fastest lap in class as well. So, you know, maximum points for Sam out of that race, and what a job on his first day truck racing, eh?
What a job, what a first day, what a first day. That should be a headline. If we do headlines on Bark Live, we should have what a first day. Well, congratulations to you, Sam. Let me shake your hand. And teacher Paul, over the hill, but not forgotten. I'm sure we'll have him back in the championship soon enough.
One more thing to mention as well.
So
Sam did start that race on the back row because he's classed as a novice in truck racing, so that's time from the back row. So I think now for tomorrow they can can that one and put him in with the rest of the grid.
And with the pros. Is that you going with the pros now, are you? No pressure. You know we'll come and let your tyres down before the race when you're pros, you know that, right? You've got to just got to adapt and modify. Right, gents, you need to start hobbling back across because you're not going to have time to cross the track. I'm going to hand the microphone back to Ian because he's got some more interviews to do. But until then, over to Ewan back in the commentary bus, which is terribly luxurious. Ewan?
Well, have you got your breath back? And in all the excitement, we did forget to mention at the time, of course, Sam Oliver getting his first win in British Truck Racing. Congratulations, Sam. But what a win and what a race for overall British Truck Racing. But of course, Dave Jenkins, what a great start and a great defence to finish to. And he'll close the gap ever so slightly on Ryan Smith at the top of the championship. We'll get those points totals to you ready for race 3, which happens tomorrow morning. But for the time being, we do have one more race to come, which is the Track Action Racing Club race, the Track Action Racing Club Series race. And this is a little bit of everything. Okay, so you thought that the Welsh saloons had a lot. Well, just want you to see these guys. In fact, there's a lot of classes that they cover. So in today's race, we do have Scirocco's, Honda Civics, Mazda MX-5, Renault Clios, Peugeot 205s, Vauxhall Astra VXR, Citroen Saxos and Peugeot 206's GTIs. All on the track together, all rattling around Pembrey, going for the win. So I'll bring you more about what the Track Action Racing Club is. They actually run they're the same club that run the Junior Saloons car series, so they're incredibly good at what they do. It has been a little while since they've been back on track, but they call them themselves a fledgling budget conscious series, and they're returning to Pembrey this weekend. They did kick off their 2024 campaign at Brands Hatch during the Easter bank holiday, and let's have a little look, just looking through the notes here, because it's such a new series to me, as I'm sure it will be to you. Now they do have several the different classes they have within Track Action. Let me run through these for you. So they've got the Britannia Marks Cup, which includes Rovers, MG, Mini Classic, Triumph, Vauxhall, Lotus, GT Cup cars, G40, GT5s and more. They've got the Peugeot 206 GTI class. That's hopefully self-explanatory, with only the 136 brake horsepower engine configuration allowed, manufactured between 1999 and 2006, with no drivetrain modifications allowed. They've got the Deutsche Mark Cup, which, as you can imagine, Audi, BMW, Mercedes, Porsche, Scirocco's we've got today as well. They've got the Nippon Challenge class, which I know you can guess lots of these, but Honda, Hyundai, Mitsubishi, Mazda, Nissan, Proton, Subaru, Suzuki, and they've got the Tricolor Trophy for the French beauties as well. So absolutely everything. If you've got any nation, any car whatsoever, and you want to race it in a fun, friendly environment, have a look at the Track Action Racing Club. These guys are absolutely brilliant, and it is mostly, yes, anybody on a racing track is going for a win. You want to overtake, you want to go as fast as possible, but mostly it is about the enjoyment of motorsport. And they are on the grid right now. Let me have a look at their grid. Oh, it's on screen. Fantastic. So taking the top two spots are the VW Sciroccos of Paul Rodison and Charlie Constable, Dan Earl in the Vauxhall Astra and Scott Apriagliano in the Mazda MX-5. Then you've got the Renault Clio of Joel Daniels and Andrew Mitchell in the Peugeot 205. Dave Beecroft in the Citroen Saxo, CJ Morgan in another of the 206 GTIs, and then another pairing behind them, Dave Scotting and Jacob Baldry, also 206 GTI competitors. If you look at the qualifying times there, from 106 down to 113 on the opening 5 rows of the grid, so a significant change in times here. but all racing for fun, of course. Well, fun-ish. Row 6 of the grid, you've got Noah Checkley and Harvey Connolly. Row 7, you've got Mick McCarthy and Paul Evans in a 206 and a Clio, and then Anthony Alice in the Honda Civic on the back row of the grid. No time set in qualifying, so an unknown force in this one, and we'll see how Anthony gets on from row number 8 solo. Right, they'll do at least 1, maybe 2 green flag laps, although the track is drying up quite considerably, and we might just get 1 in. So yeah, this racing club, it caters for all different series of saloons, coupes or sports cars, as you've just seen, on any budget. Literally from just a few £1,000s for a whole season, right through to whatever you want to spend. So a lot of classes or series will call themselves affordable, but they'll often cost you a few grand or 10 grand and beyond. So when we talk about affordable, Track Action truly is. So I can't wait to see these go up together. So 2 Scirocco's on the front row. They should be technically evenly matched. And look, isn't this just fantastic? Clio Sciroccos, 206s, got a Honda Civic at the back. This will be brilliant. So how many classes have we got today? I think we've only got 15 cars, but I think we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, potentially 6 different classes involved in this. So almost everyone's a winner, apart from the 206 class. There are 6 Peugeot 206s. That'll be a brilliant challenge between those guys. You've got 3 Renault Clios and the 2 Sciroccos. Every other car riding solo. Oh, who's that at the back? Just getting into or out of position? Oh, just finding their place on the grid. That's fine. So there's 2 Sciroccos on the front. They are of Paul Roddison in the 55 on the left and Charlie Constable in the white number 6 on the right. Expect those to build a bit of a gap between the rest of the field. I'm only speculating here. Oh no, he's failed to get away. Constable, terrible start for the Scirocco, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. So the Mazda MX-5 comes round, but the Scirocco of the 55 of Roddison will move into hatches the first corner. Look at the Mazda come round in the 83. That is absolutely brilliant. That is Scott Aprigliano starting on the 3rd row of the grid, I think, but right up there early doors, and the Civic now drops into 3rd place. Well, my goodness me, this already is exactly why we love the mixed class racing, because absolutely anything can happen. Now, Constable is going to be absolutely furious here with the poor getaway. Expect him to fly back and go for all the dives he can possibly muster. Look at this, right on the back of the 87. That is Dan Earl. Oh, that's a Vauxhall Astra VXR. Sorry, I was calling that a Civic. My bad. Oh, movement behind. Chandler Motorsport sponsored car there. We'll pick that up in just a moment's time. But yeah, once the Sciroccos do move to the front, they could potentially get away here. So the Mazda leading the Vauxhall VXR. Then our second Scirocco, which is Charlie Constable. So 4 away. Then we'll have the Peugeot 206 motor. They should be evenly matched, but we'll wait and see. And the Mazda right on the back of the Scirocco here. That again, the 83. That is Scott Aprigliano. I want to make sure I'm saying that right. It's a 1.6 litre Mazda MX-5. Trouble from Buckton to be here. Wow, lovely stuff this. And that Vauxhall VXR, again, Dan Earl. Well, I'm going to call it a 2 litre. It's 1.998 litre from Melton Mowbray. Wow. 4 cars going for it, 2 Sciroccos, a Mazda and a Vauxhall. This is Bark Racing for me at its best, like this kind of stuff. And look at them, so evenly matched too. The Peugeot racing behind. First of all, the 95. Well, 95, Andrew Mitchell's in a Peugeot 205, whereas the rest are in 206's GTIs. Daniel's in the 36. Same class, he's in a Renault Clio, so in the same class as Andrew Mitchell. And then Beecroft in the number 3. He's got the Citroen, the only Citroen Saxo on the grid, the 1.6 litre engine in that one. And then behind him, you can see everyone from Morgan down to Connell in the Peugeot 206 GTI. So hopefully you can keep sort of grips with what's happening here. The number 1, as we know, the car number 16, but leading his class in the number 16. That is our Honda Civic, just the only one on the grid. We were unsure how that would go because he didn't set a qualifying time, and in fact, is he even still out on the track because he's not come round to set a lap time yet. So that's maybe concern. I can't see him in the pit lane either, so he's not driven into the pits. So let's just wait and see how Alex is getting on. So here we go with got the Clio behind the. Just going to check who that is in that car. We've got 3 Clios. It's got a 3 Clio race, but of course we're nationality country. Again, if you just joined us, we got the Britannia Marks Cup, the Peugeot 206 Cup, the Deutsche Mark Cup, the Nippon Challenge, and the Tricolor Trophy. I absolutely love it, and each nation therefore is in its own class. A very affordable, budget-friendly racing series. And at the moment, a joy to watch. Look at these top 3. So the top 3 in the race are all number 1 in their class. It's just Constable in car number 6 in the Scirocco behind Rodderson in the likewise, and they're both 2 litre, exactly the same. The only difference between Constable and Rodderson is one comes from Chelmsford and one comes from Goole. That's the only way I can split them right now. They're generally, so this is a 15-minute race. I think tomorrow their race is it's 15 again. Oh yeah, 3 15-minute races. They vary between 15 and 20-minute races. It's 3 15-minute races this weekend, so we do get to enjoy this 3 times. So the cars are kept as close to production spec as possible, apart from safety and reliability features. So these across the entire week, and this is the closest we'll get to production spec. And therefore, generally, and this is their words, the Track Action Series, the winner is generally the fastest driver, not the one with the largest wallet. Pure racing driving from an enthusiast level. Rodderson just pulling out a second gap on Earl in the Mazda, but in fact that's been come back already. Then Aprigliano and Constable. Then 5 seconds back to Mitchell. Again, one of these in the only Peugeot 205, but in the same class as the Clios. In fact, oh yeah, they must have come. So Paul and Catherine Evans are both racing Renault Clios. They've both come from Liverpool. I don't want to speculate on husband and wife or father and daughter, but we'll try and get some more information there. We're limited information for the Track Action Series, but I'll try and get as much as I possibly can for the next 2 races tomorrow. So let's try and find out a bit more about what happened at Brands Hatch. Marshall Groves and David Clark, who are not with us in Brands Hatch. They both bagged podiums there. We do also, it's a much bigger series than just the sort of the 15 that we've got today. So Pembrey is a long way to come, and if you're racing on a budget, it's probably one of the furthest people have to travel to. I've come from the Sussex on the south coast, and it was a 5-hour drive for me this morning just to get here, and I'm not bringing a truck on a trailer on the back either. 1.5 seconds now. So the longer it takes. Oh, Constable is into second place. Where did that happen? I was too busy reading stats about the championship, but Constable does move into second place. He's 3 seconds down on Rodderson, but he can now eventually start the chase. Earl, oh no, we've lost Aprigliano. Oh, it's a wonderful move to start the race. He moved from 4th into 2nd early on. Oh, we don't like to see this because, again, it's budget friendly. You don't want to see damage. You don't want to see anybody sort of losing places or losing action on the track simply because of issues with engines, etc. So really disappointing to see Scott Apragliano in the Mazda MX-5 pulling off the side of the racetrack, and he'll shortly tumble down the timing sheets. So Rodison and Constable is our race at the front. Oh, and yeah, absolutely right, Constable, that is not 3.19 seconds, I can tell you that. So this is the race from the first moment we expected to see. There's 2 Scaroccos, they were the fastest in qualifying, but that move by Apriagliano and then Earl as well in the 87. That's the Vauxhall Extra VXR. That's fallen back off the pace a little bit now. Well, the timing screen is saying 0.89 second, but it doesn't look like that on the track. Oh, well, yeah, he has actually pulled out a bit, hasn't he? So, yeah, just under 4 seconds, Constable behind Rodison, then Earl behind Constable. Then there's the big gap back to Mitchell in the 95. Again, that's the only Peugeot type, the Oryx competition sponsored, I must say, Peugeot 205. Give all the sponsors their due rights. There's one of our little Clios blistering around the track. I like the livery on that one, actually. It's got almost like a half and half car, isn't it? But looking very nice indeed, and somebody's done the polishing on that too. 36 is second in the, oh, we've got another one slowing down. That's one of the 206s. Find out who it is in a moment. We've just been watching though Daniel's in the 36 in one of the 3 Renault Clears we've got on track, second in class because he's still well, just moved up to first in class actually, because Mitchell's dropped down to number 95. It's so hard to keep a track on these. So let's wait and see. Who's just... I can hear an engine behind me. Somebody's just pulled off down the pit lane as well. I'll bring that to you in a moment. Another one of our number 12. That is... well, Paul Evans and Catherine Evans, they share the car, the number 12. So one of them will be, I can't tell you right now which one of them is in the car. Maybe Ian Waterhouse can find out for us. But that's either Paul or Catherine Evans in the Renault Clio, travelling southwest from Liverpool last night, or maybe this morning if they are really, really brave. So Rodiston, Constable, Earl. The VXR is not letting go of that Scirocco, and this just lets Rodison extend his lead to just shy of 5 seconds at the top. Again, this is the last race on track today, and it's going to be a lovely way to finish things off as well. And if you've not joined us from race number 1, we have had drama after drama after drama. It's been a brilliant, brilliant day. Thank you for joining us if you've been here at Pembrey and watching some of the action whilst the cars go around, depending on your position on the stream, or whether you're just enjoying the luxury of being at home on the sofa, in the garden maybe, wherever you are. We do massively appreciate you joining us. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have from trackside here in Southwest Wales. The sun is out now, by the way, just about. It's a bit grey in one direction, but this is the nicest it's been for a good few hours. There is traffic for Rodison to navigate here, so that looks like it's going to be, is that Baldry at the back? Jacob in one of the 206 is. Can't quite tell from the livery in that direction. It might just give the ever so slight glimmer of hope for Constable to pick back a second or two, but it is extended beyond 5 now. And the VXR going absolutely nowhere, Earl. Just 1.3 back, or 1.2 even, call that. That does look lovely, doesn't it, that Vauxhall? I'm a big fan of that. I will have a chance to hopefully walk around the paddock a little bit tomorrow. I didn't get a chance today. Oh, a little bit of sliding. drifting around in the number 6, doing everything he can. I don't think that will help gain time. It might have lost a tiny little bit, but it looks good for us, doesn't it? A drift around the centre S's. That is the way to do it. And there is our leader. There's just 2.5 minutes of racing remaining. Whenever they cross the finish line, if there's more than 0 seconds remaining, they'll go round for one more time. Oh, this is lovely. Oh, a move to the inside. This is the overtake on the back markers now. They've all caught him. And this could make a little gap back now to the Vauxhall. Just missed out on seeing. Oh, what a move down the inside, round the Honda curve. That is fantastic. Been lining that one up for a few laps, maybe. And gets it done over the start-finish line, and round they go again. And that was absolutely wonderful. Oh yeah, it was the clear, wasn't it? It looks so different from... Oh, a slide! Oversteer around Hatchets, and that's the wrong direction. You don't want to be doing that. Oh, thankfully nothing coming behind. Oh, a few seconds later, that could have been absolutely danger. But massive oversteer around Hatchets, and they let the others get away. It was Daniels, wasn't it, the 36, yeah, in the Renault Clio, who did that amazing move around the Honda curve, and now clean air. That is what bravery gets you. A little bit of clean track, and you'll kick on, and I will move away, and I'll see you boys at the finish line, he says. Constable brings it back to less than 5 seconds against Rodison. More back markers to navigate, and this will be the story for the last couple of laps. As long as he can get past them cleanly, and the rest have to make the diving moves, as we saw. Wow, we talked about drama. We nearly got drama that the car we didn't want to see on the penultimate lap there. So they go around one more time. In fact, we might get one more lap out of this, because Rodison, if he can cross the start-finish line before it clicks to 0, will go around once more. Lovely move round down the start-finish line here. Oh, a bit of a lock-up. Don't want that before. Oh, he goes long, and another one comes through. Another of the 206s. Wow, you saw that coming with the lock-up. Signalled that one and took advantage behind, moving straight to the inside. There's only one way that's going. So has he got over the start-finish line? We'll find out in just a second. Will we go around one more time? It looks like we will. If that's the VXR there, surely. Yes, the Scirocco has just got over start-finish. So we do get to enjoy one more. There was no flag waving there, was there? I'm sure there wasn't, no. So Rodison will go around for one more time. Constable will not catch him, but it's been a wonderful effort. Got through all the back markers. You can see him in the distance, but he's just always a corner ahead. And the VXR, a valiant effort, it must be said, from Dan Earl, to stick on the back of Charlie Constable for so long, and very nearly actually slipping between the two Sciroccos to take a second place. But it will, of course, be a first in class. They are in different races, but it's great to see them side by side. All too often you can see in the split classes, if there's only a few in each class, they can be separated across the entire lap by great distances. But Paul Rodison, brilliant from start to finish, led from pole, got into Hatchets on the first corner and was never going to get seen again. Constable did everything he could, Earl was in there as well, but Paul Rodison will take our first win of the weekend at Pembrey in the Track Action Racing Club Series, and it is a full send race for him. Congratulations. From the first second to the last, Constable, valiant effort for second place. Joining them, making it a Scirocco 1-2, and a Vauxhall VXR takes third place, courtesy of Dan Earl. Fourth place, Daniels overall, then Mitchell. These are working out the classes as well. Of course, Beecroft, he was the only one in the Citroen Saxo, a class of his own, so takes a class win, and 6th overall. Well, it's funny now, it will be 7th overall for Morgan, but because they had already started a lap afterwards, they have already seen their checkered flag because they were a lap down. So that is the end of action, courtesy, quite poetically, of the race. of the day for the Track Action Racing Club Series, and thrills all the way right to the very end, as we had this morning from the British Truck Racing, seeing us off at 12:40. The Track Action closes things out. There are your official results then. As we knew, Roddison ahead of Constable in the two Scirocco's, Dan Earl in the Vauxhall Astra VXR takes third and first in class. Then Joel Evans and Andrew Mitchell in the Renault Clio and the Peugeot 205 first and second in class. Dave Beecroft wins his in the Citroën Saxo. Then the battle of the Peugeot 206 GTIs. CJ Morgan takes that out of Scotting, Checkley, Connolly, McCarthy and Evans. Apragliano, a non-finisher sadly, falling foul in the Mazda MX-5 after a brilliant start, and also Jacob Baldry in the Peugeot 206 GTI, a non-finisher also. Ian Waterhouse is going to be down with our drivers. I can see one of our Scirocco's, Constable's in, and Dan Earl is in. Not sure where Paul Roddison has got to. But we can, in a moment, go down to, for the final time today, our roving reporter at trackside, Ian Waterhouse.
Presumably he has survived that slowing down lap. Because he's not coming yet. So anyway, we'll have a word with the ones we got here, certainly. Second and third here. So Jamie Constable just climbing out of his car. And not sure where the winner's actually gone. Here he comes.
Yeah, see you tomorrow, yeah.
Well, welcome down to Parc Fermé, everybody. Here he is, Paul Roddison. He's just making his way in. He took his time to get here, actually, but he's now made it in. And what a cracking race from him. I did not speak to him at Assembly area, and the reason for that is because I did say to him, Paul, I'm probably not going to talk to you in Assembly because I've got a feeling I might be talking to you in Parc Fermé, and I'm absolutely in fact, he's just having a quick chat with David, so let's just grab Charlie for a quick chat. Shall we, Charlie? Congratulations, P2 for you. How was it out
there? Yeah, I thought it was going to be wet, but it was all dry, so yeah, it was yeah, good.
It's been quite a changeable day, hasn't it? Completely different conditions than from your qualifying session, really.
Yeah, I mean it was dry, but there was sort of a few bits that were wet, and then sort of trying it out and seeing if it was usable to race on. But
what do you think you can take from this race and take it into tomorrow to maybe just get a little bit closer?
I think setup was alright, bit understeery, but yeah, overall it's really come a long way since Brands.
Nice one, well done, Charlie. Congratulations, mate. Let's go and grab Dan Earl over here because Paul's having a chat. Dan, were you the good-looking one over here, Dan? Dan, how was it for you?
Yeah, it was good. Really struggling for grip.
Were you?
Yeah. If I can buy some new tyres tonight, I will do. To keep
so if anybody's in South Wales, go give Dan a shout.
Yeah, let me know and I'll come pick them up later. But no, it was great racing.
It really was, and I've never been to Pembrey before. Have you got much experience around here?
First time. In qualifying was my practice. Wow. Yeah. Arrived here last night, so.
So quite a steep learning curve for you then. So you'd have learned a lot from this race that you're going to bring into tomorrow, right? What are you going to do a little bit different to maybe just go
faster? Go faster, mate.
It's the obvious answer.
Yeah, go faster. No, I've got the legs down the straight. Yeah. But these boys have got it around the corners. And I was catching him down this back straight here. I just didn't have the legs on me to get by him.
Mate, you've got such a happy smile. I love it. Well done, mate. I'll see you tomorrow as well. Paul's still having a quick chat with group. Just stay with us, actually, if we can. This is the final race of the day, so we don't have to disappear just yet. So stick around. More action tomorrow. Racing comes thick and fast. I think we're live. First race is about 9:45 tomorrow. 3 truck races. Here's Paul as well. And the good news is for me, I don't have to buy Paul a pint anymore because we did speak in Assembly. I did say, I'm not going to bother talking to you now. I'll talk to you in Parc Fermé. You said if I'm not in Parc Fermé in the top 3, I owe you a pint. That's but right. Maybe you owe me a pint.
Yeah, all right, mate. Yeah, I'll buy you a beer later.
How was it for you down there?
Yeah, it was good. Obviously, the Mazda was very quick and got between it, just behind me, between the others. And then it was just a case of watching the Vauxhall, and then once the Jack got past the Vauxhall, seeing where they were at different points in track. So as I'm coming down through towards Honda, I can see Jack just coming out of that right-hand hairpin there, and it was just a case of managing it then. So yeah, good race.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Paul. Well done. Go celebrate tonight. I'll see you. I'll pop down a little bit later. Right, there we go. That is day one done here at Pembrey. Remember, so much more to bring you tomorrow. First race about 9:45 or so, I believe, tomorrow. I'm going to hand over to you in for the last words of the day. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Well, basically, I've done that already.
Thank you very much, Ian, all day long, and Pointy that's been sat next to me too. Fantastic work as ever. Let's look at the schedule for tomorrow then. There are, listen to this, 13 races tomorrow here at Pembrey. We kick off at 9:30, race number 2 of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy class. Likewise, second race for the Junior Saloons at 10. Then the British Truck Racing Championship is back underway. What a race number 2 we've witnessed just a couple of races ago. Their third race of the weekend. Then we go Pickup Truck Racing, their second race. Track Action, which we've just seen, their second of 3 races. From midday onwards, the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship. More British Truck Racing, more Minis at 2:10, more Junior Saloon Championship at 2:45. We go right through to 5:10, by the way. A few more races on this schedule too. That's the front 9. We got 4 more races from 3 p.m. onwards. They will be the Pickup Truck Racing Championship from 3:15. You'll see this on your screen in just a second, but I'll read you through it right now. Then at 3:50, more Track Action. 4:25, the 5th and final race. Here we go. Perfect. 5th and final race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship at 4:25. And the last race, we leave it to the Nationals. The Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship closes out competition, and we're scheduled to be off track by around about 5:10 there or thereabouts. It's run wonderfully to schedule today. Everybody's had such a wonderful time. Hope you've enjoyed watching it from home. Once again, big thank you to Pointy joining me in the commentary box and doing the interviews for the trucks, and Ian Waterhouse throughout the paddock, the pit lane and Parc Fermé for every other single class. So we will be back online live streaming on Bark TV from around about 9:20 tomorrow morning. First races at 9:30. Do not miss it. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning bright and early.